that button by I do. Oh, great. I can push the start. Does it? Good morning, welcome everybody to the Ink Archive. I am your host today, Tyler, and I am joined here by Briar. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself, Tyler?
I am doing awesome. I am super excited. This is going to be our set 8 Reign of Jafar set champs here at House Rules Gaming in Central Florida. I am so excited. This has been a long time in the making, a lot of effort and a lot of work from so many people. We're excited. We have something like 26 players today, 5 rounds, and then we'll do our top cut to top 8. And I'm super excited.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a very exciting thing. We are all excited to see how this is going to even turn out. Because, I mean, we've got 5 rounds of Swiss cutting into top 8. And we've got some really good players here. Some that we've seen in our past set champs. And some even new players that I'm ready to see and see what they're going to bring to the table here and have some fun with.
Yeah. So our round 1 here, we're going to start moving into it right now. I think I know players are doing their altars and all that kind of stuff. We'll move them in just a couple of minutes. Do we have those deck lists?
I do. I am bringing them up for us now.
Awesome. sounds great. I think the one player is typically a red purple player, but he could be on red blue, something of that nature. It'll be super exciting to see what these two players bring to the table.
Yeah, we have one that is going to be playing, who is our player 2. He is going to be playing a Ruby Sapphire deck here. It looks like it's going to be very similar to, like, I want to say like an item build, is what it looks like here. He's got some couple items in the deck, but it might actually be more shark related, actually, with a Maui Half Shark. It might be
Oh, okay.
what we got going on here.
Yep. So it's more something like we saw at Worlds with DKP.
Yes.
I do see the Merlin's Carpet Bag. As we've seen, I do really like that card in there. Sometimes that deck runs into trouble being able to get its popsicles back because it does rely on the crab. And being able to get it back with the Merlin's Carpet Bag just every turn, generating some amount of card value, which the deck has, um, can be an issue. So I'm excited to see some Ruby Sapphire game.
Yeah, and I think our next one we have is going to be let's see here. Do, 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 do. It is going to be, oh, it actually might be a mirror match.
Oh.
We might actually have a mirror match. Or well,
Oh,
it's a
okay. I've
very
seen
similar
this.
mirror match. This actually is going to be an interesting match.
I've seen this. So this is some. I've seen it. It's a Ruby Sapphire. It's playing the Tinkerbell that cares about everything being 5 strength and coming in and gaining 2 lore. So it's like big bodies, and I think it might even be on the Maximus.
This actually might be a very interesting match seeing this because I haven't got to see this deck
Yeah.
being played yet. So this is going to be a really fun one.
Yeah. I know we're in the game right now, looking at just a couple popsicles, a couple items getting thrown around, and a Flynn Rider being on the table here. It looks like our player Dylan here. I think if I'm him and I'm on this Ruby Sapphire like Strength Matters deck, I just want to turbo this stuff out. Get underneath of this other Ruby Sapphire, gain as much lore as possible, and then just hope to close the game out with like a Tinkerbell at some point. So we'll have to see what he decides to do. These first couple turns will be a little slow. Both players I know will be doing a little bit of ramping here and there. Dylan not so much. We'll have to see what he decides to do on this turn here. If he wants to try and get this Tinkerbell down, or if he's gonna wait a little bit and try to do a little bit more setup.
Yeah, we're debating here, and of course, Jonathan here is our player 2, and he's got his like a Vitalosphere down here, and played a Sail, kind of just to get some ramping going on here, and getting some lore, or not even lore, but some ink down pretty quickly, and seeing what we can do. Looks like we actually got to see a Sail from our Dylan's player here. He is currently playing that Sail, inking some cards, drawing some cards, ramping up, and seeing what we can do here.
Yeah. Like I said, I think he's gonna start trying to take these turns to deploy Tinkerbell, and then I think I saw like the Prince John in his hand, so he's just gonna try and start dropping these bigger bodies, these heavier strength characters to start triggering this Tinkerbell, and hopefully relying on this Flynn to just start really, really like pushing the lore early and try to get underneath of all these be prepared he's about to start seeing um, from his opponent.
See a Tipo coming down here, being played, inking some cards possibly, and yep, putting that card down, and getting some more extra ink here on Sama's side. We're gonna see another card inking for turn. Popping this Vitalosphere, challenging into this Flynn here, knocking it out and banishing it, just so we can get off the board, so that Dylan can't really gain any lore from it.
Yeah, I mean that Flynn is a huge threat. Sama does not have a ton of stuff to be able to like challenge this Flynn, and especially if he's not going to 6 ink this next turn or be able to like play a crab to start challenging this Flynn's strength, then he's going to lose to this Flynn. So he needs to get it off the table. But he's also got to be worried about this Tinkerbell. This Tinkerbell is evasive, is will also start gaining lore, which is quite nice. And Sama doesn't have like crazy good ways to get rid of it without like the shark. So he has to worry about his Tinkerbell just a little bit, doing like chip damage every turn.
Yeah, this Tinkerbell can definitely be a menace in this deck here, and just protecting itself is going to be great.
Yeah, and even even this Prince John, um, that'll take damage. He actually has the I forget the name of the card.
Prince John, friendly cat
No,
or Frady
the other
cat?
card, the blue card he's got in his hand. What am I? Why am I blanking? Oh, the big hero 6.
Oh,
Robot.
Baymax.
Baymax, thank you. I couldn't think of the name. Um, he's got this Baymax in his hand, so even if Sama does start dropping some amount of characters, it's only good for Dylan. Like it's being able to just, oh, I'm gonna gain an extra 2 because you thought you could play some characters onto this damaged French John. I kind of like this little wombo combo that Dylan's got in his hand right now.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a fun little combo that we are going to be seeing here. And we're already putting some damage here on that John to potentially get to heal at some point, which is going to be great.
Yeah, I think maybe he wants to try and hold out for like one other turn, but his opponent's getting the like be prepared ink, so he does have to be a little bit careful about over committing to this board. Not that he's like super committed right now, but he also doesn't have a ton of cards in his hand, so he has to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, they definitely got to be some careful here. And it looks like even Sama's got two Mauis. He's got a Maui half shark and a Maui hero to all in his hand here with a be prepared and a let it go, which that can be definitely devastating here to get rid of this Tinkerbell and to get rid of even this Prince John with the let it go. And even if we needed to play be prepared, wipe the whole board and banish everything.
Yeah, he has a lot of removal in his hand. He did ink the shark. So that's quite interesting. I wonder if he just feels like he's not going to be able to get it down unless he saw a second one. I'm not sure entirely if he saw a second one. Um, I'm wondering what he's going to start. Yeah, he did ink his shark. I wonder if he is just going to try and play this be prepared and start like waiting for Dylan to start to overcommit a little bit, and then get him with his be prepared and hope that like he's like restarting the game at 8 ink instead of both starting at 0.
Yeah, that might be the plan. And of course, now we get to see a Flynn here come down. It's not. It actually gains quite a bit here because we do get that Prince John being at 5 strength. Then we get to play another Prince John coming down. Man, we're going to be getting some Johns here. This is going to be some good time for some be prepared time right now.
Yeah, this is exactly what Sama was kind of waiting for. Was like, hey, I want my opponent to go all in on the board, and I want to drop this, be prepared, and then just kind of restart. Unfortunately, he doesn't have anything to really start winning the game himself, but he, at least he's resetting the game at a more comfortable ink total than his opponent. Um, so hopefully he can keep Dylan off of winning the game with like his Pirate's Life and all of his like super expensive cards.
Yeah, and we see Dylan, of course, now at 11 lore here and to 0. It's gonna be kind of nuts here. He might be able to get some lore pretty quickly, but we might even see this B prep here cleaning that board. It looks like we thinking about it, seeing what card we drew. We drew a McDuck Manor. Ooh,
Yeah.
okay. We can play this location down next turn and protect some things. Questing for 1, and now we're finally up on the board with Sama. And then we get to see what are we going to ink for the turn. Probably going to play that be prepared.
Yeah, if I saw it's probably he's looking at it right now. Yeah, this Maui I feel like is the best thing. He's gonna play this be prepared, and now everything's reset. And Dylan's only got one card in his hand, so he is gonna have to rely on this his Baymax in his hand to put in some work. Which I don't think is like a bad card to start doing it. It does quest for 2. It does heal things. It does a little bit of everything. And so hopefully you can just get something that like wants to take a little bit of damage and drop it down.
Yeah. Of course, we see a Bell here coming down and just kind of just sitting here, at least having a character on board. So this could be a pretty good thing. You kind of at least starting getting some characters. But Sama's going to be playing this McDuck Manor and just trying to gain some lore, just passive lore at the start of every turn with this card from the location. And it's going to be very hard to deal with on Dylan's side. He's going to be taking a very hard time to deal with it.
Yeah, he can start using the spell to like chip at it, but Sama does have this let it go in his hand, so he can just like if it starts to get threatened too much, he can just kind of point at a thing on the table and say, "Hey, I don't want that attacking my McDuck Manor anymore," which is pretty huge for Sama. But it looks like Dylan is taking the approach of just racing him, which I don't hate either. He knows that his opponent's playing probably some amount of Pirate's Life with the deck he's seen, so I wonder if he's more worried about getting owned by like Pirate's Life and stuff like that.
Yeah, and he does actually have this Goofy, which is a flying Goofy, which has Rush and Evasive and 5 strength. So he can actually come down and put some damage onto this McDuck Manor to take it out pretty quickly next turn if he wanted to, which could be really nice.
Yeah, I mean it's just a big man.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a flying Goofy.
Yeah. We'll have to see what if Sama can hold on here and just get out from underneath of um the racing that Dylan's going to try to do. But he does get a crap down, so he's going to start drawing cards again, which is a huge thing for this version of Ruby Sapphire, just not being able to draw enough cards sometimes.
Yeah, and this Tamatoa happy as a clam is definitely going to be making him happy.
He really wants to start drawing some cards, especially because he's been pretty low for a while and really just wants to get a bunch of answers in his hand and just keep saying, "Hey, I have a be prepared every turn to protect my McDuck Manor to try and win this."
Oh yeah, definitely.
We'll have to see what Dylan's got here. I think Dylan's deck. One of the only issues with this deck can be its draw power. Its draw power is kind of low, and so he really does rely on like the popsicles. Even his sales kind of sometimes he just has to pay 2 to draw a card. And really hope his threats stick around. And against Ruby Sapphire, that is playing Be Prepared, is kind of tough for your stuff to really stick around for a long time. So he has to make use of every card that comes down. I think another Flynn here is pretty. It's kind of being dealt with by this Tamatoa, but still having it as a threat. And if he can find a singular 5 power character, 5 strength character, which we know Dylan has a ton of, he will suddenly start to boost his lore and start really winning this game.
Well, he does have that goof in his hand. He's going to be
Oh,
coming flying in right there,
yeah.
gaining some lure and everything next turn. But doesn't happen for long because that let it go definitely is not letting him go.
No. That Flynn cannot stay on the table for very long. That was good of Sama to recognize that, like, hey, I need to get this thing off the table. It can't stay here. I will probably lose the game to this card if it sticks around for too long, and I don't see any of my Pirate's Life. He's doing a very good job of protecting this McDuck Manor. We'll have to see. I know Dylan still holding on to this Baymax, still holding on to this Goofy. I'm not sure if he's ever gonna get value out of this Baymax. I'm hoping maybe at some point he just starts to deploy it and be like, "Hey, I know I'm not gonna get any value out of the damage healing, but um, I need it to just start questing for 2, and start like pushing towards the end game."
Yeah.
Is what kind of I think is Dylan should be sitting, but I wonder if he's like waiting for something. I don't know like all the cards in this deck. He might just be waiting for something that gets damage when it comes in.
Mm-hmm. First, now we get to see some visions being played, looking for some cards, trying to find some ways to either find some more crabs, find some more items, or even just finding some ways to remove even the board if we happen to get a character coming down. But it looks like Sama's in a good position here with that Tamatoa and this McDuck Manor just to gain lore throughout this turn and even the next future turns as well, as long as it doesn't get removed.
Yeah, I think someone's also looking for like any amount of removal he can get and another McDuck Manor. If he puts another McDuck Manor, Dylan is suddenly under a lot of pressure and might have to get rid of this McDuck Manor. Chooses to challenge into this Tamatoa. This is what I was talking about. He's going to try and heal with the Baymax, hopefully. Just take a little bit of damage off of it to get it to survive if anything does try to challenge it, because Baymax can only heal 2 anyways. So pretty smart play on him, and does play a Bell for free, which means he can take out the Manor next turn if nothing goes awry.
Yeah, of course, now we get to heal this Goofy too with the popsicle, which is great. So now we get to make this Goofy stick around just for a little bit longer, and not have a lot of damage. But then we can also have the Baymax come in next turn
Yeah,
and healing it,
yeah,
which is going to be even great.
yeah. That'll. I think it's like he healed it with the one popsicle. It was at 4, heals it to 2. Says now you have to have at least a 3 strength character, and it has to be evasive to challenge this Goofy, and I can probably pretty securely get this Baymax down next turn. Just has to hope that Salma doesn't have another Be Prepared or anything to stop those plans.
I mean, the nice thing is as soon as this Baymax comes down, heals that damage off the Goofy, he'll be able to gain 2 lore from it, which is going to be great.
Yeah,
And that question with those other 3 characters, so he's going to be able to gain 5 lore next turn,
yeah,
is going to be phenomenal here and gets him close to the end of that game.
yeah. He's definitely threatening to close the game. So Salma's definitely under the pressure to find a Be Prepared or even a Pirate's Life at this moment. Because even now Dylan is sitting and goes, okay, it's going to take him a little bit of time to win the game. He doesn't have a ton of pressure. Um, and Dylan is sitting here going, okay, I'm going to try and just find a Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell plus literally any 5+ character can start to just win the game. I think that's what Dylan might try to just accrue an instant win instead of keep playing characters this.
Yeah, and I don't see what the other card he drew was, but we know he has Baymax in his hand. But we need to see what that other card is. I'm curious to see if it's actually going to change the game completely, or if it's just like a simple card that just does nothing right now.
It'd be kind of cool if you saw like the Maximus. I think Maximus would be really good for him here.
Ooh, yeah,
It's
that'd be
basically
good.
a bigger Flynn, and this Goofy would trigger it. Seems like he's starting to chip down this McDuck manor. Maybe realizes he doesn't have enough pressure to like close the game, and is expecting a Be Prepared to come down before he can actually close the game, and wants to get this McDuck manor off the table.
Yeah, and now we get to see this Baymax being played, healing the Goofy, gaining the lore off of it, and now we get to quest with everything, and pretty much getting him closer here and almost putting him at lethal for next turn. As long as Sama doesn't like challenge any of his characters and banish anything, this can be a close game. But we do have this Maui hero to all to knock out or even just banish some of these characters when it gets into challenging.
Yeah, he can at least take out the bell. This Goofy will stick around for a little bit longer. Evasive characters for Ruby Sapphire can be a little tough. They do have the shark, but they don't have any way to give it rush. So I mean, they have the Vitalosphere, but that's only so many cards, and it doesn't naturally have rush. So it is a little bit tough for Sama here. I wonder if he tries to go find Vitalosphere to deal with this Goofy. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and there
think
it
that's
is.
what
Yeah.
he's gonna do. He won't get to do it this turn, but I think he's just in preparation for next turn if he gets there.
Yeah, and it looks like we even see a Maui hero to all in Dylan's hand here, so he can play that, take out this crab next turn, when it quests or challenges into something. So that would be great. And even put some damage into Micduck Manor if he needs to as well.
Yeah, I think Dylan just wants to end the game. I think that's where he's at. He might, if he doesn't feel like he can do it, he might try to take out this McDuck Manor. But I think ending the game might just be what's on his mind right now.
Yeah.
I'll have to say. Fortunately, just that Maui, so it can't quest. So I might, if I'm Dylan, I might want to take the line of, hey, I need to get some of this stuff off the table because I might lose the game if I don't. But we'll have to see what his draw here is.
Um,
It wasn't a Tinkerbell, was it?
couldn't tell. I know it was a Ruby card. I don't know exactly what Ruby card it is. But I did see it flash a little bit.
I think if it was a Tinkerbell, he would have just. Oh, he doesn't have the ink for it, I think.
So he's tapping 5 for Maui to go into the other Maui here, rushing into it, challenging it, knocking it out. So he doesn't have to worry about that 6 strength coming in, knocking out any of his characters like that Baymax when it does quest, which would be great.
Just flashed it again, and I didn't pick it up. Very
Me
sad.
either. I know.
uh, I think he just has to just quest with both and He may have been able to not quest with Baymax, maybe. If he doesn't quest with Baymax, only gets to Goofy, then maybe next turn he can quest and heal the damage off of Goofy when it challenges Tamatoa if Sama does decide to exert it. But I don't think it's a huge deal. I think Dylan feels like he's in a pretty okay spot right now. And if his opponent wants to take a turn off and attack this Baymax, I don't think he's scared.
Yeah, I know the little lore tools is a little bit different at the moment. I know they should be at 11 instead of 9.
Yeah.
And then I think 16 should be up as well instead of 16. I think by 17 at least. I'm thinking, but I may be wrong on that.
We'll get an update in a
But
second.
yeah, we'll update it all in a minute.
I think
19?
yes, I believe
Yeah,
he's
I
at
think it
19
was
because
like
he quests for
19.
3 here. He was at 16 at the start of the turn, then quest for 3 here. So he should be at 19. So he's looking at just hoping to end the game with any kind of trigger he can
Yeah.
and not getting pirates left.
Yeah, no.
That's his biggest
That's gonna be the
concern.
rough one. And he definitely runs those in the deck.
Yeah.
You definitely will see those.
So, if Sama cannot take out this Goofy too, he will. This will be the end of the first game here. I wonder what Sama has up his sleeve. Oh, Lady Tremaine.
Lady
Okay,
Tremaine coming down here. Okay, this is gonna be really fun now.
haven't seen the ladies in a while. That's an interesting. I haven't seen Lady Tremaine in like a Ruby Sapphire deck in a while, and I kind of like it. I really like this card. She's been a staple since she was released. I know the Madame Medusa was taking her spot for a little bit, but he decided to include it as one of his like off tech cards for things, and I don't hate it. I quite like this card and what it offers in these kinds of decks. I know some people are like on Hades or on this Tremaine, or like they have like 1 or 2 spots that are flexes, and I quite like Tremaine being one of them.
Yeah, now we get the lore finally updated here. But we see another Baymax coming down. And potentially questing for next turn because it's here. It ain't exerted, and it can gain some lore next turn as long as there's no way to remove it or any way to reduce the lore. And we get to see a pirate's life.
Yep.
Yo ho, a pirate's life for me. You know.
Yeah, this card is extremely strong, especially in this matchup here, where like Dylan been at one card for so long and just hasn't been able to get any like accrue any kind of value to just drop a bunch of things and end the game. This pirate life will be pretty devastating. And going to be hard to get back into this game with a Tremaine and a Tamatoa and this Manor.
Yeah, and I think this is our first pirate's life that we've seen so far.
Yeah, he hasn't seen many.
So that means he has 3 more in the deck somewhere.
Yeah.
Unless if he inked one that we couldn't see, but for the most part, he has 3 somewhere.
Yeah, like it could have been inked with the Tipo, I think is the only thing we wouldn't have seen. Or if he had to ship any to the bottom with any of his visions earlier. So I would expect, if I'm Dylan, I would probably have to expect a couple more Pirates Life heading his way if this game continues to go on.
Yeah.
Looks like we're trying to figure out
Making sure.
what the lore totals were here.
Yeah.
I believe Sama should be at 15. I don't think he triggered Pirates Life.
Looks like it might actually be 17-17.
Oh, he may have forgotten to his McDuck Manor for the iPad. That's fine. We'll just keep in mind that he's at 17. Hopefully our judge can maybe get over there and talk to him. So it's just tied up, which is pretty important. This Sisu coming down. This is looking like the game's starting to close out here for Sama. There's not a ton of ways for Dylan to be able to come back into this game.
Yeah,
Love to see if he pulls a miracle though. No. That's to scoop it up and go to the next one.
Yeah, no, that's definitely got some big characters here. We got a Sisu, a Lady Tremaine, and a Tamatoa, plus a McDuck Manor. I don't know if there's really anything you can do to get rid of any of that.
Yeah, especially after getting hit with Pirate's Life a couple times. Like it was tough. Dylan was like so close to getting there. He just needed like, if I think if one of those Flints had lived for even a turn, the game was his. I think it was good. Like both players played really, really well that game. It just that Pirate's Life decided to change the entire shift of the game, and also this McDuck Manor that just got to sit around. It's tough to decide when you need to like start swinging into this McDuck Manor and get it off the table, or just leave it and hope you can race it. And I don't think Dylan was wrong in his decision. He was really hoping to just get another Tinkerbell plus a 5 strength character and play them both in the same turn and win the game. And I don't hate that play from him.
Yeah, no, that definitely seemed like the best spot. I mean, he was up by
Yeah.
11 lore at the time,
Yep.
which is the smart thing to do, is to race that, because there was really no quick way for Sama to even get close to that
Yeah.
in a turn or two.
Yeah. And he it was gonna take Dylan like 2 or 3 turns to actually get up to its willpower in that 9 willpower. He always had like a 3 and a 5 and never really had a way to like either swing at it in one turn, or it was always gonna take him like 3 turns, and that's just a lot of momentum to lose for the style of deck that he's. It also helps, I think, that Dylan really, really does want to. I think he was on the play in the first game too, but he does really want to be on the play for the most part. Really wants to get this Flynn down before anything else can happen, so that he starts gaining more. Because I don't think Salman's actually playing anything earlier than turn like 3 or 4 that can actually challenge Flynn's strength himself, and so I think Flynn will trigger himself, um, which is pretty important. Like even if in this matchup specifically, Flynn doesn't need anything necessarily by its side until we start getting to like 8 ink, and that's when it starts to really matter, which is nice for Dylan.
Yeah, because I mean, like the only thing he does have is the Grammatala that has that 3 strength.
Yeah,
And before that, you literally only have Tipo, and then any removal would be Brawl, would be the
yeah.
other removal that he has for that early game removal from
But
Flynn.
if Sama has to play Brawl on a Flynn, it feels, especially for Ruby Sapphire, it feels really, really bad to do on like turn 3, or like typically someone wants to be at 4 ink on turn 3, and if you're having to Brawl and take a turn off, like it can be pretty tempo negative for someone to do that. Really, Brawl wants to be here for like the genies and the other like problematic evasives that he can't deal with that are just gonna start questing on him because he only has the one evasive character. But worst case scenario, he has um this Brawl to take out the Flynn as well. I really want to see this Maximus villain. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, no, I mean, this Maximus would be great to see coming down out here. I mean, he does have 3 copies of it, so that means you can potentially see this
Yeah,
here.
I've seen it floating around. I've seen this deck list floating around for a little while. I know some people have brought it to set champs pretty recently, and I have wanting to see it. So I'm glad we're seeing it here in round 1. But it looks like we're kicking things off here. Dylan's got another 2 Flynns in his hand, so he's really hoping that these Flynns stick around.
Yeah, that's a lot of Flynns.
I think he's got 2 Flynns and 2 Johns, so he
Oh,
just wants to go Flynn, Flynn, John, John, and hope that he can just win the game that way. This is a very strong start from Dylan looking from his hand.
yeah, no, that's, and we can see we have 2 Grammatalas, a McDuck Manor, a Half Shark, and a Sail, and it looks like a Tipo here coming in on Sama's side. We might be able to see, or we're going to probably see this, probably a Sail come down. I'm going to take a guess, but he could play this Tipo just to have a character on board. But nope, we're playing that Sail.
Yeah, I think without the Vitalis Sphere, Tipo, he's not so concerned with getting Tipo down. It's not going to actually challenge. He'd rather just ink it because he's not going to try and ink. He's probably not going to try and ramp again. Really, you really only have to ramp once in this deck, and then from there you can die and kind of do things as you need.
Yeah, now we see this Flynn here gaining 3 lore because it's the only character on the board with strength, mind you.
Yeah,
The only character. So it's just going to gain 3 lore. If there's not an answer for this guy might be very devastating to deal with. And we see a Prince John now come down.
yeah,
I don't know if there's really a way to deal with this Flynn trigger at this point unless you get rid of it.
yeah. If I know Dylan has the second one in his hand, and I know he wants to get this Prince John down, but I think he also could have safely played this other Flynn and probably gained to 6 next turn. Depending on what he did see Sama ink a Grammatala, which does kind of signal that he's not super, but he had another one. Um, so I would have got. Um, I think inking the first Grammatala would like signal to me personally that's like, hey, he's probably not gonna. He probably doesn't have another one, or either it's safe enough to ink one because he has another one, or he's not super interested in playing Grammatala on 4, and you have to take like the gamble on which one Sama is going to choose.
Yeah, now we get to see Sama having two half sharks,
Yeah.
a How Far Ago, and two Mick Duck Manners.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to really matter because now we have the Prince John, two Flynns, and a Tinkerbell now on board.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to be the answer unless if well, I mean, we see that Sisu now.
He's got to get to that
He's
ink
got to get that
first.
quick.
He's got to how far I'll go for this turn, but unfortunately, he's not gonna be able to challenge these Flynns, unless he sees a brawl, but that only deals with one of them. It was smart from Dylan to not deploy this other Flynn. He wanted to get another trigger off the Prince John. It like secured that trigger too, and then now feels safe enough to play this thing. And I think he still has the other Prince John in his hand, so I think he's gonna be able to trigger Tinkerbell next turn too, which is like 10 plus lore in a turn, something like that. It'll be a lot.
Yeah, that's just going to be insane here. Of course, we're going to have Grandma Tala sing this How Far I'll Go, trying to find either some removal, um, like B prep, or even, I mean, is that a Pirate's Life in?
I think he found a Maui. He could the hero all.
Is it Hero All Mally?
I think so. I think that's the
Ooh.
one he's taking. He kind of passed too.
Okay, yeah, put it in the correct spot.
Yeah.
Um,
I do it all the time. You have so many cards, either put it on the bottom or ink it or do something, and they get confusing
yeah,
all the time. It happens. I think he took that hero to all, and I think that
yeah,
he
that's what it looked
absolutely
like.
has to.
It looked like that's what he took here. Yeah, because he has, it looks like, might have been like three. Does he have two sharks? Oh, no, okay. So
Yep.
we do see Hero to All here, Maui come down, getting ready to challenge anything if anything does decide the quest, but I don't think he really needs a quest because these Flynns are going to gain some lore just from their ability.
Well, he's got to deal with this Maui first because Maui's stopping from getting triggers because it's 6 power or 6
Oh, yeah.
strength. So he does have to deal with it. But if he just takes the Prince John and attacks the Grammatala, um, then Sama is probably incentivized to challenge his Prince John, which means he's back on getting triggers, or he just lets him have this entire board, which is also like relatively scary.
Yeah.
I do believe Dylan's at 8. Just did not hit the
He
charter.
is. Yes, he is at
He's
8.
at 9 now.
Now 9.
Yep, I think he's gotten there. Yep.
Perfect.
Just writing everything down for you before you hit the iPad. I do think I see a brawl in Sama's hand too. I don't think he's super interested in playing it. He's just trying to turbo out these
You know, that might have been the card
Sisu.
instead of Maui. That might have been the Brawl instead of the Maui in his hand that he grabbed.
Maybe he already
'Cause
had
it
this
looks like they're
Maui.
very yeah. I think he had the
They're
hero
all
to
red
all in
cards. They all
hand.
kind of look the same.
I know they are. They're very similar arts. They have very similar
Yeah,
color palettes in that side corner
yeah, the sky
of the
and blue and
cards.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um, Sama's very very close to getting this Sisu online, and I think he's gonna probably try to get there if he can. I don't. He's got another Maui in his hand too. I wonder the hero to all. So he's probably going to attack the Prince John and then play his other one, unless he wants to try to ink it and get a shark down. Maybe that's what he's planning on doing. Yeah, the shark also challenges strength enough. He doesn't exactly have to deal with this board too much because he knows that Sisu will deal with most of it because he's not too scared of these. He's dealing with this board state very well.
yeah. And the nice thing too about Half Shark is it is evasive, so it can take care of this Tinkerbell and
Yeah,
not be a problem.
yeah. But so can I think Sama's gonna try and push for this Sisu next turn. Then he can save. Like he doesn't. I mean, he can challenge if he really wants to, and then do it. That way he gets his action back. That'll be pretty nice. Um, but that's if Dylan decides to turn it sideways into the shark, and I don't think he's super interested in doing that.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot of actions yet to pick, but there are some pretty good ones.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Dylan decides. He's in a bit of a pickle. Doesn't have a ton of things in his hand that are like um very. I was gonna say the opposite of reactive. Don't remember the word off the top of my head.
Well,
Proactive. Thank you. I just thought of it. he doesn't have a ton of things that are like proactive in his hand right now that are able to just kind of push past this shark. Unfortunately, this shark is just a stonewall to so many decks right now. Deciding to play into it a little bit, just because he needs to try to end the game somehow. Maybe hoping that Sama feels like he has to play it be prepared and incidentally getting rid of this shark. And I don't think Dylan would entirely hate that. We'll have to see what Dylan does after inevitably the Sisu comes down.
Yeah, I mean, we do have the Prince Johns here, and it could be knocked out from the shark to grab back some cards, some of those actions from the discard here. But I don't know if that's really necessary because there's not really any good actions in the discard right yet, besides like how far I go, and a couple like cards that let you dig through a couple, the top 2, 3 cards in the deck, but nothing like really anything that will help take the game any further, but we do get to see now the Sisu coming down, taking care of the Flins and the Tinkerbell. And now the Prince Johns have the 1 damage on it because he did get to play a card, played that character.
I'm curious if Sama will even challenge because he will lose his shark, like you said, and I didn't even think about it for a second. Losing this shark will be like not awful for Sama, but he only has 1 card, so I think if he can try to take anything else out, he will. But he might have to take out one of these Johns because he can't let him sit here forever, and I don't think he has a ton of other like removal in his hand anymore.
I mean, he still has, I believe, the Hero Doll in his hand.
He has the
I
other
think he
one.
still has that one, that second
Yeah.
one there. So he should still have it and being able to take care of at least one of them. I mean, they'll trade, but hey, taking care of one's not that bad. You at least get to deal with one and deal with the other one the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like now that's what he's here for. He's here to take things out. So if he trades, it's not the biggest deal.
Yeah.
Dylan again with next to no cards in his hand. He's dealing with this deck that does not draw a ton, which is the one thing that really bogs him down when playing, especially in this matchup. Really, really needs to save some cards in his hand, just accrue some value. And I think if I'm Dylan, that's what I'm kind of do is I'll take a couple turns, draw a couple cards naturally, and just sit here and wait and see to just try to respond to Sama. I know he has the Goofy in his hand. Most likely it's traded, but it does gain him 2, and that's all you can hope for. A Baymax would be pretty nice here.
Oh yeah, Baymax would be really nice. Getting that down, gaining some lore, and getting to keep around the John for just a little bit longer would be
Yeah.
nice.
I have a feeling that both of these Johns are, or at least one of them, is going by this turn. If he has that hero to all, what I think I would like him to do is just play the hero to all, take 1 out, and then um just quest start pushing damage or pushing lore, and try to start getting himself on the board because this other Prince John is not too scary unless he sees the Baymax, which is where he has to take the gamble.
Yeah.
Still got 4 left. Still could play a Grammatala, How Far I'll Go, a couple other things. Looks like he is gonna start questing with this.
There you go.
iPad going a little crazy. Start questing with this Sisu. Start really, really just pushing it and just making Dylan now decide: do I need to get this Sisu off the table, or do I just keep pushing with this 1 Prince John? Even though it's not a lot, every little lore that he gets matters when his opponent's playing Pirate's Life. He needs to get as high as he can.
Yeah, and it looks like he was debating here what he wanted to do with the half shark to grab what action he wanted to, or if he wanted to quest with it. But he did grab an action, so that he can play it next turn, or even this turn, really, if he wanted to play some extra cards, trying to find some things. But it looked like we just passed and went to the next turn.
He may even just want it for ink. I don't know what else is in his hand. He not that he needs a ton of ink anymore, but like getting Be Prepared and enough ink to play Be Prepared and McDuck Manor is pretty huge for this deck. Or even just like Dark plus Brawl would be pretty nice for him right now. Or he's just saving that Develop Your Brain for his shark that he's going to play this turn.
Yeah, I mean, he has the shark, he has the brawl, and this develop now.
Yep.
He can
Smart.
pretty much do all that, and looks like that's the direction he's pretty much going with here. Gaining some lore from that shark, with playing that action, and then looking with the cards from develop and trying to see if he could find something else ready to go for next turn, another action to gain him some more lore. But it looks like we see a Sisu, and I don't know what the other card is, but it doesn't matter because that's not what he grabbed. I'm pretty sure he grabbed that Sisu.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. It's removal and also just a good card to start closing out the game. I think that's what he's truly interested in at the moment. Um, he just needs to start pushing towards the end game and keep Dylan off of anything that comes down. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Sama just play the Sisu next turn, even for no value. Because questing for 3 is a lot. And forces Dylan to probably play another Maui if he's got it, or like the Goofy if he sees that. Um, to start to even take that out. It might even be more important for him to take out that Sisu than this Shark right now. We'll have to see.
Yeah, no, that Sisu can definitely come down and just start gaining lore if it's not dealt with. But guess what? We get to see your favorite card. You've been waiting for it.
I have been waiting for the horse.
It's the
Um,
Maximus, baby.
Now remind me, it triggers on 3 power and 5 power, or is it just 5 power?
So at the end of the turn, of course, you gain. If you have 5, you're good, and then 10
Oh,
is if
10.
you gain
Okay,
5 lore. If you have
gotcha.
10 strength.
So unfortunately, I don't know that Dylan's ever hit. I know he's playing the Scepter of Arendelle to give things support, so he has the opportunity to get to 10. But with 1 card in his hand or 2 cards in his hand, one. Okay. I don't think he's getting there, but I do kind of hope he has a Prince John to at least get 1 trigger. Because I'll be honest, I don't know if I've ever seen a Maximus trigger, and that would be pretty exciting.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever seen one either. I mean, this Maximus is going to be great, and what's even better, it's a foil Maximus.
Oh,
It's
that's
shiny.
yeah.
It's great. It's going to be really fun. We get to see this thing happen.
I will say this deck, I am interested in maybe personally keeping an eye on Dylan throughout the day. Personally, just because I know this deck is like relatively strong. I think this is like the one matchup that it can kind of struggle in because it just Pirate's Life, Be Prepared. These cards are all so detrimental to what it's trying to do. Not keeping anything on the board is just and Sama just being like, oh, nice 5 willpower characters you have over there. It would be a shame if Be Prepared and wiping the entire board is so detrimental. But I think it has so many other good matchups that it's pretty strong and can just start racing its opponent and end the game. Which is pretty cool. I'm hoping this Sama can put in work for Dylan throughout the day today.
Yeah, and I mean, getting to play these actions now with, of course, Shark, it's just gaining lores, making this Shark really be kind of hard to deal with and has to be dealt with at some point here. Because, I mean, we are at 7, and he's gaining lore quickly with playing those Pirates' Life, and getting the Shark triggers on top of that is going to be insane. And that Maximus is going to have to put in some work here.
Yeah.
If we don't see this Maximus putting in work, it's gonna be catching up on him real quick.
Mine's a Goofy, and I did not see the other card in his hand. This is a tough spot for Dylan. This Shark does not ever have to actually go sideways. If Sama does remember and he's careful, he knows that Dylan's on that Goofy. He saw it last game. He needs to be careful. He can't ever turn that Goofy sideways. Um, or he can't ever turn this Shark sideways. Excuse. Because the moment he does, he might just start losing the game. So he has to be extremely careful. He hasn't played this card in his hand for a while. And so you have to be like, is that the Goofy? Is he like waiting for my Shark to go sideways to play it? So someone does have to be a little careful.
Now, there's 2 different Goofies he's playing.
Oh, is he playing another
He's
one?
playing 2 different Goofies. We are playing the Super Goof
Oh yeah.
and the Flying Goof.
Yep.
So both of them can gain him. Can either deal with the characters or gain lore.
Yeah.
Which can be very devastating here. But we do get to see the Sisu now coming down, taking out that Tinkerbell, and potentially getting closer to lore here. Didn't get to do anything with the Shark effect yet, but we now get to see a Mulan in hand. He drew
Yeah.
a Mulan. Okay.
But he doesn't have the shift target for it, so he doesn't have a way to give it more strength because it's only 2 strength, and it needs to use the shift ability to get the +3, so to be at 5. Um, so he Has to be kind of careful with this Milan. I don't think it's gonna put in a ton of work. I think it's just a matter of, hey, I need to play it to start questing for 2.
Oh yeah, no, that's all it's going to be doing.
I think that's what he has to do with it. Yep. He's got the deep sea trouble one too.
He does. Ooh,
They're
the pretty
pretty.
one.
Yeah, they are pretty. The tentacles and stuff are all pretty cool. I do like the effect on these. I haven't actually gotten to see the Reign of Jafar ones. I didn't buy like the box or anything, so I haven't gotten to see them personally.
I've only seen pictures of them, and they look gorgeous in the pictures. I just
Yeah.
haven't got to physically see
Yeah,
one, and
physically seen them.
I've been
I
hearing
do
a
want
lot of
to.
good things about them. I think I've almost think they're even better than the Ursula ones.
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I know they have like a bit of more of a sand effect on them. So that'll be.
I mean, even the foilings is quite different because it's got more of the. It's a little shinier, not like that darker.
Well, I wonder if they
foiling
changed
to
it for because they like switched foiling processes between these 2 boxes. So I wonder if that was part of it too.
That was probably a reason.
Seeing the Timatoa come down finally, going to start grabbing his popsicles back and start drawing a bunch of cards. Definitely what Sama wants to be doing right now. Hopefully finds more fuel for this shark. And Dylan's just sitting here hoping. I'm hoping I can trigger this Maximus at least one. He needs to trigger this Maximus. So, luckily, the Maximus doesn't care about his opponent's power, just his own character strengths. So that's kind of nice. Where Flynn cares about the entire board state. So at least Dylan doesn't have that much to worry about. Like he can just play a Maui Hero Wall and not do anything with it, and it'll actually trigger for him.
Yeah, no, that Maximus is great, not having to worry about your opponent's side of the field and how strong they are. Because I mean, right now, having that shark on the field is going to be very hard to deal with. But we see a let it go on our good friend the Maximus.
Unfortunately.
Sadly, Maximus has left the building.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Wow.
But I don't blame Sama. He wants to get the trigger. He's looking in a very strong position right now. If Dylan cannot find an answer, then he's just gonna lose this game, unfortunately. We'll have to see what he does though. He might have some tricks up his sleeve still. Never out of it until you're out of it. See what Dylan's got here. He does have the Milan that can start shooting her arrows at people, though. Again, that only being 2 power, it's just not quite enough to take things out on the board here unless he has something to give it power.
Yeah. It's not going to do a lot, but I mean, the Scrooge here is a 5/5 that can at least kind of stick around for a little bit, but I don't know what the last. Do you remember what the last card is in his hand?
No, but Sama's pushing 18 lore next turn. And Dylan doesn't have a way to take anything on right now, I think. So if he finds 2 actions and just has 2 actions lying around, or a Pirate's Life or something, this game might be over. We'll have to see what Sama has.
I was going to say, a Pirate's Life is going to end the game.
Yeah.
If we see Pirate's Life, which it doesn't look like we see a Pirate's Life, but we do get to see a Popsicle in his hand, so he could draw it here.
Yeah. He's just going to start drawing a bunch of cards, I think. I think he grabbed 2 Popsicles from the Tamatoa, so we'll have to see.
There could be a chance where we see a Pirate's Life here winning off the game. We see 1 Popsicle being played, and then debating on the next one. Are we figuring out what the next one? Oh, and there it is.
Yeah.
He got the Pirate's Life to close out the game. I can't believe it.
Yeah. This game was really solid. I think both players played really, really well. It's just that Dylan ended up running out of steam. Like he had such a strong start, and then just running out of steam. Running out of steam like that, unfortunately for this deck, especially against Ruby Sapphire, is so hard. So
yeah, that was definitely a very interesting match. I mean, we did get to see the Maximus being played like you wanted. You saw the Maximus being played.
It got played at the very least.
It got played. That's all you asked for. You didn't say anything else until after it came
true.
out. You said you wanted to see that card being played.
I'll be more careful with my wishes next time.
I know. Hey, we might be able to see it again. You never know. Somebody else could be playing this card.
I wouldn't be surprised to see this deck again. This deck is like relatively strong. It just against Ruby Sapphire in particular with Be Prepared, it can be a little rough to keep your big bodies around.
Yeah, no, it definitely could be a little bit of a rough one to kind of stick around with. And it definitely was a rough match against this particular version
Yeah.
of Ruby Sapphire here. It definitely was a rough. Like I said, I hope we get to see more of this. I really like this. I like Dylan's deck. I think it's cool to see. Like
I
you
think
said, the
both the players
Maximus
did
is
very,
great.
very well.
They did really well. Yeah, they did extremely well. They played everything perfectly. I mean, they did what they could, and they fought, and they were both really close to 20 towards the end. They got really neck and neck. It was
Yeah.
really close game.
Alrighty, I think we're gonna go to standby for just a little bit here, and we'll be next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for round 2 in just a few minutes.
We will see you then.
Yep. Welcome back to the Reign of Jafar set champs here at House Rules Gaming, presented by Ink Archive. Um, I'm Tyler back. We got Briar back. We're going into round two here. I believe our two players here, we have Jose and Alex. I believe one of them is on Racers, which will be pretty interesting to see. I know that Racers have gotten a bunch of support the past couple of sets, especially with a couple of the King Candies, relatively new Wreck-It Ralph, the uninkable one, a couple of things like that. And then I believe our other player is on. What do we got over there, Briar?
It is actually Amethyst Steel.
Oh, okay.
We see some Amethyst Steel here, just kind of like your typical Amethyst Steel. But the interesting thing is, he's only playing one action in this. Through the
Oh, okay.
whole entire thing, he's only playing one action, but he is having some of these cards like Dump Truck here that we've seen that does ping 1 damage when it gets played, so which is great. And it is going to be a fun game. And it looks like we are ready to go
Yep,
here.
we're all set. We'll switch over to gameplay in just a second here. I'm super excited. We have Amber Ruby and Amethyst Steel, two color pairings that like Amethyst Steel is consistently pretty good. There have been a bunch of different variations for the deck. We've seen more aggressive versions, we've seen more mid-range versions, um we've seen a bunch of different things, and I'm curious as to it looks like this is more of the aggressive version. Um Really looking to like close the game out with Smees and Cobras and Genies and just really present problem threats. Racers, again, these decks are both pretty fast. They just want to end the game, so this will probably be just very fast and very just like, oh, both of us are going to try to end the game as quickly as we can without interacting with their opponent as much as we
Yeah, no, that's definitely what it seems like. And it actually looks like the racers are going to be focusing on like that aggro type of vibe to it with no locations. It's not playing anything around the locations, it's definitely playing around, putting some damage on the characters and kind of just doing some like fun little things, bringing them back from the discard.
Yeah.
And it looks like this is going to be a really cool and fun way and fun deck to kind of watch.
We see Jose, okay. Yep, okay, thank you. Just making sure. Jose playing this dock and not using the trigger. Just doesn't have another 2-drop to play. Um, Actively just wants to keep up with what his opponent is doing. I know that like he sees this Vanellope and goes, "Oh, it's probably racers or probably something similar," and knows that that's aggressive. So just wants to get bodies down on the board to just keep questing, keep pushing lore, and not fall behind his opponent, because that is one problem that Amethyst Steel can have, is that it um will fall behind racers. And you do not want to fall behind racers at all. So we'll have to see. Jose bringing the stock back, so he does get the opportunity that if he wants to play it later, he can, and starts getting damage down on the other characters on the other side here, starting to slow them down a little bit. Um, Decide what Jose is doing for the rest of, or sorry, Alex is doing here. Just Ink and Brawl, getting down one of these many rush characters, taking out the Fox, kind of resetting the game, questing for 2. Um, Putting Jose in kind of a, not a weird spot, but like kind of a, okay, now he's got this thing like quest for 2. I'm still on this Diablo, so hopefully he has more aggressive cards in his hand. I do see that Madam Mim Snake probably wants to get that down pretty soon, but getting this rabbit down this turn isn't bad either. It can challenge things relatively okay, and he does not care if it gets banished because it'll have drawn him a bunch of cards. Um, so we'll have to see if he decides to try and just accrue value, or he had another Fox and it was hiding. Very good play on Jose here to get Get this 2-quester out of the way. He does not want racers to get out in front of him, very funnily enough, which is what race cars do.
Yeah, no, these racers, race cars, our drivers here are definitely off to some races at some point, or getting ready to do some racing, and it is going to be some fun things to see. And sadly, we're losing a lot of racers. Our
Yeah,
racers are definitely crashing right now. But however, we do get to see a non-racer card. Yeah, you heard me right. That is a non-racer card, and that is Dale.
I
We get to
just
see a Dale now.
I just want everybody to know that our man on production is popping off because he loves Chip and Dale.
Yeah, no, the Chippendale is
Um,
his favorite character.
but I do like this Dale. The fact that he just says, hey, take the top 3, put them into your discard, and you can you give something minus strength. He doesn't care about the strength so much, but Racers loves its discard pile. It feels like a search pile for them half the time, where it's like, oh, I need a card this turn. Let me play a card that lets me find the other card. So you just kind of use your discard as a toolbox. Um, and that's all that Racers wants to do. So this Dale does a very good job, and I think it's relatively well statted too. Being a 3/4 is like not the worst for him. It does challenge this board fairly well. And he can like take out this rabbit and hope that Jose wants to take it out with his fox and hopefully kind of 2-for-1 ish Jose here. I know he'll draw a card with the rabbit, but I think getting this rabbit off the table as soon as possible, not letting Jose play a bunch of Madam Mims and bouncing it back to his hand a bunch is pretty important too. Oh, and we see the shift now too.
Oh, we got the shift Chip and Dale here. Oh, we are seeing some cards being played today. This is going to be a fun one, and this Chip and Dale is great because one, it shifts,
Yeah.
and not just shifts on it on characters. It shifts on any Chip and Dale.
Yeah. It could be any
This
chip, any
is
Dale, anything.
this is great, and seeing this coming down, and then being able to put, or whenever he does put a card in his inkwell, he gets to grab a card from his discard.
Exactly what I was saying.
This is a great card to kind of have here, literally making that discard a toolbox.
Yeah.
It literally makes it a toolbox.
And
Grab whatever he wants.
Questing for 3 is huge, especially against Jose right now, where his board is like, oh, I have to use everything to get rid of this Chip and Dale if they do quest with it. Like he has to subtract his entire board to do it, which is not what he wants to do. So that's this Chip and Dale might stick around, and he could even like Alex next turn could attack or challenge with this Chip and Dale, ink a card, and then go grab that Rapunzel, and then just draw a bunch of cards off it. Like I don't hate that play if Jose doesn't respect it. Then he might just get blown out by Racers drawing way too many cards that it should not draw.
Yeah, no, this could be a really fun way just to get a bunch of cards from the deck to the hand, and literally grabbing again whatever he wants to do, whatever he needs. He needs a healing, great. He needs something that quests, great, cool. He's got it. He's going to have it immediately and being able to play it. But I don't know. This might be a little rough here because we see our friend here questing for quite a bit.
Yeah.
And he might outrace him a little bit. Literally outrace him.
Yeah, I think if I'm Alex here, you definitely have to. Yep, he's grabbing that Rapunzel. I do think he has to attack. Yep, he can challenge the Fox and then do the Rapunzel. Just extremely smart heads up play here to draw a bunch of cards and still force Jose that if he wants to get rid of this Chip and Dale, that will keep doing this every turn, basically. He has to use a ton of his board to do it. Even now, even though it's got a damage marked on, he has to throw both of this Cobra and this snake, and even better that draw a bunch of cards. He didn't get to play anything else off the back of it, which is like what I really would have hoped to do, but I don't think it's too big of a deal. He got enough value off of this Chip and Dale and Rapunzel, so we'll really have to see what Jose, especially Jose, looking at 2 docks in his hand. That always gets kind of awkward for this deck. So he's really gonna have to play like the rabbit and probably this crab and just start hopefully getting value that way, and maybe at some point just throw these docks down and get value out of them. love when you get stuck with a bunch of docks in your hand for Amethyst Steel. It's just one of the things that always seems to happen to this deck. Every time I've played it, every time I've seen other people play, it's just, hey, what do you have in your hand? 2 docks. Every time.
Yeah, no, Doc is definitely a card that's very common to see multiples of in this deck. It's definitely a fun thing. Well, what's nice too is we also got this rabbit. We can play both.
Yep.
And actually get a little bit more card draw if we need to, so we don't have to rely on the dock as our only card draw option, which is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many Amethyst Steel decks that like play both Doc and Rabbit, and I don't hate it for Jose. It gives him a nice little, hey, if I need the game to, if I want to try to be a little more grindy with this Rabbit, I can. If not, I just play this Doc and start hopefully getting more Cobras and more things that just start pushing the end game.
Now, we get to see a Wreck-It Ralph here.
Yeah.
A Wreck-It Ralph that's big lug Wreck-It Ralph. He gonna be lugging some things around, and whenever you do get to play this character and quest, we get to grab any racer. We get to grab a racer. This is great, and then gain 1 lore on top of it. Man, you know he's got a lot of racers in this discard, and there's some good ones. Like he's got, what is it? Gloyd is one of them in there that he's got. So that Gloyd can gain him some lore, make opponent lose lore. He could be doing some really good stuff here.
Yeah, it harps back to what I said earlier with like, it's just the discard is so much of a toolbox for him that he just gets to do whatever he wants. He, like you said, he needs removal in the form of like rush characters. He's got it. He needs to drain his opponent with like, hey, you lose one, I gain one with this Gloyd over and over and over again. If he needs, even the one of the newer Wreck-It Ralphs, he's a 4/2 that when he comes in, he gives something +4 power. Like it's a crab for this deck. We know how strong crab is, and just having a bunch of crabs over and over and over again with Wreck-It Ralph is very good. And we see Jose with 3 docks now in his hand, and I have a feeling that he wants to. Is he going to use that trigger, or is he going to wait for the next one? He might wait for the next one. I don't hate that play.
Yeah,
Just wants to get bodies down.
he just seemed pretty happy having 3 docks in his hand. It looked really happy there.
Yeah, happy's a word I could use. He's got a decent board state though. Like he's not doing that bad. He just has to be mindful of all of the things that Alex can do with his discard. It can be kind of overwhelming knowing that your racer's opponent has like 7 cards in his hand right now or something. He has a ton of cards in his hand. And also just being like, I also have to keep an eye on their discard a ton, because it's just not something you have to do a ton in this game, is like keep a huge eye on their discard. Sometimes you do. Like, oh, how many be prepared if they played? But like also having to be like, okay, what tools does he have access to that he can just keep getting back with all of these racers, and the fact that he has like 6 cards.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a different learning aspect of this, and it's definitely something new that this deck has definitely brought in. I mean, we've seen a little bit of the kind of like keeping an eye on the discard and what cards are with Half Shark being introduced in the game of grabbing back actions, and that's been a card that's been played quite a bit, as we've seen in round 1 already, and then probably even some more in the future here as well. But this is definitely taking that to a whole new level, because it's not just actions. We are seeing characters, and characters can do a lot of damage and do a lot of different things that actions can't really do sometimes.
This is getting crazy for Alex. He's just really starting to build this board, and since we know Jose just has a bunch of docks in his hand, it gets kind of scary if he doesn't hit anything good off these docks. But he does see a Cobra. Cobra's very nice for him right now. Actually, I think it just wins in the game. I actually didn't even say it. Yeah.
Cobra wins. I mean, he also had the goat too if he really wanted to do that.
Yeah.
But he just want to go out in style, get that extra 21.
3 docks in his hand and still got the game.
Somehow.
Well, I mean, he's got all those docks in his hand, so all the rest of his cards typically end up just having lore on their triggers, on their on-play triggers. I think Alex was really starting to get into the rhythm of that game. It was just that Jose always had something to play. Always, even if it wasn't the dock. And I think it was really smart for him to never, like, he played like 2 or 3 docks and never used the triggers, which is not something you see very often.
Yeah, no, we don't see that. That's very rare. Do you ever see that happen?
Yeah. It was pretty heads up from him. I mean, he had a bunch of cards in his hand. You don't want to discard them. But sometimes it's just, even when he had 2 other docks in his hand, he still was like, I'm gonna hold on to these docks for just another turn, just get that other body out there to hopefully quest with, and just push the end of the game, and then just happened to get Cobra and Goat in his hand to finish the game off.
Yeah, it is definitely a way to end the game. Is just finding those enter abilities that gain you the lore,
Yeah.
like Goat, like the Cobra here, and gaining just lore off of that. And those cards alone are definitely some powerful cards that have won games multiple times in the past, and we are still seeing them being played and winning games here today.
Yeah. I mean, when you have something that says, "Hey, on play, gain a lore," and you're at 19, it's just like, oh, you didn't have anything to worry about. You just won the game. That's why they're so strong. They just steal games out from nowhere. Um, it's why we see them today. It's why even though Goat is like, I mean, Goat also has like amazing stats for what it does. I don't think he's on any of the White Rose. That one has been in and out of Amethyst Steel lists for a while. But I wouldn't be surprised if he was. He's not, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was. Like there are so many different iterations, and you just kind of pick and choose. Hey, which triggers do I actually care about for like my style of deck? Um, and Jose decided that White Rose was not one of them.
You know what I just realized? He is only playing 2 rabbits.
I think he saw them both then, didn't he? Or did he only ever play the
I
one?
think he might have saw both.
Maybe.
And wow.
Yeah.
First of all, wow.
Then
2
all his
rabbits.
docs.
Yeah, he sees all the docks, but only 1 or 2 rabbits, and that's all
Yeah.
he saw. All right. Well, hey, there's your card draw.
Yeah.
You got your card draw. That's all you needed.
On the racer side of things, I think I mean, racers is very much like it's going to be playing all the racers. I do see the Calhoun from I think the latest set. I do quite like this card, especially like in limited. Oh, it's from set 7. Okay. I do quite like this card. I liked it in limited. It's just, hey, when you play this character, you can choose a discard a card to give a chosen opposing -3 power. Until the start of your next turn, which is nice because it's like, oh, you have a thing to challenge. I can protect my thing and fill my discard to go get it back later if I really want. Which is nice.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a good card for here, because you can have your racers challenging into some of your opposing characters,
Yeah.
and either letting them kind of survive an extra turn, or just put them enough to, put some damage on to heal it with that Rapunzel, which is even better.
So going into the second game here, we see Dump Truck. Not a character we see a ton of. He just comes down and he bangs the thing for 1. And I think that Jose really likes this to just get like Curse Merfolk and any of like those 1-cost characters that come down that can be quite problematic. Followers, Diablos, Merfolks, anything like that. Can just go, hey, I don't have to deal with that card anymore. Even this Vanellope that his opponent's playing now, being a 3/1 with Rush, like, oh, I just have this Dump Truck and I can get rid of this powerful card that like threatens to trade with something and just, hey, and then you're just gonna quest a Dump Truck, and if it gets 1 lore, it's done its job. I do quite like the inclusion of this Dump Truck.
Yeah,
quite
no,
a bit.
Dump Truck is definitely a fun card to see here. It's a new card that came out here in the Reign of Jafar set, and I've been liking it. Playing around with it, it's been really fun. Just kind of being able to put some damage on something, and of course we see the smart thing here: playing a snake to bounce it back to hand, so he can play it again next turn and knock out and banish this Vanellope, because it's both Vanellopes currently on the field do only have 1 more willpower left.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he has followers in his hand too, so he does get to play. He can like play 1 drop plus a 2 drop, or both of his 1 drops. I'd probably expect to see his 2 and then 1. And then, like you said, he gets to choose which Vanellope he wants to deal with. Most likely, it's this 3/1 rusher, and I think his opponent realizes that. So it's just you might as well get the lore out of it while you can. And I have to imagine that Snake. Oh, actually, Snake can't actually take anything out here either. I think made the smart heads up play, got rid of one of his racers to make this Snake -3 strength, so that it cannot challenge anything else. So he doesn't lose too much of his board this turn.
Yeah, no, he's not going to lose a whole lot, just the Dump Truck coming down if he does get to play that, and knocking out and banishing a character. And we see actually playing a Crab here, giving the 3 strength to knock out the
Okay.
character. So now we get to cancel out pretty much what that Calhoun did. It
Yeah.
did pretty much nothing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it does force Jose to have to play his crab, which is like not nothing. It obviously is good for Jose because it's a character that is also on the board, which I think is what he wants. Maybe trying to save this dump truck for something that's a little more threatening. By getting this Rapunzel down, and
Yeah.
then now just drawing 3 cards for it again, making huge use of the Rapunzels in this match here.
Yeah, no, these Rapunzels are definitely going to be drawing some cards and putting some damage in is going to be a great thing. And we've seen it last game, and now we're seeing it in this game here as well.
Yeah. Especially this early too. I know we saw it early last game, but I think he's got a bit better of a board state. I think last time he only had the Chip and Dale, and while very strong, it was the only thing he really had access to, and I think that was really where he started to fall behind. Whereas now he has a bit more of a board state, even if he is prone to losing it to some amount of it to this dump truck if it comes down. He Jose does have a genie in his hand too. I wonder if he at one point he wants to try to get that down. He might try to get it down. I wonder like if he ever does try to play this dump truck, when is it actually going to come down again, if ever?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely a thing of when is it coming down because it doesn't look like it's coming down right now anytime soon. But we do get to see another crab coming out and then having crab challenging into the Calhoun. And then there is
Yeah.
the dump truck is back.
I guess he just didn't feel too threatened by this penalty and says, "I have this dump truck and I can get rid of it whenever I want." And it doesn't matter. Like it'll gain a little bit of lore, but I think the fact that he's going to spend 1 ink to get rid of his opponent's 2 ink thing is so high up on the ink trade that he doesn't care too much. Doing Rapunzel on herself, apparently. Getting 3 more cards. This is extremely strong from Alex's side here.
Yeah, I mean, we just see a Rapunzel now and then another Rapunzel. And I mean, are we going to see another Rapunzel? Do you think we're going to see another Rapunzel this game?
Probably.
I mean, as much cards draws, I think so. I mean, we're
If
going to
this goes to a
see.
game 3, definitely.
Let's see. Did he draw a Rapunzel? I don't think he drew a Rapunzel
No,
off
he doesn't
one.
have
It
one.
doesn't look like it.
No.
Oh man, that'd been fun seeing all the Rapunzels. Just play all 4 Rapunzels. You know, just get them all down,
Yeah.
heal all your characters, get all that much draw. I think if you play 4, I don't know what your opponent's going to be doing if you play all 4. I don't know if your opponent just.
I might lose my sanity if somebody did that to me.
Yeah, I would think so. That'd be pretty much what we do.
So this will be able to challenge the Rapunzel with the crab trigger. Super nice for Jose here. He's falling not too far behind in like his hand size compared to his opponent, but his cards are also like kind of okay. They're kind of like the genie's the best thing in his hand right now. Obviously, like being able to push a bunch of lore, start racing his opponent. His opponent doesn't have too many evasive stuff in the deck, so he does want to rely on this genie to try and start ending the game. He does have the rabbit, which is very nice. Start drawing some cards that way, but he's doing okay. But his opponent also just has so many cards.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of cards in hand. We do get, you know what it looks like? It looks like we have the Dale in his hand here. So we might be seeing this Dale come down, putting some cards in the discard, and then it looks like we have a few. It looks like we have a Gloid, so he can discard some Gloids here. He also has the Calhoun, that came out in this recent set, or I'm sorry, last set. That is a Shift Calhoun, and it pretty much returns racers back to the hand again. Another option to return racers from the discard
Yeah,
back to the
I
hand.
think he's got the Calhoun. He's got the Ralph, the big Ralph that we saw earlier, and the King Candy that also gets them back. And I guess Chip and Dale counts. But the ones that specifically get racers, he's got three like play sets of them all, if not playing like maybe missing a copy here and there. That's a lot. We even see him down and Candy Drift coming down. Candy Drift's cool. I do quite like this card. He will have to sacrifice it, or it'll get banished at the end of the turn. But I think he just wants to do it to draw some cards. Doesn't quite care about this 2/2. Just wants to exchange it for something new.
Yeah, I mean, King Candy first of all is just great because whenever one of your character erasers is banished, your opponent has to choose one of their characters to get banished, which is great. I mean, this King Candy can definitely clear some boards. This could be really fun just to see having, because I mean, if you have all your racers quest They don't even have to challenge. They just quest, and your opponent has to answer them.
Yeah.
And then King Candy goes, "You thought you were answering them. No, you're dead too. You're gone. All your characters are gone."
Yeah. Now we do see the Elsa, so that's a huge thing for Jose to get this King Candy off the table. Like you said, this King Candy was just going to sit there and always go, "Hey, you're always going to trade with me, always, always, always." And getting this Elsa down and getting rid of it pretty early was very, very nice. We do see the Cobra in Jose's hand, and he's looking at the Genie and the Rabbit. So not particularly cards that he wants to discard to this Cobra. I think he's going to probably try to see what he gets in next turn, and maybe see if that's worth keeping in his hand. But I would probably be... He's probably incentivized to keep both of those two cards in his...
Yeah, now we get to see this Wreck-It Ralph come back down, and, we're going to see some more racers coming out. I'm ready for this racing action.
I wonder what he gets here.
Yeah, no, that's a great one. But, I mean...
King Candy.
King Candy. It's probably an obvious option.
Well, I wasn't sure if he wanted the Gloid. I wouldn't hate getting the Gloid down and just start, like... You're gaining lore, they're losing lore. Keep Jose down. He's not too high, so it doesn't matter too much. But also, as I said earlier, Amethyst still just has the ability to go, hey, now I'm at like 15 from triggers alone, not even questing. And so you wonder if he's like, oh, well, I'll get this other thing that's a little more chilly to do. And I don't care if it gets banished for whatever reason, especially against something that's so interactive like Amethyst.
Yeah. I mean, we got Genie down here, which is great, and we see a Doc in hand and a Shmi. So those are some cards he's been drawing this turn. So he has some 2 of the 2-cost characters. So we have the Doc to replenish for the Cobra here in the hand, so which is great. So he can get some more cards just from Cobra triggers and from this Doc trigger, which would be great, and get some closer to the game.
Yeah, I think he's at... Yep, he's at 6. I think that's what he want to do, is get Genie and Smee down this turn. He might in the next turn go Rabbit into Doc, and just probably ink, like play Rabbit, draw a card, and then ink it and do it. Like he's not too interested in everything else. He just wants to get these cards out of his hand. He might even not care about the Rabbit too much. He might just play the Doc and then play whatever he gets back off the back of the Doc, depending on what he would prefer.
Now, we see another Wreck-It Ralph come down. Another Wreck-It Ralph, but he grabbed Vanellope.
Okay.
So he grabbed Vanellope this time, so which is going to be an interesting choice. I mean, there's no shift targets in this deck for Vanellope, which is quite interesting. He's not playing any of the shifts, so because there's like the Princess shift, but that's not going to really do anything in the racers. But he's got some decent racers in here. We're going to grab another Vanellope. This is our 1-cost Vanellope, where is Sugar Rush Champ. I mean, we're grabbing that one. And she's only a 1-cost 2/2, but she is a racer, so he might just want to bring her out just so that he can send it in and have these characters just knock out, take out characters. And he does have the King Candy in hand.
Yeah,
too.
I was gonna say I have a feeling he has the King Candy in his hand, so he doesn't mind getting like these things that he's gonna turn sideways and then go ahead, challenge him. You'll lose your board state for it, and he just doesn't care, and he wants them to be cheap so he can keep deploying them over and over and over, so he's not wasting too much ink every turn on trying to play like characters that are going to do the same thing that she's doing with this King Candy.
Definitely. Yeah, this is definitely going to be some ways for these characters to go in, but we're starting to see Jose here build a board. He's got a board setting up here, and we've got Cobra. We've got a strength. Oh, we see a strength being sung here, knocking out a character, which he's going for that Wreck-It Ralph, of course.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no reason not to.
Especially because he wants to start getting rid of them before, like he knows the King Candy's in his hand, so he wants to get rid of it before the King Candy comes down, so he's not banishing his own board for the King Candy.
Yeah, and now we get to see the Doc being played. We finally get to use the effect, and Diablo comes down, and it's going to be interesting.
You mean Doc has an effect?
Yeah, Doc has an effect,
Oh,
apparently.
really?
Apparently he has an effect.
Jose really doesn't like using it, apparently.
I know, he hasn't used it. He didn't use it at all the last game, but now we get to see it actually happen.
Yeah,
He did lose the Cobra, however.
I don't think it's a big deal. He's only at 2. Like,
yeah,
I don't I don't think he cares so much about this Cobra. I think he has enough of a board to begin with. He just wants to keep the pressure on. The more he can keep the pressure on, the more he can hopefully try to stabilize. And while it is like a fine threat in that it is a 4/4, he has meaningful things on the board anyway, like the snake, the Elsa, the Smee, even the rabbit. Like they can challenge relatively well. The only thing is this King Candy is going to start causing some issues.
Yeah, and we now see Snowana. Is that is that
Yeah, I
is
think
that
it's
what it is?
Snowana Rainbow.
Man, coming in with a rush.
Yeah.
This is going to start taking out some of these characters here. Just surprise, we get to take out, and then now we also have the King Candy coming out. So if Snowana gets banished, well, guess what? They're losing something else too.
That's where this Vanellope just did it. So he's got a Snowana having 4 willpower against this me was actually just kind of nice, honestly. Even though they don't get the King Candy trigger, um, next turn Snowana can likely take something out again, and then also banish herself, and then take out another thing. So this Snowana will, along with this King Candy, put a lot of work in. Before Jose finding another Elsa
Wow.
to take care of this King Candy before it could do too much damage.
These Elsas are coming in
Yeah,
clutch. Coming in.
they
I mean,
are.
he's getting them right when he needs them, taking out the King Candies, and literally not letting these racers come back.
No. Though Jose has to be a little careful. We see Alex here pushing up to 17 and now 18. He's very, very close to just ending the game if he finds. Oh, he does. I think maybe the lore tracker was a little not up to date. That's okay. Um, or Jose maybe conceded.
I think Jose could see because he was at 11 lore though.
Yeah.
And it was getting close and saw that there was just ways to
Yep.
get his characters gaining lore quickly and easy. So
He was seeing the red. And that's fine. Knowing honestly knowing when you're out of a game is a skill that not every player has. You really want to save. We're going for five rounds, and if you make top cut, that is 8 rounds in a day, 7 rounds in a day. It's a lot for players, and you really start to lose steam. So not knowing when to give up per se, um, is a skill that players really really have to kind of hone. It's like, hey, when am I truly out of this game? When do I have no outs? There's a lot of players that even myself on league nights, I draw my card and I know I'm like in my head I know I've lost the game, but you're fighting to try and find your win, and there's just nothing there, and you're wasting time, and you're wasting your brain power, and you don't want to do that in a long event. Be super detrimental to your minds, like your minds. That
yeah,
with it.
definitely. I've definitely ran into my few times of that. I play a lot of Amber Steel Song and playing Whole New World. Sometimes you just have to go to the game too, and it's not a fun time.
You
It's one of those that always happens, and especially to me. I just always, I guess, brick and just have multiple Whole New Worlds in my hand. And what am I
listen,
doing? Nothing.
listen. Coming from a lot of players have played a bunch of other games, and the motto I have for Whole New World is you live by the draw 7, and you lose by the draw 7. Sometimes you get there, and sometimes you
A lot of
well,
times for me, it's a don't.
well,
I always
that might
lose it
be a
when I
skill
play
issue,
it.
buddy.
Well, things happen. Things happen. The Dex
Um,
doesn't like me.
but Jose here, going on the play, that's going to be a huge, huge opportunity for him. He, going on the play in Lorcana is already pretty strong. But I think for especially his deck in particular, it is very, very strong. Just because he doesn't ever want to fall behind racers, and the best way to do that is to be proactive and always start questing first, and always just be, hey, we're always. He's always questing. He's always taking the initiative. He's always doing the first thing to enforce racers to try to interact with him rather than the other way around. I think that's where, even last game, like the racers was forcing him, like Alex was forcing him to initiate with him, and he doesn't want to be doing it.
Yeah, no, that's that. You definitely want them more to interact against you, and you want to quest as far as you can and as much as you can, so that your opponent just challenges into your characters, tries to banish them, and then this King Candy just does its work
Yeah.
and helps take your little weaker characters and pretty much make them almost infinite and just strong and just
Yeah.
being able to take out anything at that point.
Well, another one of the skills that's really like something that you have to learn for this game is like how do you turn the corner? How do you going first is so strong. How does in this example like how does racers turn the corner here and start taking the initiative? Because that's what you really have to um that's a skill that you have to see and be like, okay, this turn I can take the initiative and now I'm the problem player and they have to start dealing with me. It's just one of those things that can be very, very difficult to figure out in this game.
Well, I'll tell you an easy way. They're cars. It's called turning the wheel. You
That's
literally just turn the wheel to the left or the right, whatever direction you need to go. You go, "Err," and then there you go. You got it.
I
You're
might need
right
to
there.
find a new caster.
Hey,
I'm kidding. No, we love Briar here. We love Briar here. Um, yeah, no, I mean, you're right. Cars do turn. That's what they do.
first turn. Er.
Um, this oh, okay. Well, never mind. We see the rush. I do quite like this. Get this off the table. I wasn't sure if he was going to have to throw this two quester into it. And he doesn't. So he's actually this is like one of those turns where like Racers hasn't quite turned the corner, but also they're tied up, and Jose now does not have a board, and he has to decide like, hey, um, what do I do here? Um, to get back, not get back into this game, but like get myself on the board again. Just replays the Smee. Has this Fox in his hand, which is good for him. He probably will be able to take out this two quester relatively soon, but he needs to do it before it's too late.
Yeah, no, this Shmi can definitely get questing pretty quickly. And we now, you know what? We see another dock. And you know
No
what
trigger.
hasn't happened yet? No effect.
Yep.
Hasn't done the effect. No effect yet. This dock
Uh,
is doing a lot of work. This dock is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, well, I think he likes the cards in his hand currently, and I don't entirely blame him. He's got the genie, he's got a fox, and I can't quite see the other card in his hand. Um, can't quite see it. What is it?
I'm
Might
not
be a
for sure.
cobra.
It might be a cobra.
Racers coming down with another two quester here, starting to apply quite a bit of pressure. So George or Jose, I keep saying George. Jose has to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, no, definitely being careful here because I mean we have some characters that can
That was a
knock
crab.
out all of these Taffetas here pretty easily. And of course, seeing Crab now having Doc challenging into it is definitely a little rough, but we could bounce back this Doc and actually use its effect if we
Yeah.
see a snake or we
We
even
know he has
see
a
a fox.
fox.
So he has fox, so then perfect. Then yeah, so he can bounce
The
this back and
issue
we'll be good.
that Jose is going to really run into, he's on 3 ink right now, or he might be on 4 because he did play 2. Yeah, he's on 4. That's all he's on right now. Now typically this deck doesn't need to operate on much more than 4. But he does need to be mindful of like, hey, do I need to go to 5? Like, do I need to be able to play my 3 drops and 2 drops in the same turn relatively soon here? And with like very little cards in his hand, he's got to make that decision soon. Like you said, he does have the dock to bounce it with the fox, and so he can replay it and use the effect. He actually has a snake in his hand too.
Yeah, the Diablo came in clutch, being banished off of the King Candy's effect,
Yeah.
so that you can play a snake and being pretty cheap. But instead, we are going for the genie, grabbing some extra cards from the deck, and seeing what we can do. Maybe even outrace the racers.
Maybe. Racers being on 2 cards here. We did not see that Rapunzel on turn 4. He actually ended up inking one here. We see last turn. Just not having anything that could sustain holding damage for a turn to get value off of this Rapunzel. Looks like he has 2 of the big Chip and Dale in his hand. Unfortunately, getting stuck with these uninkables, and then a Candy Drift that he can't really play at the moment. Unfortunately, it banishes. So they do the Candy Drift draws a card, gives 5 strength to something this turn. and then banishes that character at the end of the turn, and does not really want to use that on this King Candy. He really needs this King Candy to pop off a bit for him. But with these Chip and Dales, he's in a pickle here.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a little rough. There's no real way to get the racers back. He's not finding any of those cards to grab his racers back from the discard. That's a little rough, and he has a bunch of those, as we know. I mean, when we see the Chip and Dale, that is in his hand, but I don't know if he has enough ink for it yet. I think he's still shy of about 2 ink, I believe, and he's got to wait at least another turn to even get to play this.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Jose's here just building his board state as wide as he can go. Especially this Genie, I think, is going to cause issues. I do not think that Racers has a super great answer. I think it has a couple, but they're not like inherently amazing at it. And I think he's playing Brawl, and there might be an Evasive Racer that I'm forgetting about. But even then, he has to pair it with another card. The 3/1 Vanellope. He has to pair it with the Wreck-It Ralph or Candy Drift or something to take out this Genie, and I think this Genie might start to run away with the game if he does not.
Yeah, no, the Genie can definitely run away with this game here and race it through and not being really worried about being dealt with because there's not really an easy answer for it. And it is pretty much taking 2 cards trying to go into it besides the Brawl. And the Brawl is still a rough card to kind of do, and he is only going to be playing 2 copies of Brawl, so he might not see that card option pretty quickly.
Yeah, he might have even inked some earlier. I'm not entirely sure. Just seeing him play this Fox, getting it down, and now he's in the driver's seat instead of the racers.
Oh yes,
especially since we know that Alex has 2 of these Chip and Dales and just is kind of stuck. Gets to get one down now. Does need to find another inkable card for next turn to trigger it if he wants. I'm not. He's got to bank on seeing that inkable.
yeah, he has to find an inkable card here and hopefully get something. But it's going to be a rough spot here. Because we are going to just see it being gone here. It didn't stick around for long with that strength. Man,
fire.
I mean, he lost the driver's seat.
Yeah.
He was there for a little bit, had it going round, going wee and now he's in last.
Yeah.
But now we get to see another dock trigger. And he actually used a dock. This is the second time we have seen dock actually being used with its effect.
Yeah, but I think
this
we've
whole
seen it
entire
played
match.
like 7 times this match. Yeah. And looks like that's it. Yeah, unfortunately, Alex getting stuck with all of these Chip and Dales, just kind of bogging his hand down a little bit. Quite unfortunate. But I think both these players played very, very well. Alex did an amazing job in game 2 showing like what Racers is really all about, showing, hey, my discard is just
Yeah, no, they're all really solid cards here, and they're all really good. And this game was really good. It was a fun game, and it definitely was a really good game for both players here.
Yeah.
So it's been pretty good. What seeing these racers coming down and being played, sadly didn't get to go off to the races too much. Kind of got in last place, sadly, you know, or even second place, but didn't get that golden trophy towards the end, that winner trophy. Sadly, didn't get it.
And to be fair, it is only round 2, and so they still have the opportunity to go the distance for the rest of the event. One loss isn't too big a deal here.
Yeah, no, this is definitely not the end of the race.
No.
It's just you might not be right there, but it will be really close to getting it.
I think we're going to go ahead and for a little bit here go to standby. So please do not leave. We'll be right back in just a little bit. Maybe take this moment to get water, snacks, whatever you want. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And welcome back, everybody. We are headed into round 3 for Gaming Set Champs, Reign of Jafar. Moving into round 3 here, would you like to tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here, Briar?
Yeah, we have some great decks here, some really fun decks we've been looking at and seeing. Off to the side here, we have on our, or we have a Ruby Amethyst deck here. That is pretty much going to be doing a lot of pinging damage and moving a lot of damage, which is really going to be interesting to see what it does here. And it's going to be a really fun game to play around with. And then we also see something that's also interesting and fun and new is a Maleficent themed deck. They're playing a lot of Maleficent characters, kind of like a tribal type of deck, which is going to be good.
Yeah, I know I heard a little bit about before the event started. Somebody was playing like this Maleficent tribal with dragons and a bunch of other things, and the biggest one is the big Tekka, the lava monster, and that's pretty exciting. I haven't seen too many people try to play with this card, so I'm excited to see if this card pops off a little bit. Big 12/12, the quest for 3, and during your turn, whenever an opposing character is exerted, just banish them.
Yeah, no, this Tekka could be very interesting to see
I'm
what this. I mean, first of all, being a 12/12, 12 strength, 12 willpower
Just huge.
is huge. I don't
Makes
think we
Turnabog
have-
look small.
Exactly. I mean, that's like the biggest character I think we have in the game of Lorcana with the strength and willpower. I mean, why is it only quest for 3 then? Give me some more lore on this card. I mean, this
that's
would be
because
great.
it banishes everything.
It doesn't matter. Give that thing more lore. It'd be great. Make that a
So,
big character.
Going into looking at both players here, it looks like Maleficent is just doing Maleficent things. She really loves to quest for 2. I think a lot of her cards tend to quest for 2, or have like pretty good utility, whether they're drawing cards or I know she has the one that you like discard some stuff to do. Off the top of my head, I don't think he has it in the deck list. He might. But that one actually does quest for 2. It bounces a thing when you discard a card.
Yeah.
All the Maleficents, and then even the 5-drop legendary one that when it heals you get to draw a card, and when you draw a card you can move damage, stuff like that. Like that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, no, that's definitely an exciting card to see here. I mean, we're pretty much almost playing. I think almost every Maleficent card that is out. I believe.
It's at least in purple and red. Yeah.
Yeah, in
Or purple
those
and
two ink
amethyst and
colors,
ruby.
I believe. I believe that's the only ones. But we are seeing some other other good.
So this is the interesting
cards.
thing. So Jeff is playing. We know the ways because like all of his cards are named Maleficent. So most of the time, he's just gonna hit a Maleficent, which is very, very interesting and very funny to me. Unless he hits like a Tekka or something.
I mean,
Hitting a dragon. Holy smokes! Okay, sure. That's what we're here to do, I guess, today.
yeah. What? What is happening?
I have no clue. You know, typically when I play We Know the Way, I'm playing it with a whale and trying to end the game. He is got a way bigger brain than I do. I can tell you that much.
I mean, this is crazy. I don't know. I'm kind of like speechless that we hit a dragon of all things, and he's playing 3 dragons. He's not even playing 4. He's playing 3. So he's not even playing at the max that this thing could be played at, which is crazy. I mean, the interesting thing is too is all of his characters in the deck are duplicates. There are multiple different versions of that character. So you have like multiple Elsas, you have multiple Maleficents, multiple Tekkas, because we are playing 2 different versions of Tekka. We're playing the 6-cost Challenger one that gets Challenger 2, which is great. And then of course our big Tekka, the Elemental Terror. I mean, we are playing that, and these are some big cards that can be very hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Especially, being played with for free with We Know the Way, because apparently he knows the way and we do not.
Of course.
This is great.
He knows the way to the dragon. And I think on the other side, I think that's very much like if you've seen the Flinger Dinger stuff, it's Amethyst Ruby, very much cares about moving damage around, loves to move damage. Everybody's got a weakness. Hades, Ruthless Tyrant that draws cards for dealing damage. The Bell Accomplished Mystic, he's going for it again. with the We Know the Way here. Putting Maleficent back and obviously naming Maleficent here. If he hits another dragon,
If he hits another dragon, I think I would just go home.
I will
I
do
think I think
something.
I think this is
I will
this
lose my
is
mind.
this would be insane. All right, so we're gonna see what the top of the deck is going to be. It's a
Oh, it's a Taka.
Taka.
I do
Oh,
at some point in this tournament
close.
hopefully after if I talk to him, he does get to flip a Taka at some point because that will be very funny.
You know, I want to see this Taka next time.
Oh yeah,
I
hundred
have a
percent.
feeling he might say it at one point.
Oh, for sure, 100%. I would
He's
go for
got
it. You
to.
kidding me?
Why not? This is
I think
great.
even last turn his opponent Paul was like, "Why did you hit a dragon on me? What am I supposed to do?" I think he was just like flabbergasted. It was very funny. Um, but yeah, so Paul playing this the flinger stuff. I really like this deck. I think it like needs a tool or two, or really like needs to it needs something. It's very good as it stands. It just needs like one tool. And I think even with rotation happening soon, I think this deck is incredibly strong. I think with all the tools it has currently that it will keep going into rotation is just so strong. Um, I'm really excited to see like the power of this flinger deck going forward.
Yeah, no, this deck is definitely going to be interesting to see after rotation hits because it's going to lose a couple cards, but it definitely has a lot of potential with being able to move damage, and there's not really good answers for it yet that we've seen that can really do anything. And a lot of the good decks right now that are currently in the top tier, kind of the meta per se, this deck can kind of stick around and actually still does good no matter what. It's definitely a very fun deck to play around with and very unique in how it gets played.
Yeah. Even right now, like yeah, his opponent did get a dragon, but also the game is like relatively stable for him, even though his cards aren't like terribly exciting right now. That's totally okay by the Flingers deck. Like you don't your cards are all kind of sometimes can just be a little awkward. They're not always like the best things. Like Pain and this Queen of Hearts. Their Queen of Hearts can attack and deal a lot of damage, but also she's just a 1/4 and like is kind of whatever until you put some damage on her. Like there are some cards like that. They're just like, hey, I'm not that impressive until you hit like some damage, or you hit, your Mother Gothel, or you hit something like this bell that's in his hand, or whatever. Like you need something to kind of pair it with, which can sometimes be like the weakness of the deck is like, oh, I have to build a board state and pair. You're always having to pair cards together. Like you can't just have one half of it because then it just kind of doesn't like Prince John doesn't do a ton. So you pair it with like Bell or Mother Gothel or something like
Yeah, no, a lot of the cards here in the Flinger Dinger deck is definitely two card combos, and that's where a lot of this happens. But we get to see it. Another We Know the Way puts back a Maleficent, and can we get another Maleficent off the top? Let's see if we can do it. We put back the dragon, and we find another dragon. And the answer is no, but we did find another Maleficent. It is a Maleficent nonetheless. And this one is a 2-cost Maleficent that does get to quest for 2, which is great here to kind of speed up some of the lore total and get him to the end of the goal of gaining 20 lore. And this would be great to see what we can actually do. Now we get to see the Madam Fox here come out and put back the tiny Maleficent back in the hand, or not the tiny Maleficent, I'm sorry, but the one that lets you get a draw a card, and getting to play it
Sorceress.
again, and we get to keep drawing some cards. So there's some good ways to draw some cards, and our Fox can challenge into some of these characters, which is good.
Yeah, I think he wants to get rid of this Queen of Hearts. Yeah, this one's like the most threatening one, just being able to turn into a yeah, how much strength she gain? I think she turns
Yeah, it's
in
3, yeah.
3 or 4. Yeah, she gets big, is what the point
Yeah.
is. She gets a lot of power, and you do not want to deal with her. This Pain or this Panic here. No, it's Pain. I got it right the first time. I always get it mixed up. Um, This pain is putting in so much work too. It just keeps questing, and like you want to deal with it, but also it is the least of your concerns on a board state at all times. Like I want to get rid of it, but can I actually afford to get rid of it over some of the other things that are on the table at the moment?
Yeah, no, it's definitely it's not a problematic card, but it can be because it does have that 3 willpower, and it can kind of take some damage a little bit, and then being able to move the damage with some of these other cards in the deck is definitely really good. Now we get to see Bell here coming down, moving that damage off Prince John and knocking out the Madam Mim Fox. This is definitely good because one Madam Mim Fox has definitely got a lot of strength here to take out some of these characters. But Bell coming in, moving that damage and making it happen.
Fox always picking off people's board states. We also see this Hydra, which I do quite like for the style of deck too. Doesn't actually care when it attacks and what it banishes, and then getting moved to damage, so you get more value out of it. And then we're gonna start seeing this. This Take Ka is now down. It does have the ability to shift, which we did see him get the Lava Monster, but we know he inked it. So hopefully, I'm hoping at the very least, maybe this is a little selfish, but I want to see the Lava Monster come down,
You
and
know,
I'm really hoping it.
the lava monster would be great. I mean, we see the one on the field here. We got the lava monster on the field. We want the other one, the
Oh yeah, yeah,
elemental,
yeah.
the elemental terror. That's the one you want. That's the
Oh,
big
okay,
one.
okay. I'm getting the names mixed up. Yep. Elemental Terror. That's the one I really, really want to see.
That's
Like
the
down.
best one. That's the one you really want to see.
Yeah.
Now it is shift 7, so he could just shift it. If
Yeah,
he
that's what I'm
wanted to.
hoping. He gets another copy
We get
so we
that
can
shift,
shift
that'd be
it.
great.
Yeah. We do see everybody's got a weakness. I do really like that card on the other side here. Not a lot of ways to use it though. Unfortunately, I think his probably his best move right now is probably to just do Goofy, if I had to guess, unless he's gonna try and set up everybody's got a weakness with the Prince John and the pain here, or sorry, the Bell, yeah, to try and put a bunch of damage on this take.
Yeah, no, trying to get some damage out might be the best thing, but we do get to see. I mean, I like this Goofy that we have. This sort of
Yeah,
super goof is going to be great, kind of challenging in and gaining lore because it can be played here. Well, I mean, it doesn't have enough ink to play it, but he can play it at some point and knocking out some of these other cards like the Maleficent here, uh, and gaining 2 lore off of that, and then using some other cards to move that damage that it would have taken to another character like to this Ka.
yeah. Gets down the Queen of Hearts. Uh, and then yeah, he's looking in a pretty strong spot here. Clingers is just kind of what it does. It always looks to 2-for-1, or always looking to take advantage with this damage and just going, hey, I don't actually care about this damage on my characters. It's fuel for me. I need to make sure that I keep some amount of damage so that I have some amount of fuel, and just keep doing it over and over and over. Especially something like Mother Gothel making combat math just so hard for your opponent. I've played this deck before, even at leagues, and my opponents go, wow, Mother Gothel makes this so awkward. There we go. There we see it. We saw the shift.
We did it. We finally got the elemental terror here. Oh my gosh. It's
I'm
out.
so excited.
This is great.
I don't know what he's exactly going to do with it quite yet. It doesn't, I mean, it has, here's the thing. It's got 3 damage marked on it. But if Paul wants to get rid of this thing, he has to basically throw everything he has at it. And I think even in that case, even if he doesn't get the trigger, even if he doesn't get anything else, I think that's still okay with Jeff. It did its job. If his opponent is that scared of this lava monster.
I mean, if he's that scared, he's also loses everything too. I mean, he doesn't, it takes a while. I mean, having 12 willpower and having already the 3 damage on it, he has to put 8 damage on or 9 damage on this thing before it gets banished. So he has to put a lot of work into it, and it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Bella and the Prince John, which he really doesn't want to. I imagine that Jeff probably attacks one of these 2 things, probably the Bell. If he really wants to get something off the table, he probably does it. I don't know that he has a ton of ways to like activate the Teika at this second. So it might just be better to get something off the table rather than nothing. and he just decides to quest, and I don't hate this idea either. He's hoping that he can just race it, and like we said, like hope that his opponent is so scared of this card that he just um has to throw a bunch of cards at it, and he's quite okay with that. The only thing is that Paul has Hydra and Hades in his hand, and I think over the next 2 turns, just playing Hades or playing Hydra into Hades is like pretty strong.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a strong move to do, is getting those down. Moving damage is going to be probably one of the easiest ways to deal with this Taka, but he's going to move a lot of damage still. It's still going to be a lot of damage. He might have to have some of these characters challenge in, and then moving some of this extra damage that he has just laying around, go onto it. And we do get to see the Hades now. That's just great to see this Hades kind of moving some of this damage. And maybe we can, or putting the damage down on things, crawling these 2 cards, and then now challenging, or the option to even challenge and taking out this Taka is going to be great.
I think he's probably going to challenge with both of these two. So this is smart. Even though he has to give up 2 cards for it, these 2 cards are kind of whatever. They're good. They can hold damage. They are very good, but they're also not they're the things that you want to throw into other cards anyway. And it's not that big of a deal. And he does have this Mother Gothel in his hand, which is pretty strong for this deck. You quite like to see this Mother Gothel. She puts in a lot of work. Like I said, makes combat math really, really awkward. And just says, hey, opponent, I have this 1/4 that every time I challenge, doesn't matter if it's a character, doesn't matter if it's a location, doesn't matter anything, I'm gonna move damage. But now we're seeing Be Prepared. Pretty clutch from Jeff here, and then starting to play his Maleficent. Fortunately, I know he's played a bunch of his We Know the Ways, so I don't know how many gamble turns he's gonna have left in him.
Yeah, no, I mean, what was really nice is being able to play another character after the
Yes.
Beeper Prep, which is really great, because that's usually not the case. You're not able to, but because this Maleficent is a 1 cost, he's able to do that and then potentially quest for 2 next turn, which is going to be good.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I know Paul has this super goof in his hand. That's going to be pretty detrimental here. I think Jeff also has nothing in his hand, which is pretty backbreaking. So he's just hoping that every turn he gets to play something, and every turn he gets to quest with the thing he plays, and I hopefully keep momentum that way.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely getting close. I mean, he is at 13 lore here, and he can get up there pretty quickly, but hoping to maybe even just keep these characters around. And I don't know if he'll be able to keep all these characters around, because we do have that Super Goof, and we get to play the Super Goof.
Yep.
Banishing and challenging into this Maleficent, gaining some more lore, and this might be over here. We might, because we got this library now. Now we're going to be gaining passive lore throughout the game, and we
Yeah.
have these guys who can quest with the Hydra and this Mother Gothel, moving all these most of the characters here to the library and questing, just gaining a bunch of lore.
Yeah, I don't really think you want to Hydra at a library.
No, I don't think so.
That seems like a bad idea.
Yeah, it does.
So Super Goof, he also doesn't look like he belongs there. Yeah, like you said, this is a pretty rough spot, though. The Maui's kind of nice. He can take down this Hydra, but unfortunately, will lose his Maleficent for it. And I think that's enough of a backbreaker to lose his board again with no cards in his hand, that this game might be locked up. We'll have to see, though. He might just grab another Be Prepared. He has to hope that he can find a way to deal with his library as well.
Yeah, no, this is that would be the way to really deal with this, is getting the be prepared, but I don't know if it can, just still not going to be able to deal with this location out.
Yeah.
I don't know if he really has an answer to deal with this location.
Yep.
In an easy manner. I mean, he has a lot of ways to deal with cards, but not a location.
He's his Maleficent for the umpteenth time. All
What do you
Maleficents.
mean? What do you mean? He's another Maleficent? No.
The guy playing Maleficent Tribals, he's Maleficent.
Yep. I mean, that's pretty much it.
does decide to scoop up the game here. I think Jeff did very well. Just started to fall behind on unfortunately, there's a lot of Maleficents that are just 1/1s and 2/2s, and didn't end up seeing any of like the bigger body stuff. And when he did, the board state was so high on Paul's side that he just kind of fell over to it at some point. Like Flingers loves when you play like your 1/1s and 2/2s and things like that. Just because, hey, I can put that damage on my thing and then use that damage to take out your other thing. Loves it. But if you're not playing anything with like that right amount of strength, you just start to fall behind.
Yeah, no, you can definitely fall behind real quick. Just not being able to get those characters, not being able to gain lore quickly, you can definitely fall behind. But hey, it's part of the game. You can find some ways to get through there, and you know, maybe we get to play some more like free characters. That's how you not fall behind. That's probably not the way. Is getting those dragon triggers, being able to come out for free, mind you, and that's probably how you not get behind.
Unfortunately, I think as good as as hype as the play was and as good as it was, um, on turn 3, we know the way is like if that's all you're doing with your turn. Yeah, he played 3 mana or three ink for a dragon. That's pretty good. But I think it's also like a card that's like, hey, I want to sing this while I'm playing another character and flipping a dragon off the top, so that you're like building your board state that way, rather than the only thing you're doing that turn. Especially when like Flingers, like I said, has these characters that are just like, oh, I'm gonna give it 4 strength by it having damage, and I'll throw it into your dragon, sure, because dragon just doesn't have that much willpower to actually survive all of the pinging that this deck is going to be doing. It kind of subverts dragon a little bit.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's one of those cards that's just like it's good when it's good, and when it's not, it's not. And hopefully you get something good out of it, and you
Yeah.
can withstand and keep up with it, and not just a one trick pony and get to play the one card and you're done.
We'll have to see if Jeff can be a little more aggressive and just like every turn be playing characters and hoping that his opponent like maybe falls behind just a tad, just to let him like scooch ahead just enough to keep ahead of him. Does have a bunch of Maleficents. I think he's gonna be able to
Shocker.
go like, yeah, I think he's gonna go like 1, 2, 3 all Maleficents here. And on the side of Paul here, I think he has a lot of cats. He's got a lot of Johns in his hand. Gumming up his hand just a tad. Hopefully he'll be able to maneuver around him, though. I think he's got a teeth inhibition, so he will be able to take out this Maleficent with his pain, and still quest and put a little pressure that way.
Yeah, no, pain can definitely help out some things, especially with that 3 willpower. Going to survive a little bit longer than your normal or typical character, especially as a one drop character, which is really nice. And it can take out this Maleficent and not be banished. It just takes 1 damage, which is good for him, so that we can move the damage later on. Is going to be really nice, just being able to do some easy, quick, challenging as going in.
Yeah, until he drew this Pegasus, I had a feeling that he was going to try and teeth inhibitions it, and then he gets to quest as well. But now that we get this Pegasus, I do like liking the adaptation and playing Pegasus, and getting to keep building to the board, which is another thing that like Flingers really has to do. Okay.
So now we get to see. Oh, we're back at it. You know what time it is because he knows the way. We are
Hammer
seeing it,
time.
putting back the Maleficent, and let's see. Can we go and find out if we can get another Maleficent?
If he gets Dragon here, I like Dragon a lot better in this position. Right now, I mean, his opponent does have a bunch of Johns in his hand. He doesn't know that. He does hit a Maleficent. I mean, that's not nothing.
I mean,
Anything's better than nothing,
it is definitely. And
especially something that quests for 2.
this Maleficent isn't bad. I mean, it does quest for 2. It is 2 strength and 2 willpower, so which is definitely not terrible. It does get to trade with the characters currently on the board, so which is great. But we'll see if that ever sticks around. And now we get to see this John here, which is cool. Being that 5/5 and just sticking around a little bit longer and now we get to quest up and see what happens.
Get ready. I think we're gonna see them for the next like 8 turns in a row here because he's got 90,000 of them in his hand.
I mean, that is a lot of Johns. I will have to say that he has a bunch of Johns here, and we're going to have a party,
Yeah, he's definitely
a cat party.
going to town. I wonder if Jeff decides to take out this pain now with his Maleficent, or if he's just gonna quest. Um, just quests. Okay. I don't hate either option in this situation. It's kind of like, do I take out the thing with damage on it that Flinger's just doing, or do I just need to keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing and force him to deal with my board state, which is what he's opting for, and I don't hate it. I mean, we can see his opponent's hand, and he doesn't have a ton of action right now, but he does have this friends that this John is most likely gonna.
Yeah, no, we're seeing a bunch of cards here, and ooh, we get to see a fun new card here that came out in this set, which is Everybody's Got a Weakness. Now this card is really cool. Moving 1 damage from each of your damage characters over to a opposing character is great, and what's even better, we get to draw a card for each damage move that way.
Yeah.
Which is a good way to replenish your hand, getting more cards, and taking out some characters potentially, which is good.
Yeah, Paul's gonna take this turn and really refuel, thing like he did with Prince John, and I think he's probably most likely, if I had to guess, he inks something and plays as Everybody's Got a Weakness and take out this 2/2 Maleficent, the 2 quester, and then just starts questing again. Like, it keeps him on the front burner. He even can. This is interesting too if he really wants to commit a bunch of resources here. Play Everybody's Got a Weakness. He's gonna take out one of the Maleficents. Gonna draw 2 cards, and then he's got a Pegasus that can sing. No, he just takes it out. Okay,
Challenging it, yeah.
I don't appreciate just like, hey, I'm gonna keep this teeth inhibitions for something later. He has the ability, and Pegasus isn't doing that much. Both plays are fine. Keeping teeth inhibitions, and like, hey, the next card you play is also going to go away, and he did end up drawing the Queen of Hearts, so like, he does want to put damage on.
Hey, we see our favorite card again.
Spinning
Here it
the
is.
wheel.
Here it is. Let's go. We putting back this Maleficent, and we are going to see, can we get a Maleficent? Let's go, Maleficent.
This man, he loves his loves wheeling and dealing with his We Know the Way here. See
Oh
what he hits.
boy. Drum roll as we going through, and it is.
Shark.
Oh,
Unfortunate.
it's not a Maleficent, but it is a Maui Half Shark, which is still pretty good though.
Now
It's
Half
not-
Shark
it's
is
not
pretty
bad.
good.
It's not a bad card to get.
No.
We'll take it. Sadly, you can't play it, but it is still a really good card to
At
have.
the very least, it's inkable for him, and I do think he needs to be hitting his ink drops every turn. Like, that's seems pretty important for him because he is playing a bunch of like pretty big characters, especially both lava monster characters take cause here. That he does need to start hitting the ink for those.
Yeah, no, those he's got to get some ink here. Hopefully to play some more cards. I mean, it looks like he has Shark in hand, and it looks like he does have. He might actually have a Taka in hand. Actually, no, I'm sorry, not a Taka. He has something in his hand. That might be B prep. He might have a B prep in hand here.
I think that's what's all the way to the left. Yeah, he's got 2 bosses on a roll, and the shark all the way to the left.
He's
And
got
then
a
a sorceress.
Maleficent, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Getting shark down. I do like this. He does have the other bosses on a roll. Maybe should have. I mean, I don't know. He needs characters on the board, so it stinks to be inking his bosses on a roll, but he does need to keep the sorceress to start drawing cards, or even just ink it next turn for something like a Be Prepared.
I mean, the nice thing is you get to kind of rearrange the deck, which is good.
Yeah.
And finding those cards that you may want and those cards that you don't really want, and putting them either on the top of the deck or the bottom of the deck. But the best part is you get to gain lore for doing it, and not just from Shark's effect, from its actual effect. And
Yeah.
then Shark gets to do some cool things with it too.
I think the other thing he could have done that turn was maybe if he inks the bosses on a roll and plays the Maleficent. Next turn he could sing bosses on a roll with Maleficent. He doesn't get the shark triggers, but he does get to play the Be Prepared most likely. And then play his shark to start like trying to win the game that way. But I mean, again, these are two lines he could have taken. He decided to go with this one, and I'm pretty sure like he's probably going to try and challenge something this turn so that he can go get his We Know the Ways again and keep doing that over and over. He does have a 3-cost character in his hand, so that is pretty good for him. So he can sing these We Know the Ways and, like I said earlier, be able to play off the back more often. Seeing another Be Prepared.
Well, I think we're going to be able to take care of the board. As long as we get the ink to do so, I think we can take care of the board.
Well, he has the Maleficent Sorceress in his hand, so he has the ink to pay for Be Prepared. I think he's trying to get his Dark Trigger before he does anything.
Oh, of course. I mean, got to get the shark trigger and then getting to play some actions here. Possibly grabbing one. Yep, we're gonna go on ahead and just play the card. As we know the way.
So interestingly enough, I think he still has that other bosses in a roll.
Yeah,
So he could have played the bosses on a roll first, and then like, oh no, it would shuffle.
it was shuffle. Yeah.
Yep, that's me. I totally forgot. I really wanted him to be able to sort it to hit it something that would have been really cool. I wish too hard.
Yeah, no, a little too much. He knows what he's doing though, because he
Yeah, of
knows
course
the
he
way.
does.
He's got the way, bud. It'll be great. We're gonna see
Yeah.
exactly what happens. We're gonna hopefully hit this Maleficent, and it's a
Lava
Taka.
monster.
Man,
Ugh.
he needs to start calling something else at this point.
All he's got in his discard is Maleficent. Just keeps having his Maleficent in his discard, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, we do get the bosses on the roll now.
Yeah, he's gonna
so we
play
get
that
to
now.
play this. So we do get to kind of look at and see maybe we can find some cards here, and making sure we can find some of those characters, and of course, setting up and gaining lore from all these actions.
In a bunch of lore, I want to see what he finds. He did find a shift target for the Tekka that's in his hand, and he found
Ooh.
a dragon.
We got a dragon and a Taka. Okay, so this could be an option here.
That's interesting. I wonder what he decides. He's at what?
7.
At 7 right now.
I believe. Actually, wait. No, he's at 6. Sorry, he is at 6.
So he can go to 7.
Yeah.
I wonder what he values here. I don't hate getting. I don't hate. I'll be honest. I don't hate getting any of these cards. I wonder for like what he keeps on top. I guess kept Elsa. Kept. I think the Tekka, the other one, so he can shift onto it.
Yeah, the Taka's looks like it's going to be the next card that he draws. So this is actually going to be really good. And then having that Elsa, Fifth Spirit, doing a follow-up, just taking out some characters is going to be really nice.
Yeah. Ready. Passing over. Paul does have a handful of cards over here, and all of these cards are very solid. He still has his Teeth and Vision, he has a Hydra to go with it if he really wants, and has things to sing with it. So he can actually take this shark out right now, if he sings with a Brinks John, which is pretty good for him. Deal 4 with the Hydra.
Yeah, this is definitely a big thing, and knocking out this shark at this point is going to be really, really big. And shark is now gone.
Yeah.
Hydra is definitely going to hit you with one of those heads.
Yeah. So I wonder if I'm Jeff here, the consideration is, do I next turn play my Be Prepared, or do I want to try to get him to commit to the board just a bit more?
I mean, well, he has to be prepared.
And I was literally going
so
to just say
he
that
has
now.
that option of, it's okay if you commit here, commit not. We'll take it out and then take it out again next turn if we need to.
Yeah, I think what I would try to do, yeah, just be prepared and maybe just do it again next turn. Though he might have the ink. I think he's got another pain in his hand with the Hades. So you might have to let him build to the board again just a tad.
I mean, which
Those
is
cards he
okay.
drew.
I mean, you can let him go up to the board and getting to play maybe one or two characters, let them be able to quest for a little bit, and then you just drop down that be prepared and boom, there you go. You got it all under control again.
Yep. And play Hades. One of the things that like Be Prepared does very well is like you do it when your opponent doesn't have a ton of resources. and that like kind of strands their hand a little bit. Unfortunately, Paul had not unfortunately. Fortunately for Paul, he had this Hades, um, and won't cause too much of an issue. Um, he gets to refuel a little bit, but he did only find he found the Teeth Ambitions and Bell, which is getting to deal damage and also move more damage, which is pretty nice for Paul.
Yeah, no, this is definitely really good here. Being able to, like I said, ping this damage on any of his characters, or just play this Bell first and then get to put some more damage on is going to be great.
Can't quite take out the take Ka. He has Teeth and Ambitions and and the Bell, so can't quite take out. Take out just missing a little bit of damage, but he can put a lot of damage on it so that this lava monster doesn't feel so threatening when it comes down
Yeah, no,
with the elemental terror.
it's gonna be great. Trying to put that damage there is probably gonna be really good just to make the big Taka here. That terror is going to be a terror if it doesn't have any damage on it,
Yeah.
and putting a bunch of damage is going to be a good thing here for it. But we're going to kind of quest out and trying to draw some cards and seeing if we can get even more thing, just replenishing from pretty much almost having no cards in hand to now having a bunch of cards in
Yeah,
hand.
this Hades puts in so much work if it sticks around, especially with something like a Prince John. Finding Panic. Okay, I really like this Panic. So it's a 4 cost, 2/3, a quest for 2. Um, and it just comes in and it does like a reasonable Bell Accomplished Mystic. It can move 2 damage from a chosen character to a chosen opposing character. The stats are relatively good. It quests for 2. It moves damage. It's on a part of the curve that like this deck was kind of missing. He's playing super goofs, but like, and he's playing everybody's got a weakness, but like, it was missing another like reasonable 4 drop to play, and having something that does a reasonable Bell impression is just like very good. I do like this card quite a bit.
Yeah, no, this has definitely been a good card here, and definitely, I'm not going to say replaces the Bell, but it definitely is a good substitute for the Bell.
It's like
Um,
your copies 5 through 8 essentially. It's not quite that, but it's like, oh, you have 4 copies of Bell or whatever in your deck. Now you have an extra 4 or whatever, right?
yeah.
Like redundancy is so like if you play any card game, redundancy is just so important. You only have one playset. It's like, oh, I may not see that playset. As soon as you start seeing 8, you're like, oh, I'm gonna see this card every game, and you want to see the game.
And this is definitely one of those in this deck. You definitely want to see it. Now, what's interesting is this: you're saying this, and he's actually only playing 3 Bells
Yeah,
and playing 4 of these Panics here, which is quite interesting. Not really doing a full 4/4 line of it, just a 4 and a 3. But of course, his 5 cost line, or a bunch of his 5 cost characters are a bunch of them. I mean, there's a decent amount of them that he has on that curve for 5. So he kind of wants to keep it open so he could play some other cards and potentially even like play some of these actions so that you can either draw cards, put some extra damage, things like that, just to kind of help take care of some of these characters with your weaker ones.
so we see the lava monster, we see the elemental terror coming down. Um, but Paul has a ton of ways to like. He has so many ways to move so much damage right now. Um, I wonder if he actually can get nearly 12 with the damage he's got in his hand right now, or he's gonna take 3, so a little bit less than that. Wonder if he can get there without having to like sacrifice too many characters.
Yeah, no, he might have to sacrifice a decent amount of characters here just to take care of it, but maybe not as much as they normally do. Um, and it's going to be very interesting what he's going to do and how he's going to answer this Taka here.
I think the only thing that has damage on it is that John right now.
It is.
Okay.
Oh no no. Sorry. Pain
Oh,
has
okay. Pain
2.
has 2. I see it
Pain
now.
has
Yeah,
the 2.
the clear dice being a little clear on the camera. Um, he's got 2 Mother Gothels hands. If you put 2 Mother Gothels, that's usually relatively. It's usually very strong. I wonder if he tries to make use of it somehow. I'm not sure. I'm really curious as to how he deals with this lava monster.
Yeah, no, this lava monster. I mean, it's gonna be rough. I mean, we have a teeth, and I can't quite see the card on the far left. But it looks like that's actually Bell. He has an accomplished mystic in hand. And then of course the two Mother Gothels. So there's a chance he could get some good damage out here.
But does he have? Real question.
Does he have to?
Does he?
It's a quick question.
Because Jeff only has Takeout out right now, and I don't think he has a ton of cards in his hand. So Paul could just say, "Hey, I realize that you only have one character, but you can't actually um, you can't challenge every single character every single turn. And so if I keep deploying characters and keep doing it as I'm, starting to deal damage to it, you'll eventually lose your love monster. And yeah, I'll lose a couple characters in the meantime, but I'll start questing and start really. Even now, he could quest for 4, go to 16, and even though Jeff has this, like, it's not unless he sees like an Elsa this turn. He's still only taking one thing out. Like, I think it's reasonable to just keep playing characters.
Yeah, and he can keep playing characters, and we have 5 damage being moved. Or no, sorry, he's
It'll
going to
be
be moving
3.
3.
Yeah.
So he's going to be only 2 damage shy of being knocked out. Only 2, which is great. He could challenge into it if he needs to. Now he did draw. Oh, he drew a super goof. Okay, this actually could take care of it, but we're inking the super goof and playing down a Mother Gothel here.
Because then he can challenge with anything and move damage.
Move the damage. Yep.
Yep.
And figuring out, making sure it got it all
Making
correct,
math work.
and make sure those numbers go up. But it is definitely, Mother Gothel is definitely a very interesting card. It is making your smaller characters that can challenge for 1, challenge for 2, help put extra damage down if they already have some damage on them, which is great.
Yeah.
Getting the knockout. And of course, they're clarifying some things here. They did call a judge just to make sure that how damage works. But overall, it's a very interesting card. Mother Gothel's a very interesting way on how these cards interact with each other.
Yeah. She makes, like I said earlier, she makes combat math so awkward. And like the notable thing to know about her is that she moves damage when you challenge. That means that she moves it before the challenge actually happens. So like damage isn't dealt yet. So you can give them pseudo like, I'll attack your thing, it deals the damage, this gets banished, and mine doesn't actually take damage. I think Paul might have done the math a little wrong and realized that he should have done it with the pain instead, because it would have been 1 damage with the pain and then to move the 1 damage off of the pain. But it's quite all right. I think he got the end result he wanted in getting rid of this lava monster. Would have liked the pressure that the panic gave him. But I'm going to be honest, I think even still he's in an okay spot. He has a ton of cards in his hand. He has a bunch of Mother Gothels in his hand. He has the Elsa that can hold a lot of that damage, which is extremely nice. And I think even next turn he could play an Elsa, drop him like another Mother Gothel, and like set up a bunch of these Mother Gothels for the Elsa.
Yeah, and of course, we see that Be Prepared coming
Yeah.
back down, clearing out the board, and then seeing this is our family to draw a card and gain a lure as well, which is going to be great.
See another elemental terror here coming
no.
from Jeff. I don't know if he has enough ink to actually like hard play it without the shift, but we'll see. He's gonna have to count his ink down. I think Paul is now just more interested in getting the pressure and ending the game. I don't think he has quite enough ink to like put 20 up there yet, so he's gonna take 2 turns to do it.
I just saw a card. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
We have another We Know the Way coming down,
no.
about to come out here. We have another one. We have and there it is.
Oh, no, he's gonna
he's
ink
gonna ink it.
Because I think he can hard
so
play
we
the
can play the
Takeoff.
Takeoff. Yep, okay.
That makes sense. Unfortunately, we don't get to spin the wheel again.
Oh,
It would have been very funny.
I would love to have seen it. Put back a card and then maybe being able to play it for free would have been great.
Just Paul here putting pressure on. hopefully looking to close this game. If I'm him, I might not even commit anything to the board here. Starts to, just in case something happens. But you don't want to get got by like be prepared or anything.
I mean,
Starts to set up the board though.
he is the only thing is he is top decking at this point, so he only gets to have one card, and it is
Yeah.
a Maleficent,
Yep.
and that is it.
That'll
And
be the
that
game.
is the game. Wow. Great game, great match, great game going into it, and seeing what happens here. This was a fun one, seeing everything happen here.
Yeah, I think Just Deck was super interesting. I like the take he had for just kind of gambling, hitting. He hit a decent amount of the time. He played a lot of We Know the Ways and hit a decent amount of time. Not always like the most crazy card, other than obviously the dragon he hit. Would have loved to see him hit an Elemental Tear. That would have been extremely funny and pretty cool. But yeah, he hitting the dragon. He hit the Maleficent earlier. I like the idea of just, hey, I'm going to throw all of these Maleficents in the deck, and then this We Know the Way could just play my 9 ink cards for free, or my 8 ink cards for free. He's also playing like a bunch of Elsas. We saw a bunch of It's not the like he's playing cards that have a bunch of different copies, so that he has the highest chance to hit something when he does it, which is super. And again, the other deck, even Flingers. I personally really like Flingers. It's a solid deck. We saw it do a lot of work here, and excited to see that also going into.
Yeah, no, these decks are really fun to see, and a wide variety of these different decks. I mean, it was
Yeah.
both. It was a Ruby Amethyst mirror match, and
It didn't feel like it.
It didn't feel like it. It definitely felt
Yeah.
like it was not just your typical mirror match of
Yeah.
those two colors going against each other.
It's like-
and it's great to see this variety of
Oh
things
yeah.
going on.
I mean, like you can have Ruby Amethyst mirrors that are just simply both evasives hitting each other and going, oh, they're playing the same exact deck, and those can be interesting. But these are just so wildly different takes on Ruby Amethyst that we're like, were we seeing a Ruby Amethyst mirror? Are you sure? Like, yeah, we were. So
Yeah, no, it was definitely a very fun match seeing these, and can't wait to see what else they got going on. And we hopefully will see some more like this in round 4.
Yeah.
I'm excited for it. So
Yeah. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna be back with round 4 in a little bit. If you want to, it would help us if you liked and subscribe to the channel, to the video. We're gonna look to do a lot more in the future with the channel, with the group, and with everybody. We're looking forward to it.
and stay tuned, and we will be back with round 4.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 4 of the House Rules Gaming Reign of Jafar Set Championship. This will be round 4, like I just said. So we're only having 2 rounds of Swiss left. And I think we've seen some incredible games. I believe we're looking at table 3 right now. So some of the top runners for this tournament, looking at their basic, not winning in just yet, but looking at their positions going into round 5 for top 8.
Yeah, no, these are going to be some really fun matches, and we've got some really cool decks here. One of them is one of my favorite decks that we're going to be seeing here, and that is going to be played by Kara here. She is going to be playing the Amber Steel deck, which is going to be a fun deck to play.
Yeah. It looks like players are getting ready to play, so we should be all set to move over to them, and then
yeah,
looks like I think they're just working on their altars right now. So.
Yeah, they're just working on their
Yep.
altars. And since we're talking about it, we also have Patrick here, who is going to be on the left. He is playing Amethyst Emerald. This is it's going to be really like a fun little tempo deck. We've seen this deck before. He is playing with the pull the levers and wrong levers, which is a fun interaction with the
They're
deck.
also just strong.
They are really good cards. Now, we do not see the Yzma in his deck. I'm not seeing that in there, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, I think a lot of players have decided that Yzma just costs a little too much. And the rest of the cards are good enough without her that you don't need to be throwing another uninkable in the deck. I believe Patrick's deck is very, very low to the ground. Pops out at like 5 ink maybe. And is just playing a bunch of like very good utility cards, the kits, the go-go's. I'm not sure if he's on the Shift Diablo. He might not be. Some people are, some people aren't. He is not. Like, he's just a very like mid-rangey tempo deck. Wants to just keep his opponent kind of off the table a little bit, while questing with some of his more aggressive threats and like Genie.
Yeah, and then Kara here, of course, playing the Amber Steel song variant, but this one's a little bit different than your typical Amber Steel. She's leaning very heavily in the Princess type package, playing with like the Aurora, playing with the Mulan and the Moana, which the Moana is a great card in this. I love seeing this Moana being played because she gets to ready all of your princess characters, which is phenomenal, especially when you're mostly playing princess characters. And I think there's only like a few cards that are not princess in this deck, which is great.
She's back in set 1, you know, she was very, very strong there, but she also every once in a while picks up some usage when people are playing some Steel Song here.
Yeah, no, this is definitely be a fun one, and we already seen the games off here. And we had Patrick starting off with this game, playing a Diablo. And then now we see Kara here playing the Mulan, which using the effect of drawing card, discard card, and we discarded this Giant Cindy, Stout-Hearted. Discarding that and just sending it out there because it's not really needed right now.
Yeah, it costs a lot. She does have the shift target, but I think she has other things that she's interested in doing before she starts to try and play towards this Stout-Hearted.
Now, what's interesting is I do see a Cinderella in her hand, the one-cost Cinderella, and she played the Mulan, which is interesting because she does have a song in her hand that she was able to sing with it.
I think she only has the Zeus in her hand, right?
No, she has a Storm.
Oh, she does have a Storm. It might have just been a thing of I'm in the blind. Oh no, she had a shift target from Mulan. I totally forgot this shifted.
This is right. Yes, this Moana is great here. Or Mulan, sorry. This Mulan is great. Being able to shift is great. Yeah, I literally was just looking at the card and was like, oh, yeah, it's a Mulan. But it's even here. But this is a really cool card. Being able to quest and just grabbing a song off the top of the deck or revealing a top card, if it's a song, you get to play it for free.
Yeah.
It's a great card here.
She's also just a 3/3. That quest for 2. Like, she's relatively decent statted, and if she gets to reveal cards off the top, like, that's great. If not, she doesn't care too much. She kind of plays this nice role of like doing a weird Ariel impression, right? Like Ariel comes down, looks for a song, puts it in your hand so you can play it. She is actively questing and also trying to get your songs so you can play them for free. Like she does both. Though she has a lot of songs already in her hand. So I don't know how many songs this Mulan's actually gonna trigger. We'll have to see.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of songs.
Oh, there's a lot. Yeah,
she has what, like 67 cards in the deck, so she can she has a lot of cards in here, and so there's could be a potential for a lot of different triggers from different songs. I mean, she has a total of 22 songs in this deck.
Yeah.
So she can hit it at least a third of the time.
And she is on a whole new world, right?
She does,
Yep.
yes, she does have the whole new world in here. Now there is
So
a really cool item, and I can't wait to see it. I want to see if she gets to play it. If not, I'll bring it up later. But this card is gonna be really cool, and I'm excited to see this card being played. And I want to see it. I really want to see this card. It's gonna be fun.
okay. Yeah, I mean, this card is kind of cool. We'll have to see if she gets to play it, but it is a one of, so we'll have to see if she.
Yeah, it is a one of. So that's why I don't know if we'll see it. So that's why if we don't see it, I'll say it. But
Yeah.
it's if not, hey, we're gonna have some fun with it.
Patrick, this is one of those matchups. Unfortunately for Patrick, is going to be tough. For him on his side. All of his characters are so small. They all have maybe three willpower. Genie's like the only thing that has Genie and Elsa are the only things that really have any kind of willpower to withstand getting consistently shot by like storms and strengths and Zeus's. It's just everything all the time. Unfortunately, his stuff is just so small that it is pretty susceptible to that. But also, he has a decent amount of like, he's got kits and he's got ways to disrupt and he's got pull the levers to make her discard cards. And her deck does not have a ton of ways to draw cards that isn't Whole New World. So we can if he can kind of keep her off of a ton of cards, then he's able to start gaining advantage and have his like card just be on the table at all times.
Yeah, no, and this Aurora was really cool to see. Sadly, didn't get to stick around for long. Besides just questing for the 2, it is a Singer 5, which is great. But whenever you get to remove 1 or more damage from characters, you get to ready her, which is great. I love that card.
Yeah,
it's a fun one.
Aurora's pretty cool. I know she doesn't see a ton of play, but she's still very solid. And now we see this Naveen, and she has this whole new world in her hand. And I think next turn she's probably planning on playing that, and that's what I'm talking about. If Patrick has a heads up here and tries to pull the lever her, it'll be such a swing in his advantage. Even though he also doesn't have very many cards, if he decides to do it, it is huge for him. Decides to draw cards, but I do think he hit an Ursula too, so he could play that. He has a lot of ways here to theoretically turn a corner.
Yeah, no, this is definitely nice. Seeing this Ursula here can definitely hurt, but instead we are going to see the wrong lever coming down here.
The wrong lever. Since he has a pull the lever, he's going to put the pull the lever on the bottom, and then he's going to also put the Naveen on the bottom, which also stops her whole new world, which is very nice for him.
Think again, it doesn't stop. Remember that Aurora is a Singer 5.
Oh, she does.
So she has a Singer 5 that can sing it. So
Yeah.
he still are in the place. We are good. Still can make it happen. And here we are, whole new world.
Singing whole new world.
Singing it great, getting those cards, refilling the hand, and seeing what we can pull. And it looks like we have another one. In fact, it actually looks like we have 2 in her hand now.
Not exactly what she wants to say in her hand. I mean, 1, an extra copy is nice, but 2 gets to be like, okay, I don't really want. But I think the rest of her hand is mostly solid. She has the Aerial, the Sonic Warrior, which is huge. She's gonna get that down. She might have 2 in her hand. I thought that's not the one I saw. I think she has another one. And again with like these Mulans and stuff, these other Mulans to start singing songs off the top of the deck as well.
Now, you might not be able to tell, but there is a card in her hand that we don't really get to see, and it is a fun interaction card. That is the item I was telling you about earlier. I was really excited for it, and it's a Cinderella. And this Cinderella is the Cinderella the right one, because she has the right one here. It's the right play, because whenever you play this character, you get to put an item named the Glass Slipper from your discard to the bottom of your deck, and then you get to gain 3 lore. And guess what? We are playing the Glass Slipper in here, which is fantastic. And of course, now we get to see that Cinderella on the field. But of course, Ursula doing Ursula things, being played, ripping a song out of the hand and discarding it. But deciding to leave the 2 whole new worlds and taking out the removal spell, which is probably the right choice so you don't lose any characters. But we do have this Aerial down anyway, so it's going to probably start doing some damage whenever these songs do get played.
Yeah, this is one of the only problems for Patrick. He does not have the answers he has to this arrow are so small. He just does not have. It's like wrong lever plus, like he has to have a pull the lever, in the discard and wrong lever this to really get rid of it. He just does not have a ton of songs to get rid of it. And he's not on. I know some of the Amethyst Emerald decks are like on um Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno.
Oh yeah.
But I do not see that in his list. So he really does not have a ton of ways to interact with Ursula, or not Ursula, Ariel, Cinderella Stouthearted, these cards that like can create issues for a deck of his nature. Just does not have a great way to interact with them.
Yeah, there's not a lot of good removal. I mean, there's a lot of decent challenging options, like with the Elsa. You do have the Fox and the Crab in here, and even the Peter Pan, which is nice. But there's
Yeah.
no real other ways to deal with characters besides challenging, and of course the
Yeah.
wrong lever.
It just means that
as
he,
well.
no matter what, he always has to put two cards together to get rid of one, instead of being able to just have Bruno or whatever and say, "Hey, I don't have to deal with this card anymore." He always has to have pull a lever plus wrong lever, or Crab plus this, or Hypnotic Strength plus another character, or something. He always has to have two things.
Yeah, and of course we see a lot of characters coming down on Kara's side here. We have a Mulan, a Aurora, and a Ariel here. And all these cards can sing. Pretty much almost all the cards except for maybe one can't sing Whole New World, but that's okay because it's going to be able to play probably for free anyway within just Quest.
I think the approach that Patrick is taking here is just put everything on the board, and hope that she can't deal with everything all the time. But unfortunately, unbeknownst to him, I think she has another Ariel in her hand. That's off. Yeah, she has another Ariel with two Whole New Worlds. I think she can reasonably ink this Rapunzel, play her other Ariel, and then like in the near future just sing Anna Naveen. So I'll be honest, this Naveen is kind of whatever. I actually don't really like this Naveen. I'd much rather be playing this Ariel and sing Whole New World later, so that you can pay for the Ariel triggers.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. The Naveen's probably not the choice to play right yet, but it is definitely a card that's going to go cool. I get to play this and get to play a Whole New World for free, pretty much for 4, and get a character on the board is going to be great. So you can see more songs next turn. Now we get to see the Mulan here questing, revealing the top card, and it is the Glass Slipper, and it is the full Glass Slipper. It is sitting there. It's going to continue to sit there until next turn, or until we get to draw a card.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens here. We're going to have the Aurora quest for 2, and continue going up with lore here, and trying to kind of race to the very end. Now, this Ariel is going to challenge into the kit, and kind of start picking off some of the board here and putting some damage down. And now we get to heal, draw cards. It's going to be a great turn here. Ooh, we get the removal, which is another good card here, which should be nice. We could start taking out like maybe the Cursed Merfolk, and maybe even pick off the genies at some point.
I think you might be interested in the Aurora trigger. Yeah, so she gets to ready it from healing off the Ariel, gets to sing a card. She does notably this Glass Slipper needs a Prince to actually activate, and she has the Prince Naveen in her hand. So she actually does have a way to activate the Glass Slipper. Not that she inherently needs it at the moment. She has a decent board state for it, but it does give her the option to go, hey, I need this card for this exact moment. There, then I get it. I am seeing that we're having some issues with the lore tracker, so I will give everybody a heads up here. I believe Kara is at 10 lore, and Patrick's at 7. Just so everybody gets a small update there. And we are working to fix that issue. So we'll keep you guys updated as best we can here.
But we are seeing a bunch of characters, and we get to see another Ursula coming down, taking a look at the hand of Kara and removing one of the songs. And long and behold, the only 2 options are a Whole New World. That's it. So you got to pick one, apparently.
Yeah, so I think Patrick's like, oh, I kind of wish I just had another Ursula so I can because again, now she can just play this other aerial, or she might honestly she might ink the aerial and play Naveen and Whole New World, and then she also gets to activate this glass slipper pretty soon if she really wants it. She could also just play the aerial. I think both options are very fine, especially against this board state. Anytime she gets to play songs, she gets to take a genie and put a bunch of damage on it. Maybe even and banish it with the aerials.
Yeah, no, this is definitely going to be interesting to see what we can do here. And we got a fox coming down now.
Oh, there we
So
go.
now we can
It
start
has a way to
removing some
take it.
things. We can take out the songs now and stop our opponent here for playing these songs and drawing cards. Question is will he do that? He does have the ink for it, or is he wanting to build his board a little bit wider just so that he can quest for a lot more later on?
Well, he has 3 ink, so I think he should be playing the Ursula and then just dropping one of those other 1-drops he has in his hand. Because if he doesn't do this, he doesn't get to build a board state ever. And notably that's 3 of her whole new worlds that's gone. So she only has 1 left in the deck. So with only 2 cards in her hand, that is like pretty scary for her not having any cards. But this is another one of those moments where this glass slipper can go, hey, I can go find you an aerial to go find a song. That's like kind of why she's playing this glass slipper, which is nice. And we see Patrick taking out that Milan so that she doesn't just rip a whole new world off the top with her ability. And he doesn't actually care because she doesn't have a lot of great ways to interact with these genies, especially since he knows that she doesn't have a song. Because there's only one unknown on.
Yeah. And seeing what we can get here, trying to find a princess. You probably are going to be searching for our spectacular, or not? Yeah, is it spectacular singers Ariel?
Yes.
That would be we're going to be looking for that. Probably be the best option, just so that we can get some of these cards here and getting some songs and finding these songs. But as we're seeing, we're kind of getting ready for it, setting up for that turn to do it. But we're going to have Ariel challenge into some things, taking out and banishing this fox here, and questing for 2, I believe. Yeah, we're going to quest for 2 with the Rapunzel. Trying to get it a little bit closer here to the 20 lore game.
Yeah. It's surprisingly how close Patrick has kept this game. After being under the oppression of like Steel Song in this deck, like I was saying, you can have such a hard time with this deck. Just everything's just getting taken out by this aerial and by um all of the things that can just deal so much damage. And now he's just turning everything sideways, looking to end this game right here, right now. Come next turn, oh, he actually just has the go to gain 4.
And that
Wow,
puts him at 20. And now we're going to go into game 2.
that's crazy. It gives me a little bit of PTSD. Last set champs, I was playing against an opponent, and he happened to just have enough to put 5 damage on my Hades, and then played 2 go-go's on me. Win the game from 10.
Wow.
That just is very reminiscent, and I shudder. I feel for Kara here.
Yeah, no, Go-Go is such a
She's
card
so
that comes
wild.
in just last minute, not even thinking about it. You're like, oh, I think I have the game. I know I got the game this next
Yeah.
turn. Just pass it and let's go, and we'll go on to the next game. And your opponent goes, Go-Go,
Go.
and guess what?
That's game.
That's game.
Yeah. Like,
We losing it. It's not great.
yeah.
But overall, it's a great card. Go-Go is such a good card coming in and
It's
just
so
clutching a win.
It's so weird because like sometimes I feel like I see Go a lot, and she's actively in decks, but the amount of times I feel like I actually see her doing things is like kind of low. But when she does, man, she just like wins the game on the spot, and it's absurd.
Oh yeah, no. I will say last set you got to see a lot of her, and a lot of her triggers did go off. Sadly, you're not seeing a lot of it in this set. This set she's kind of taking a little bit of a backseat, a little bit more, and not really being as played. We might see her in next set after rotation, because she's got some
Yeah.
really good shift targets that came out in this set, but you're just not seeing play right yet. But she can definitely come in and do some really good damage.
Yeah.
And just win you the games. I don't know, like a goat almost. Just blindly winning.
Yeah, it just makes your opponent like if you get hit by Go-Go once and that happens, for the rest of your life, even if your opponent's not playing green or like Emerald, you just are like, do they have a Go-Go? Do I just lose the game if I do this right here? Even though I have to make this play, like it's always in the back of your mind creeping, and you're just like, wait, they're on Ruby Sapphire. They like can't be playing Go-Go. I can't lose the game here. It's like, gosh, I know I do it. It's
But
just it scares
you
me.
know, Gogo still will win anyway. You will still find a
Oh
way to get
yeah,
Gogo to
yeah.
come out. It's still going to always find a way to
I
win.
wake
It's
up
going to be great.
sweating in the middle of the night. Yeah,
Yep.
it's
It's Gogo will always come out.
yeah.
It's great.
Really, really great play from Patrick here. I mean, from both players, honestly. I mean, she was doing phenomenally well. He just happened to see that Ursula that he really needed. I really thought if she played that one whole new world and he didn't actually get to end up taking it with Ursula, that like he was in a worse off position. But I actually think it might have helped him a little bit more. Especially I think what helped is her hitting 2 whole new worlds on her first one. Those are effectively 2 blank cards for her that she can't play for a while. So she really drew 5 cards, right? Like, or maybe 6 if you want to think about it that way, because you do want to see a whole new world on your whole new world typically.
But too many of those is not
Yeah,
good.
yeah. It's just like, oh, I wished I had this was like a Zeus or something, so I could start dealing damage to things, especially the genies. The only thing that she has like a huge problem with is she can't deal with genies. She has to Zeus or has to strength or something. Um, in order to get rid of those cards.
Yeah, no, those are really the only cards you'll have to Zeus at some point,
Yeah.
and that's your biggest removal.
Well,
That can handle those. I mean, strength is good,
yeah,
but you need a lot of characters on there, and I mean, she is playing 4 copies of both, so she can get there. It's just how many characters can you get on the field
yeah.
quickly?
I think too. I think Patrick should also be looking to do is his deck is full of evasive. And if he can, I think the mix of having so many evasives and also having things that are like juicy targets for these strengths and everything makes it very hard to evaluate what you should be taking out with your removal for any Steel Song player, namely obviously Kara in this situation. It's like, oh, there's a Kit, there's a Pegasus, there's this, like, what do I actually have to shoot? Or even like, um, let's say there's no evasives, but they have a bunch of evasives in their hand. You just have to let them quest with their non-evasives because you can challenge them and then only use your removal on their evasives. Like these are things that like you really have to think about when playing something like Steel.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's definitely a thing thinking about and trying to figure out how do you want to remove characters, how do you want to proceed going into drawing cards. It's definitely a thing to think about when playing Steel Song, and sometimes it could be easy, and sometimes it's not so easy. You have to think a couple turns ahead, in trying to figure out how you want to proceed with the game. Now we do get to see, of course, Cinderella singing, or actually questing. Sorry, not singing, questing, for the turn because there was no characters on the board yet, which is quite interesting. Even though I don't know if you decided not to play the Diablo.
Maybe not. He didn't want it to get immediately hit by a strength, and now he's gonna play 2, so she can only hit 1, and then he'll still draw a card. It's probably doesn't feel as bad for him. Like he will get to quest with at least one of these Diablos, where if he did it one at a time, most likely they both get hit before they actually get to quest. So he just wants to guarantee that he's at least getting 1 lore off of either of these characters.
Now, did he have a crab in his hand?
I haven't seen his hand quite yet. I
I
don't
saw
think.
part of it, but I can't remember if he had a crab. Because if he has a crab, we have the Cinderella who can knock out one of the Diablos. He's going to draw a card from it, and then if we get a crab here, that Diablo can challenge into that Cinderella and knock it out, plus getting him a draw a card.
Yeah. He also has he has a Kit in his hand, so he could bounce the Cinderella. He
Why would
also
you?
could play. He saw that she got Whole New World off of the Ariel, and he has an Ursula, so like he has that knowledge, and at any point can fire off this Ursula and say, "Hey, I'm gonna take that now. Like you can't play it, and it's not safe." Um, I wonder when he decides to like pull that trigger.
I mean, I'm surprised he didn't get to play the kit to bounce back that aerial, because that also would have stopped it too. I mean, besides you getting another aerial down and getting another trigger to find those songs, it still kind of slows him down a little bit so that he doesn't play a whole new world, gets to play any of his bigger cost songs like Zeus, which he does get to see here now is Zeus, and then of course you have the whole new world, and preventing some of that being played.
Another Ursula. This is, I mean,
And
this is good for him. Always having a backup Ursula is so nice. Like he's gonna, if he decides to, he's gonna play one of them, take this whole new world, and then he always has the backup and goes at any point he feels unsafe, he can take this whole new world. And he also has pull the lever in his hand, and I wouldn't even hate like making her discard a card too. Like he sees, oh, you have a Moana and a Stout Hearted. I don't want to have to deal with either of these cards later. I'm gonna pull the lever you at some point so that I don't have to. It's effectively again removal for these cards he doesn't want to have to deal with.
yeah, no, definitely. And we got to see another man top decked a Zeus off the top to take care of some things if we need to, but we still have the Mulan, that can quest and get some more songs coming out. Instead, we see the Moana coming down here and trying to get to ready up all the characters. This is again one of the coolest cards I've seen from set one, and I wish it's seen more play.
Yeah,
It's such a fun card. It quests for a lot. It has a lot of willpower, and it gets to ready up all your princesses so that you can either sing with them after they've quested. They just can't quest for the rest of turn. And
it's a grab your swords off the
oh,
Mulan.
we're hitting a grab you swords.
She
Wow.
can even keep this Zeus.
This is great.
Yeah,
Okay. Sadly, it only knocked out one, but putting multiple damage on some characters is not that bad either. Kind of put them at some nice, easy chip out range if we get another grab your swords, because she is playing multiple grab your swords.
I honestly don't think she cares about this. I mean, she kind of cares about this Ursula, but I don't know that she inherently cares about this Ursula anymore. Like it's kind of done its thing. Unless he tries to like bounce it somehow, and even then, she's gonna care. But I think as soon as she gets the opportunity to take it out, she probably will. But if it doesn't do anything, like she's not that great about it. I was hoping, part of me was hoping that he would be able to ink something this turn, kit back the aerial, let her get another song off of it, and then use this second Ursula to take it from her. But instead, I think he's start applying as much pressure as he can, getting rid of this Mulan, which is good for him. He does not want her ripping songs off the top of the deck anymore, and then playing
And
plus
then
more.
removing the song.
Yep.
Wow. So now we're at 0 cards in Kara's hand here and has to top deck anything that she has. And what is she top deck? I don't know. It's a great
Nope.
question, but it's a
Just a
Cinderella.
Cinderella.
And it's
Okay.
just a little ballroom Cinderella. So
Um,
not much we can do here.
Quest for 4, and then it'll ready back up. Ready back up this aerial. So this aerial is pretty protected.
Yeah, no, this area is doing pretty good. Oh, making sure lore totals are correct here and going through, but everything looks like we're good and readying up the aerial and ready to go and making this aerial good.
See what Patrick wants to get done here. Singing friends on the other side to try and refill his hand quite a bit. He does have a genie, and he's gonna deal with this Moana by just putting it back in her hand. I wonder, he does not have a way to make her discard it, but I also think he just wants to make her repay for it. The more he can just make her repay for it, um, the more he can just keep making her repay for it is good for him. The more he can slow her down, the more um is good for him. He gets to start building his board. He gets to start uh pushing lore as much as he can. Inking the Moana now. She's got her whole new world. Ripped it off the top. Song loves to do that.
Steel Song is great just playing with some songs and getting a whole new world coming down and getting a fresh 7 cards. Sadly, we see multiple version or multiple copies of Whole New World here. And actually, no, wait, nope. Never mind. I'm sorry. Only one copy. I'm sorry. It's only one copy of it.
She does have this grab your swords though. If I'm Patrick, I think you have to take this opportunity to take out this this aerial if you get the chance.
Yeah, no, this aerial can be very scary here.
On this is where things are going to start to go downhill for Patrick if he does not find an answer. He really needs to. He's got to find an answer to this board state. This Mulan is going to cause so many issues. This aerial is going to cause so many issues. Hopefully his 7 got him some things he really needed. Did get a hypnotic strength, which is pretty good for his Ursula. He did get a fox too. So I'm curious if he like plays hypnotic strength and I don't know if he has enough for it all though, because he'd love to be able to like bounce the Ursula and play it with the fox again. Does
Yeah.
hypnotic strength the Ursula? So start off with that, see where he goes.
Doesn't draw the card yet, but there we
there
go.
he
Now
goes.
we're
Yep.
going to draw the card from Hypnotic Strength. Taking out the aerial, which is good because that aerial is going to be tough to deal with. And then we have Kick. Taking out, knocking, and banish out the Cinderella here. And
He might have to hold this fox.
yeah.
Keep one of these 1-drops and hold the fox so that when Milan goes sideways, he has a way to deal with it.
Now he could play this Genie and have Genie kind of sit around here and maybe gain some passive floor and hopefully nothing can take it out. Banish it, maybe. But it does give him an extra card if he does need it. Or do we want to probably play multiple characters on the board here? That might be an option as well, just to play
I also
as
don't hate
wide
the
as we
idea of
can.
just like pull the levering my Steel Song opponent in this position. Sure, like if you play one of your 1-drops and pull the lever, oh, he has an ink for turn, so he does that option. Pull the lever. Okay, decides to go with Fox. Just wants to get the Ursula to replay Ursula to see if she has anything and can take either one of these things. I think in this position you really got to take Whole New World, but does decide to take the Grab Your Swords. Both are extremely threatening for this deck. I don't blame him. Both of these options are not good, and he wants to get rid of both of them ideally. But she doesn't have anything actually saying Whole New World at the second.
Oh, I think she does.
Milan.
Look again. She has a Cinderella in hand.
Oh,
Stout-hearted
in
in her
hand. I'm
hand.
in on the board.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
okay.
yep.
Yeah, no, we could shift into this Cinderella Stout-hearted, which looks like that's what she
Yeah.
is going to be doing, and then she could sing this whole new world
Yep.
and get a bunch of cards, and we might even want to do the Mulan first. That might be an option. Is maybe play the Mulan or have Mulan quest, seeing what card we get, and then going ahead and grabbing the next 7.
Yeah. I mean, she could even just challenge the kid if she really get it off the board. But I think she's gonna sing first. Which I mean, I don't hate singing first, just because you'll see your 7 and then you just quest and whatever you hit, you hit. You don't hit anything. It's not the biggest deal.
Yeah, it's not a bad option either. And we see a lot of songs here in hand and a glass slipper, which is fun, and another whole new world. We see cards here that we're going to keep drawing, apparently. We're going to keep
Yeah.
drawing. She's
I
going to
think
have a lot of good
Patrick
draw.
has 2 Go-Go's in his hand.
Oh, do we have 2
I
Go-Go's in hand?
think.
Ooh.
Not sure though.
Yeah. Now we can see Cinderella, our trainer here, our training Cinderella, and then we have to discard the slipper with the Cinderella's effect. So we could see our good friend Cinderella being played to grab back this glass slipper, which would be fun to see if we can get that.
So, notably, I think he can. Can he take out? He can't quite take out this Cinderella. Unless he has. I think he had an obnoxious, so maybe he actually can. Oh, he has a crab, so he could. It takes a lot of resources to do, but he could do it.
I mean, if he plays crab and plays the other fox he has in hand and give the one fox 7.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it would technically be even more than that, but yeah, I mean, he'll swing that fox to swing it for 10, so that will definitely take care of it. But doesn't look like that's gonna happen yet.
I think he's gonna go after this Milan just quite first, and I can agree. Like, I think he can do both things this turn.
Oh yeah, he can actually do
He
both.
doesn't ink for the turn.
Yeah, he hasn't
he
inked.
actually can take both of these out. That's impressive.
He can answer this board. This deck has surprised me. I have been very surprised on how much removal it's been going on with this.
Yeah. And I guess the 7, so he doesn't even have to bounce it back.
Oh yeah, no, he doesn't, does he?
Yeah, and gets to keep this Flynn too. That's
Even
impressive.
better.
And
Yeah,
he still
this.
gets the biggest thing is that he has a full grip of cards in his hand still. Like, he did not really lose a ton of tempo for doing it. And got rid of some of the biggest threats he could have had to deal with. Like I was saying earlier, like not having amazing options to deal with them, and just always him having crab and hypnotic strength and all of these things to actually deal with it has been pretty impressive from him.
Yeah, no. Seeing that, and we do have a Prince Naveen in hand, which is kind of nice. So we can have Prince Naveen either sing or get to play one of these songs for free, or even just having some other good characters in here in hand, coming down. We have this Ursula in hand, Veronica Ursula, that lets you be able to sing cards that cost 4 or less, which is good. But we see the Naveen coming down and debating on which song, because we have 3 different options we could choose from. We have Let the Storm Rage On, Zeus, and A Whole New World. And we are going to actually get the Zeus to knock out this crab, which that crab is, you don't want that crab sticking around for too long.
No, both options were good here. She could have stormed the Flynn or gotten rid of this crab, and honestly, this crab has been a nightmare for her to deal with anyway. Just that taking out her Cinderella was pretty huge. So I think she wanted to get it off the table before it could do more damage than it already done.
Yeah, and with Storm in hand, it's going to be really easy to take care of this Flynn. It's going to be
Yeah.
just because it gets to deal the 2 damage, and the Flynn is having 2 willpower. It's just going to be a nice, easy target, and then we get to draw a card from Storm as well, and it can be sung pretty easily with all of the characters except for this little Cinderella.
I think if I'm Patrick, I'm ready to just like throw my hand down on the board. I don't know if he knows she has another whole new world. I don't think so. But I think you kind of have to expect it from Steel Song here. I don't hate like playing um Kit. He has the Kit in his hand to bounce the aerial. Technically, it'll give her another trigger, but it'll keep her off of another singer, which is something that he kind of has to do at this moment. Um, or he decides to protect his Flynn. That's also something that like is nice that it the Cinderella could attack with the Flynn, and I don't think he, as much as it does make her like discard a card, protecting his quest things at Quest for 2 is always relevant to the matchup. I know how many times I'm like, oh, I get to attack that thing, and then they're like, oh no, I'll bounce it back, and I'm like, oh, I have to deal with this Merfolk for 3 more turns because it just keeps going back to their hand. Quite annoying.
Yeah, no, that gets very annoying very quickly, and have to answer quickly. And luckily enough, there are ways in Steel Song here to kind of answer them as long as they put them back down, and you can deal damage to them. It's a great and easy way to do that, and we probably are going to see some of that here. We're going to see Ariel sing a song, which is going to be Let the Storm Rage On, knocking out that Merfolk and drawing a card to replace it. And we got to top deck a Strength. So this could actually be really good here. We get to knock out this Peter Pan with that. So we don't have to worry about whole new worlding yet. And we can just take out this Peter Pan and go from there. I mean, this is not a bad spot that she's in right now. Um, and we get to have Naveen, of course, singing Whole New World, getting rid of these Go-Go's, and he had 2 of them in his hand. So this is going to be really good to get rid of that. So in case if we get some damage down, so
Found 2 more Ursulas. I think next turn he's just gonna be like, you know what? You've been seeing whole new worlds off of your whole new worlds. I'm just gonna play both of these Ursulas and see what you got going on. He could take the entire next turn to play Ursula, and pull the lever to try and like really rip apart whatever is left in her hand.
yeah, if he can take all the cards out of her hand, the songs, anything like that, it's going to be a tough spot for Kara here. And trying to deal with that.
Second got left. I think she's played 3 whole new worlds now. Yeah, so she's only got one.
4.
Oh, it's all 4. Okay, so
All
she's
4
got
are
none left
gone.
in the deck. So I think again, yeah, I'm pretty firm on the play all of my interaction to the hand, because she has nothing to refuel with anymore. He's probably feeling okay in this situation, even though the board state doesn't look like it's okay for him. He's probably feeling okay with this board state right now, and he has another fox in his hand.
Oh, we're actually playing 2 glass slippers.
Yeah.
Because we haven't, this is the enchanted one. We didn't see the enchanted one. So
Oh.
they're actually playing 2. So, okay. So this is nice. And this is a pretty card. It is a nice looking card, I will
Yeah,
say.
the enchanted for the glass slipper looks pretty nice. Some of the items are like don't look nearly as good. This one does look pretty good. Playing Ursula like I thought. I don't think she has one hit. Yep. If I think I'm him, I see all of those cards in her hand, and I say, pull the lever, get rid of it, get rid of something. I don't want to deal with any of these cards.
Yeah, no, those are cards are definitely you don't want to deal with that. That Rapunzel is definitely going to be rough. We also have the shift Ariel that can come down and start putting some damage. And even if it doesn't shift it, it's perfectly fine. But just having that card out on the field can be very scary, especially with the big willpower that she has, and just the effect of being able to deal 3 damage to a character is insane. And then of course, like I said, Rapunzel drawing cards, and this Mulan can still draw cards, which is nice. But it kind of filters what you're doing, and you get to see a card, kind of put a card you don't want in the discard, and kind of go from there.
All right, start putting things on the board so we can start pushing the end game here. Knows that what she's got in her hand, hopefully starting to just overwhelm her, and go like underneath of her rather than try to get over top of her.
And we are going to be using this glass slipper, exerting the prince here, Prince Naveen, and looking for a princess. Now, what princess do you think she's going to try to get here?
If she's got any stout hearteds left, maybe a stout hearted. That's like the biggest one. I don't know what else. You could also go for. She's already got a Rapunzel in her hand. She doesn't need a second one. Or just another Sonic Warrior, like something big. You really just want like something ginormous, and I think stout hearted is like one of the things that Patrick's gonna have a hard time dealing with, and she has the shift target on the board. I think she just takes.
Yeah, Stouthearted definitely seems like the best option here, just to help answer everything character-wise, being able to challenge into pretty much every character that Patrick has, and doesn't really take any knockback. I mean, maybe takes 2 from this Fox, but that's really all it takes.
Yeah. Yeah. She's just checking a couple times, see what she's got left in the deck here, maybe doing a little bit of counting to see. I think a lot of her removal is gone, so I think this is the time Patrick has to he's got to put things on the table and hopefully just trade effectively from here on out. Luckily, I do think he has the pull lever and friends on the other side in his hand, I believe. So he does have a way to like refill his hand a bit too.
And I will say, so far, Patrick's been doing really good job of controlling the board with challenging and answering these characters coming down. He's
Yeah.
been doing very well with that, and seeing what else we can do is going to be nice to see. And of course, we see the Stout Hearted here shifting on top of Cinderella, taking out the Fox, putting 2 damage on Cinderella. And we do have this Rapunzel here that can heal it. So it pretty much did nothing. And we get to draw 2 cards on top of that, which is great. And we see the right one, Cinderella, and a Mulan here that can just play our songs from the top of our deck for free.
Yeah. Not too effective. Like I said, I think she's missing a lot of her songs. From a lot of her removal is like gone, but this Cinderella is nice because it does gain her lore for putting the gloss silver black on the bottom of the deck. So just a way to like push towards the end game here. She has a lot of threats on the board anyway, but 3 lore is 3 lore, and you never say no to 3 lore.
Yeah, no, 3 lore is great. Why would you ever say no? I mean, well, we did have a Taka, but we just wanted more lore. That's all we wanted. We just wanted more lore on that thing, not just 3. Now we get to see this Peter Pan going in, taking out our little Cinderella here, and having our characters challenge in, taking out Naveen, and leaving the board with just a Rapunzel and a Stoutheart.
Yeah, he's looking to hopefully race with these evasives. Unfortunately, Stout-Hearted and Rapunzel are a lot faster than his board state currently, and she has a ton of cards in her hand. So we're gonna have to see if he can make some magic happen.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a rough spot a little bit here. And see, it might just be going down to the races.
Yeah, I mean, she's got another Rapunzel in her hand, a Sonic Warrior. Like If I'm Kara, I probably just play my cheapest stuff and get a bunch of my cheapest stuff out, and like anything that quests for 2. Yeah, like the Cinderella to put 3 lore. That so for that go to 11. You can quest for 5 more to go to 16.
Yeah, that's crazy what we got going on
Yeah,
here.
she should be able to like push for lethal next turn.
I mean, we've got some great cards here in the hand, and we just get to play any one of like big characters, or even some small characters. This Mulan's gonna be great. Then we get to play this other Mulan, and no using the Mulan's effect of drawing and discarding, but we are going to see our Rapunzel and Cinderella deciding to quest and
Yeah.
go to 16.
Yep, makes sense. She might as well just pull. I don't hate not using the Mulan. She doesn't actually care that much. You know, she's got game on board currently, and it's up to Patrick to make some magic happen. And I don't think it's quite there. Yeah. Yep. Realizes he's out of it, and has to scoop it up to go to game 3 here. I think this is our first game today, right?
This is our first game 3 of the day, which has been.
It's our second, I think.
It's our second one.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, then.
Pretty exciting though.
Yeah, no, these games are pretty good.
From
Oh, right. Racers got.
Oh, Racers
Yeah.
was that? Oh, okay.
Thank you to production Brandon over here.
Yeah, finally
Setting us straight.
decided to get off of the mute here.
I'm surprised you can contain yourself when Chip and Dale hit the table.
Hey, that's really what made me think about actually unhitting the mute. I was like, okay, like sitting over quiet, Chip and Dale hitting the board in a set champ.
I
I was
mean,
pretty stoked.
I don't know if you were really quiet, but it's fine. You were up here standing around, almost making circles, running around the studio over here.
Yeah. Pretty funny though.
It was great.
So now Patrick is on the play. And that's pretty good for him. Hopefully he can just race and just say, hey, I'm going to play all of my Curse Merfolks, and just before she gets to get her singer set up, is just hopefully end the game. Notably, these players are on like 4 minutes left in this timer. They might have a little bit of extra time because I know we took a little bit of time to set them up. But the point is that they're running out of time, so they do need to like push this game. We might not even get much of a game through.
Yeah, we might not see a lot of the game 3. We might see a few things happen, and then it goes to time. If we see if Patrick gets to go quick and move quick, then he might could win and get close to the game. But I don't know if we're actually going to be able to finish this game 3 here. But it'll be exciting to see if we can get it that fast. I mean, I'm rooting for how fast this can go.
Yeah, we'll see if he can push as hard and fast as he can.
Yeah. Going through our altars here, figuring out what we need to do at this game here, and what we need to do.
I mean, if I'm Kara, I'm just looking for Cinderella plus Storm. You just want to take out whatever he's playing every single turn, and just, hey, take that out. Hey, take that out. Hey, take that out. And keep him under her thumb, because as soon as he doesn't, like we saw in game 1, as soon as he can get out from underneath of her thumb, like he starts to lose the game, like start to lose control of the game.
And I did check with our judge, and this clock is accurate, so it's gonna be a really quick game or go to round.
Yeah, we'll go to end of game procedure as soon as they hit time here. In
Yeah.
Diablo's one of the nicer starts for Patrick, just because he doesn't really mind if it gets banished since he draws a card, but we don't see anything from Kara on turn 1, which is huge for Patrick here.
Oh, we haven't seen anything on turn 1. Wow.
So if he takes that Storm, yeah, like that's, and I don't even think she has a 2-drop.
She does. She has a
Okay.
Cinderella in hand, so she
Okay.
has our Cinderella Knight in Training in hand. So
Gotcha.
that is our only 2-drop that we see here.
Not really one I would want to see though. And now she
And
sees her
there's your
Cinderella
1-drop.
ballroom.
Yep,
Just
of
a little
course.
too late. This Cinderella's fine, but like doesn't quite do what she wants it to do. She does see her whole new world. I'm not sure how much It might matter for her. I'm curious if she even gets to get there.
Well, we have this Naveen, which is good, so you can play some of these songs for free. So, and we have the Aerial, so you can go Aerial next turn and then playing this Naveen, and we have the Zeus and this whole new world that we can play around with.
I just have a feeling that Patrick's gonna quest with these two and bounce the Ursula, so she might even lose her whole new world. Yeah, I think she's gonna lose that whole new world next
She's gonna
turn.
lose it.
I think if I'm in Patrick's spot, if I see that Zeus and whole new world, I'm gonna take hold. Simply because I don't actually care about the removal as much. I care about keeping her off of like the removal or keeping her off of drawing 1,000 cards.
Yeah, that would be definitely devastating to get a bunch of cards here, but we get to see a strength being grabbed off this Aerial ability.
Because he can like fight removal, right? Like he can keep just putting things on the board and putting things on the board. What he can't fight is her having a full 7 every other couple of turns.
Oh yeah,
right?
definitely.
Like, so he needs to. I think he's got to take this whole new world. Yeah.
Yeah, and takes
Smart.
it and marks it off, and that removal isn't going to do a whole lot.
And if she's impatient, she plays the Naveen and sings, and just takes out 2 characters here, and he just gets to keep putting things on the board like this. Yep, he's just gonna keep pushing and keep pushing, and she's gonna fall behind relatively fast here.
Yeah, and it is time and round. So we are going to go to the end of game procedures here, being 5 turns, going 0 to 5, and starting off with the current turn player being at turn 0. And they've got 5 turns. With technically 3 turns each to figure out what's going on here. And we see a few cards being played. We got the Naveen coming out here. And then being able to play the strength for free, knocking out this Fox here. And Ariel's going to sing Zeus. And we have another Zeus in hand. So we have 2 Zeuses in hand here.
But like I said, he can fight through this. Like it's not the worst. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what's in his hand, but he has 2 Diablos, and like they can draw cards, and he's just gonna try and chain a bunch of these cards together, to try and end this game.
Yeah, and we have a Genie and a Goat here. Genie coming down, drawing cards.
Another Diablo. He could ink and play another Diablo.
Yeah. And we get to play this Diablo now, and then we're passing over for our 3rd turn here. And getting close. We'll see if we can pull it off. The question is can Kara actually stop Patrick from getting to 20 at this point? Because I think that's what she's gonna try to do, because she knows she can't get to 20.
Yeah.
In the time frame that she has. So do we try to stop him from reaching 20 if that's even possible? Because he's getting up there pretty quickly.
Yeah, but this will be his last. This will be his last turn. I don't quite think he'll get there.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's really a way to get up there, and he's just going to quest for 3 and go to 10 at least. He's halfway there.
Yeah.
But not enough for the game. And we see drawing our last card for the turn and for this game and seeing what this card is, and it is a Mulan. We see the Mulan coming down here being played, and this could be it. Are we gonna we're just gonna quest a quest, take out some characters? We're just gonna take out some characters. Or quest for 1, take out the characters, draw the cards, and that is it. That is the game here. I mean, there is. Oh, we're going to go. Oh, we're going. The last turn was her. The last turn. We're off by 1. Okay, so we're off by 1. Sorry, we're off by 1. So this is the last turn of all. Okay.
But I don't think it makes a difference.
It doesn't make a difference here. Yeah, no. There's not much we can do here. But that seems like that is it. Yeah.
Seems so, like we're just off by 1.
It's a draw.
Yeah.
At this point, I mean, one game, and that was very interesting being able to see here what we got going on.
Yeah.
I mean, we had one game won, and then the next game being won. Very, very interesting to see here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that it went to time. I actually think if that game was allowed to play out, Patrick had that pretty in the bag there.
Yeah, no, it seemed like he had everything he needed to right then and there. I mean, it was perfectly what he needed to get that aggro tempo, and Kara was just missing all of her early cards that help her sing to
Yeah,
control that.
I think too, like that taking that whole new world when he did was like the game changer. And if she saw whole new world at any point in the game, maybe she gets back into it. But he was even at 13 at the end of 5 turns. Like it was pretty fast. So
Yeah, no, that was a fast one, and should be going into round 5. Our final round of Swiss is
Yep.
coming up here, and I'm excited to see what decks that we are going to be going into our top cut of top 8.
yeah, I'm excited. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes with round 5 for Swiss, and then I believe for Top Cut we will take a small break to let players go ahead and get food and all that kind of stuff, and we'll be back. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to the Reign of Jafar set champs here at House Rules Gaming. We are heading into round 5, our last round for Swiss. So players are playing for their winning ins for top 8s and all that kind of stuff. We have 2 players here. We have Will, who's here at the Tinkerbell, and Taylor, who's on the Honey Wizard playmat right now. Can you tell us a little bit about what we are going to see for these players? I think we're good to move to.
Yeah, so we have William is going to be playing the green steel or emerald steel here, and then we have Taylor who is going to be playing a Blurple deck, our Amethyst Sapphire. This is going to be a fun matchup here, and it's going to be great. I love it. These are going to be some fun matches. We have, of course, William is actually a great player. We've been seeing him
Yeah,
at our
he's great.
locals. He's been winning set champs, and he's just a kid. He's been doing a fantastic job of playing the game and doing a lovely job of just doing really, really great here. And
Yeah,
it's been so good.
He's pretty good. I think we're having a little bit of trouble getting to the gameplay camera, but we'll get there. There it
Cool.
is. Just take
Alright,
a
yeah,
little
it
bit.
took a little bit of time.
Hey, 5 rounds. Computers are working hard. So we got Blurple, you said, and we got
Blurple and Emerald Steel
Emerald
is the
Steel,
other one.
Thank you. Yeah. These 2 decks I think we've seen a lot of times. I think Will's pretty notorious for playing Emerald Steel. It's not the first time he's played it. But a lot of times I end up seeing him play it. He's playing like stuff with Prince Philip and Chief Bogo that does a lot of pinging and like trying to take things out that way. Instead of the traditional like discard kind of stuff. So I'm interested to see like what he brings to the table here.
Yeah, no, this is going to be an interesting. It looks like we're playing with some like Fred action in here and doing some like other damage.
Yeah.
It looks like he even got this Mickey.
Yeah.
We have some Mickeys in here that we're going to be seeing. A lot of shift targets is what it looks like. We have this Jeff Bongo, Chief Bongo, who is going to be doing some stuff when you get shifting characters out. All
Yeah,
your
when you play the
Floodborne
Floodborns,
characters
yep.
are going to be great.
And then playing on the other side is Blurple. Pretty standard stuff. Playing like the Hades into the unknowns, looking to ramp pretty hard into the big hitters that they have in this. Right now we're just seeing Blurple do Blurple things with the popsicle and the bell, getting Tipo down to ramp, and Will over here with his lowly Robin Hood.
Yeah, it's a little Robin Hood, maybe a little alone at the moment, but I don't think it's going to stick around. It's not going to be alone for too long, we'll say. And we continue going through here, and we see our one of the cards that we've seen from set 1, Elsa, Spirit of Winter here in Taylor's hand. This is a fun card that we've seen from set 1. It's been played quite a bit. Kind of took a little bit of a backseat for a little while. Some people were teching it in here or there, but now we get to actually see this card being played in more decks recently. And it's been pretty good when it does get played.
Especially in Blurple decks where like they're already getting to 90 million ink. So they're okay, especially because they have the shift target in Amethyst. They're like okay playing this Elsa, just being able to exert 2 things, keep them exerted for a while, and also just quest for 3, trying to close out a game. And she does have the shift target too. So she's probably going to go like Elsa into Elsa for 2 turns, and that'll be very, very strong for her.
Yeah, no, that shifting into is going to be great. And this other card, we haven't seen this before, is this Genie, the Dragon Genie, which is kind of interesting. It pretty much just gains evasive during the turn, but it is a 3/4, so having that 3 strength is definitely really good. And being a 4 willpower character can definitely survive quite a bit of hits. And it can trade decently. It trades into this Fox really well, and also can trade into this Bell, which is good.
Yeah, notably too, it makes Taylor probably a little hesitant. She can play this Elsa, but if she tries to challenge with it, she's gonna lose it to this Genie as well, which can be a little scary. So she might have to exert the Robin Hood with this Elsa and either challenge it with the bell or try to take care of this genie early with her fox.
Yeah, that might be the case. We'll have to do now. It only gains evasive during the player's turn, so it doesn't have to worry about anything during the opponent's turn of being evasive, so which is good. But it can take out some of those evasive characters on the opponent's turn.
Looks like she's gonna hold Belle back for a little bit. Probably wants to be able to sing Friends on the other side, or even Into the Unknown. I know she's playing Into the Unknown in this deck. Basically let it go on exerted characters. So you choose an opponent character and put it to the inkwell if it's exerted. Pretty strong. She wants to just keep it back to just, hey, this is a threat that I always kind of have. And we see this Chief Bogo, the pretty much star of Will's deck here. That wants to like put damage on everything and then try to like play the Prince Philip or something, and goes and takes out this fox with the let the storm rage on.
Yeah, and we're seeing this bongo coming down, and I like this bongo. It's great. It's going to be really good here, seeing a bunch of these Floodborn characters being played, and it could be a fun one. It's going to be able to deal some damage to all these characters that Taylor has, and if we can keep playing all these Floodborn characters, it could actually take some damage down. It could put these characters at a good range to either knock them out completely and banish them, or just kind of put some damage on them and chip them away.
Yeah, he's like always looking to take efficient trades with like by pinging them all. And even if he gets to get the big thing and just go, hey, I have this Prince Philip now that banishes everything with damage on it. Again, it's one of those things that like Greensteel again doesn't have a ton of ways to deal with evasive characters. But because he's playing Chief Bogo, he can just put damage down, start like chipping away at them. He doesn't actually have to like directly interact with them, just kind of off to the side. Hey, every turn I'm gonna be playing these Floodborns and hopefully dealing damage. And we did see earlier, Will did ink a Return of Hercules. And I think he wants to like try to Return of Hercules, the like giant Mickey or the Prince Philip or something huge to like blow out his opponent, kind of.
Yeah, no, that's definitely what I can see what this Hercules is trying to do, because we do get two different versions of Mickey, because we do have this 2-cost Mickey that is the Inspirational Warrior. When it does get to knock out a character, you get to play another character for free, which is great. And then you have this big Mickey, which is this brand new Mickey that came out in this new set here. Mickey Mouse, the Giant Mouse. He's bodyguard, which is really big, protecting this Bogo, protecting a lot of your other characters, which is really nice, and being a 10/10. Imagine that 10/10. Now, what's even better is it can quest for 5.
Yeah.
Where was Takar? Takar only quested for 3 earlier, and
Hey,
we got this
listen,
Mickey who quests for 5.
This is from set 8. Where's Takeoff from? Like set 6?
Oh, not that far. Not that far behind. It's not that far from behind.
The
Okay?
power creep
okay?
is real, huh?
All right, sure. But it'd be great to see some of this. It'd be fun.
We do see Taylor here really like, we've got Hades, we've got Elsa, like she's really just starting to get her big things down, and Will has not quite gotten the opportunity to put his down. Hades getting rid of the tragic beast that Will really wanted to keep drawing a bunch of cards. But he does get everybody's favorite bird down, Diablo, devoted herald.
Hey, Diablo, one of the best cards.
I really like this card. It's one of my personal favorites. I know some people don't like it so much, but I do quite like him quite a bit, especially for this deck that like Will's playing, where like it's just a bird, man. Like he's just gonna quest with it, and then if his opponent ever deals with it, okay. If not, okay. It's gonna draw me a bunch of cards. Like I hope you're okay with that.
I mean,
Like pretty strong stuff.
yeah, no, I mean Diablo. People have a love-hate relationship with Diablo. It's such a great card. It draws you a bunch of cards, but sometimes it's hard to deal with. And some decks, it is easy to deal with, and it does nothing. It may stick around for a turn, maybe if that, and gets a draw on one card, but most of the time it won't with those type of decks. So it's a great card. It's a fun card. And we, of course, seeing them coming down and just dealing a bunch of damage, and Hades has to challenge into this BOGO to knock it out and banish it, and 'cause I think can be getting really scary very soon if we see any more Floodborne characters being played.
We do have this accomplished mistake. She does get to immediately get rid of this Diablo. That's super super good here for her. She does not want to deal with this Diablo too much. But I do believe she has no cards in her hand. Which is kind of funny for Blurple. I feel like that deck always has cards in his hand. Um, it's kind of weird to see Blurple with no cards in his hand. And Will being able to here to take out Hades here, which is especially good for Will. Except she draws another one, so that's pretty solid on her. I think she can clear most of this board without having to lose too much of hers, which is nice. I think she can. I don't know if she wants to attack this Fred, like challenge this Fred directly. She might even use the Hades to get rid of it, and she's not so worried about this morph. But she just might take the morph because it's ready and she has access to attacking one.
Yeah, no, that morph can be very scary. Being able to just having a free shift target for anything
Yeah.
can be very scary, especially in this type of matchup. Having the BOGOs and having these cards that interact with the Floodborne characters. But instead we don't talk about Bruno. And if that's right, yeah, we don't talk about Bruno. Yeah. So we see it, getting rid of it, not messing around with it too long, and then taking out the spell.
Yeah.
So now nobody has any characters or cards in their hand at this point.
We are fully in top deck city here for both players. We're really just kind of draw play for a couple turns, and unfortunately, Will's got the better of top deck mode here. Though we do see a sail, so it does let her draw a bunch of cards. And then okay, and we have Iago.
Yeah.
Now the one bad thing about Iago is she is playing against Steel. And so she could have the opportunity to just or Will could just have the opportunity to go, hey Storm, take out Iago. But I think just having anything on the board is better than nothing at this point, for her. So
Yeah, no, that Iago can be a blessing and a curse just with that vanish ability. But right now we just see the two Robin Hoods on the field, so nothing too much, and getting that top deck is really about the only answer as of right now that
and
we're gonna see.
notably, she's at 13, which I didn't realize earlier when she quested with the bell. I actually think she just has the ability with these evasive characters to just quest. She doesn't have to. Not going to quest with Bell, not quite yet. I think she just plays Peter Pan, quests with Iago, and calls it a day. And just she's. I mean, she could. She decides to take out Robin Hood, and I don't hate this play only because Iago survives, and she gets to keep Bell, so she's kind of doing the same thing where like she's questing for 2 this turn, not letting Will get too much advantage off of this Diablo or the Diablo Robin Hood, dropping 2 Ursulas to hopefully just exert a little bit more pressure on.
I mean, that's a great hand that Taylor has there of no cards that
Yeah.
Ursula was able to look at twice, mind you, twice that he looked at that empty hand.
Yeah.
It's just a fun little interaction of not seeing anything. Now she did get to draw her card for turn. Don't know quite what it is yet, but it could do. I mean, she's thinking really hard about it on if she's going to play this card or how she wants to play this card. But it is going to be a fun card to play around with. I can tell you that. Whatever it is.
I'm thinking, oh, it's I think she's
Oh,
deciding what she needs.
yeah.
I think so. He doesn't have any shift targets for Ursula, I don't think. So I think I would be more scared of the Robin Hood. But she does have the opportunity to already take out the Robin Hood if she really wants to. So I think that's what she's going to try and do here is take out 2 things. Yeah, and then take out the Ursula. So he's left with 1. Just trying to keep Will without like she doesn't want him to just explode and like go wild somehow. So she's gonna take her time. Blurple's very, very good at just like, hey, every turn I'm gonna keep dealing with your stuff, and even if I know she's relatively safe, she never wants to fully let go of the gas pedal here.
Yeah, no, we get to see this Diablo, our good friend Diablo, coming down, being evasive, and drawing cards as long as it's exerted. But I don't know if that's going to happen a whole lot because, I mean, we see Taylor here going to 19, questing with all of her characters left,
Yep.
and pretty much putting it at the game. And they know it's the end of the game. Let's go on ahead and go to game 2 because that's where we're at right now.
Unfortunately, I think Blurple is one of those decks that if both decks are going to top deck mode, Blurple tends to do a little bit better, especially because I don't know if she's on it. You have cards like Finders Keepers and Friends on the other side. She's actually does not happen to be on Finders Keepers, but she's on Friends. The deck just, even if she's not finding her draw cards, she's top decking like Hades or Iago's or Big Ursula that she's playing, or even the Accomplished Mystics or like Genies. These cards are just infinitely better than what a lot of people are playing on their own, and they don't even have to get a ton of value because they're just questing for a bunch. Whereas Will's deck seems to be a little more like, oh, I'm playing Morph or Ursula or it's Mickey Mouse Inspirational Warrior that without anything on the board for him to like challenge, it doesn't really do a whole lot. So he has to like hope that he can kind of keep things under control until he never wants to let Taylor up from his thumb. He always wants to keep her right there. I'm like, hey, I always dealing with your stuff. I can't ever really let up because if I do, I'm gonna start slipping out from this game.
Yeah, no, definitely. And as we're seeing these altars, we see Will got a Mickey. He got our big Mickey in his hand. I don't know if he's got the little one, but he does have the big Mickey. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure. If not, it might have been the little Mickey. I'm just
I
getting
thought I
confused.
saw 2 Inspirational Warrior Mickeys.
It might
I'm
have been
not
the
sure.
Inspirational Warrior Mickeys. It might have been that one. It might not have been our giant Mickey. But might have been the Warriors.
It's the other thing that it's the only problem with Will's deck sometimes is that like, you see the giant Mickey, but it's not realistic to be able to actually play it for 10 ink a lot of the times. So you have to find Inspirational Warrior or Return of Hercules, and if you don't, the card is typically just dead. Unfortunately, like it just doesn't do nearly enough. It
Yeah.
just doesn't end up doing nearly enough, and uh, you're like, oh, am I really going to include this 10 ink card that's also uninkable in a deck where I need to have Return of Hercules and or something else to get it out, like to cheat it out? Will's answer is yes, obviously, but that's something you always have to kind of ask yourself when deck building is like, can I reasonably expect to play this card?
Mm-hmm. Definitely, and we see the Inspirational Mickey coming down here, so this could be some options of knocking out something and being able to play some things for free.
I think he's got a Prince Philip in his hand. I think he has the 9-drop Prince Philip in his hand. I can't remember. The only problem with that is like it's not super impactful, but it is a 6/6 that quests for 3 that is evasive on turn like 3, so no matter what, it's pretty impressive. Like it's pretty good to have on turn 3 or 4 whenever he does decide to get it down.
I mean, the nice thing is it works really well with the BOGO, because whenever you get to play this Philip, it gets to banish all of your opposing characters that have damage on it. So if you get to have this BOGO out, wow, this Prince Philip is pretty much going to be knocking out everything.
Yeah.
Going to banish all those characters.
Yeah, it's just in this one instance right now, he obviously doesn't have BOGO, and there's not much of a board state to try and blow up, but Prince Philip has evasive. So like getting a 6/6 that quests for 3 on turn 3 seems pretty good, especially against your Blurple opponent.
I mean, these evasives might not matter too much because he does have like the Hades that gets to put it down into the Inkwell, so it might not be able to stick around for long anyway by that time.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, yeah, he's got to go for it. Like,
Oh, not to jump in here, but looks like he's actually going to get to cheat something out.
yeah, I think so.
He left that bell exposed.
The only issue that Will's gonna have here is that Taylor does have a Into the Unknown in her hand, so whatever does come out, whatever he does cheat out, probably doesn't stick around for very long, unfortunately. But I think, oh, okay, gets a Tinkerbell down. Not the worst thing in the world. I think, again, it's one of those things that like starts letting him take control of the board if she ever gets anything down. And we know she's playing Manners too. Tinkerbell's like okay with dealing with locations. And at least she has enough willpower or enough strength to like start dealing with them. I don't hate getting down. I don't know exactly what Will had in his hand. I thought I saw a Prince Philip, but I could have been wrong.
I know there's he has a Storm in his hand. I just don't know what that other card is. I know
Yeah.
Storm, and then I guess the Giant Tink and whatever else he has. But it might have been like the best option he could have chose from, which
This
is
is pretty,
fine.
yeah, this is pretty good for Will though. Blurple has no board state right now. He has this Diablo, which means that it's probably going to draw him a card. And even if they want to next turn, even if Taylor wants to Into the Unknown it, it's pretty bad tempo for them. So they have to really like probably let this Diablo sit around for a turn or two, which will let Will get like accrue some amount of card advantage to keep him in the game.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, we've got these two characters, and both these characters are really good on the field here. They can either answer other characters by putting damage on them and challenging them, or just being able to draw a bunch of cards and be very, very hard to deal with. But we do get to see this Yago coming down now with this evasive and vanish. And of course, we have Storm in our hand, and that can just take out that Yago pretty easily and not really have to worry about it.
Yeah, I think he's gonna sing it with this Diablo. Get rid of it. Not have to deal with it too much anymore. Unfortunately, like I said, this Into the Unknown, so he might not keep his Diablo around for long, but she might decide to target the Tinkerbell. All of these things are threatening. Like, he has a lot to deal with and not a ton of. I mean, she has a decent amount of answers. She just has to get there. Getting there's always the issue. Got an Elsa off to the left, so she could do Elsa. Or what she planned. She's got Elsa, can exert Chief Bogo, but can't take anything out except for Diablo. I'll just see what does decide to take out Diablo. Very, very good for her. She needs to deal with this Diablo before it draws him too many cards. The rest of the sports state she can deal with as it happens.
Yeah.
I think she's got decent. Like she's got Into the Unknown and she's got Hades, so she has ways to answer these cards that are coming down. And like the problematic ones. Like if I'm her, I'm probably want to getting this Chief Bogo because I know like that's kind of what his deck's doing. I don't want to have to my stuff to keep getting pinged by Chief Bogo, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, that Bogo can definitely be scary. I mean, it's just going to do what it's going to do best. It's just put a lot of damage all across the board and get characters into either knockout range or even worse, just knocking out characters completely. And we have some ways to get some damage. Luckily enough, we do get to have these bells in our hand that can move those damage over and put some of the damage either on like the Bogo or even on this giant Tink. So any of that damage that does get to be played from Bogo, we just
I
play spell and be fine.
Yeah, I think that's what she probably should do this turn. Is she can challenge the Chief Bogo with Elsa and then move the damage over with this Accomplished Mystic. Um, that way she can get rid of it and gets a 4/4. She can do it early too. It just means that this also have one extra damage marked on it. Not too big of a deal if she gets to get rid of it. Oh, and she gets to okay. So she prefers to sing with this. I don't hate this either. She gets to the damage mark down. She can take it out next turn. Not too big of a deal. But gets to get rid of big Tinkerbell there, the giant Tinkerbell, who will start to aggress the rest of her board for ever and ever. Notably, she has another one in her
Yeah.
hand.
Grab your swords definitely helped out in this situation because now we get to take that 2 damage and move it over to this Bogo, and Bell gets to do everything it needs to do and just get closer to winning this game here and clearing the board.
Yeah, I think she's gonna. If I had to guess, she probably plays the other one to get rid of Bogo, but gonna get rid of Genie. This Genie is gonna threaten her own Genies a little bit, so I'll decide what she ends up doing here.
I mean, she can move the damage, knock it
Yep.
out, and have this Bell challenge into the
Yeah, we
Genie
could do
and
that
just
too.
really knock it out. But
I
instead
don't
we
hate
chose to
questing
quest.
and just letting him do it because
Yeah.
you want to start getting lore on the board. And she also has this. She has a Hades in her hand still too, and I think she's like nearly at the ink to do it. Um, and she can Hades this Robin Hood, and I don't hate leaving this genie alone, not actually interacting with it, questing with these bells a bunch, and just Hades the Robin Hood, get it off the table. Unfortunately, it means that she has to ink her popsicle, I think.
Yeah, it looks like that's what she has to ink for the turn to even get to play this Hades, and which does lose that card draw, but it might be better off because, I mean, Will only has this one card in his hand, and then the Robin Hood, which is on the field here, and that's really all the cards he really has in the Genie, but the Genie doesn't really not going to do much. But now we get to see a Genie on Taylor's side here, which is our Wishful Genie, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, Genie is just an incredible card, and right now the board state is just so much like Genie, Elsa, or Belle having 4 willpower, and this Genie only having 3 strength, and so does Robin Hood. She's actually not under that much pressure to like get rid of it all, like, or she can quest and then not have to worry. Like, she can take out one thing, and it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what if she could just also take out this Genie. I don't know if I would. I think I would just let him do it. She just decides to take it easy for a turn. Not the worst thing in the world. She'll hopefully have the Hades for next turn. She also has an Elsa in her hand. And I like that. This is also a decent target for that Hades.
Yeah, no, hitting this beast is probably going to be a really good option to limit that card draw that Will's going to have here and just make it better. Take care of it.
He's the Elsa. This is pretty good. We can exert the beast and get some damage on it. And hopefully take it out with something. We still have the popsicle to heal stuff too, so we can try to keep things at range. Well, if she really wants.
And we also see we have our Elsa in our hand as well. So we can take both his characters, or 2 of his characters, and really exert them and freeze them for a whole turn.
Yeah.
And can't do anything with those if they're frozen.
Play the Hades. Gets rid of Beast. I agree. Beast is too annoying to deal with. Get it off the table and just about the only other things. I think she can exert the 2, like you said, with Elsa, and I think that lets her steal the lead a little bit next turn. Getting another beast down. Hopefully, I think she's gonna try and exert two things and keep them frozen for a turn, and then start to take the lead.
Yeah, it looks like that's the direction. But we get to see another Elsa now. So we have 5th Spirit, and we get to have our big Elsa, Spirit of Winter, coming out at some point here. We get to see one of the 5th Spirits inked, and we have 8 ink now. Potentially get to play this Elsa. Big old Elsa coming down to exert these characters.
I think it'll come down and it'll turn Robin Hood and Beast into popsicles. Freeze them.
Yeah, freeze them.
Freeze frozen Beast and frozen Robin Hood. Hope you're hungry.
Yeah, apparently. And we just take them out, or we're going to quest.
I think we're just questing.
Questing out.
I think she wants to try and
Go to 8, yeah.
Take the lead here and force him to deal with her board state.
Cool. Yep.
Because now she has a game next turn. She got game next turn, so if he doesn't find an answer right now, then he might be out. He might be over.
Yeah, I mean, we got this Elsa too that gets a quest for 3, so he does have that option. Even if one character was taken out, he gets to play this Elsa and quest for 3 as well. So it's going to put him right at the game. He has to answer pretty much 2 characters on this field, and there's not really a way to do that.
Yeah. That'll be the game here.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is it. Wow.
It's a good showing from both players here. I do like Will's deck quite a bit. He's been playing it for quite a while here. I believe that was 2-0, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was 2-0. Yeah, it
Game
was
went by so
2-0.
fast. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, the games went by pretty quickly on that one, but it was definitely a really good games from
Oh
both of
yeah,
them
for
though. It
sure.
was, even though they were quick, they were definitely fun. And seeing some of these cards coming out, Bogo doing its thing, being able to put some damage down and just trying to take care of those board characters. We got to see Mickey, just not the big Mickey, but we got to see
Yeah.
a Mickey.
Yeah, we did see
That's
Mickey.
works. That's
You got to
fine.
cheat something in, which was exciting. Like that's always nice when you actually get to cheat something in with it because it doesn't always happen. But I think Taylor did a really good job of showing like what Blurple can do, and they weren't running Finders Keepers. Um, we don't have like she's not playing Finders Keepers. She's not playing any of the stuff that like I typically tend to see when I see Blurple lists, which is pretty like she's kind of showing, hey, you don't have to play all of the draw cards. You just need to play like the good ones or whatever, and stick your deck with just a bunch of big threats. And the Elsa, I mean, Elsa basically just winning the game on the spot there. Like, hey, I'll freeze these two things. They can't unexert, and that just means you have no strength to actually deal with my stuff on the board. I think she was very patient and very like on top of the game there. Was impressive.
Yeah, no, that Elsa came down at the right time, at the right spot, just to take care of all those characters, making it so one, her character couldn't be challenged, like you said. Just it protects all of those characters, not doing anything, can't quest them, can't challenge them, raises them, and it's done.
Yeah.
And you just get to go on and basically clear off that your next turn is pretty much free to quest,
Yeah.
which is great.
Yeah. Yeah, that was our round 5. I think there's a bit of time left in the round. So I think at this point we can discuss a little bit of what we expect in the top 8. I think we've seen a couple players. I am not sure exactly who's in the top 8, but we saw Kara earlier. I think she might be like on the cusp there. Her opponent that round 2, Patrick, might also be like up there. I believe I heard from our judge at the event that Sama, who we saw in round 1,
Oh yeah, yeah.
he's up there on top tables.
Oh, is he? Oh,
Something like
great.
that.
Okay.
So we have a couple players that we like have seen on stream already that are doing very well today. And I think, I mean, I'll say it. This event has been running great. I'll throw it out there. This is like our first event, our first stream, obviously, and it's been running phenomenally. I'm so excited that everything's going relatively smoothly. The stream has had slight issues, but that's to be expected. And I think that the event has been going awesome. What do you think?
I think it's been going well. I've been having a lot of fun, seeing a lot of interesting decks, and not like
Yeah.
your really, I'm gonna say, cookie cutter versions of like Ruby Sapphire, Amber Steel. We're not seeing a lot of just that type stuff. We're seeing a lot of variations of these different ink color combinations, and they're doing well too. They're not
Yeah.
just some random things that's just gonna do nothing, but they're actually doing really well.
I think that's one of the even just at our locals here at House Rules Gaming, the meta here is so wild. It's so like every week players are bringing different decks, myself included, always bringing different decks, always trying new things, and people not only get creative, but they think about it genuinely, and they're like even Jeff with his Maleficent deck, like the deck is still solid. It's maybe could use some tweaking, and he's always tweaking on decks. Like that never stops, right? Even if you think you found the perfect deck list, you never stop actually tweaking with a deck, right? Like you
Yeah.
always want to keep changing. It was like, okay, what am I looking at for this event? And I think our store is always very casual competitive, is what I'll call it. They want to win games and they want to play well and they want to learn how to play better, but they love to play their own decks and their own
yeah.
take on. They'll take like Steel Song and then put a bunch of princesses in it and make it, their Steel Song. Or Red Purple Evasives. They'll take like their twist on Red Purple Evasives. They'll take like whatever kind of meta stuff, put a little twist on it to make it more personable to them.
Oh yeah, no, and I was talking to Jeff a little bit after the game, and he was saying that he just built the deck, like a day or two ago, and
Oh,
he's only
really?
played like a couple games with it, and he was like, "I'm loving it. It's great." He goes, "I'm already wanting to make a few changes to it,"
Of course,
and
yeah.
he's all excited for it,
Yeah, I'm
and he's
surprised.
loved this deck, and I can't wait to see what he does with the deck here at locals and even in future tournaments as well. I'm really excited to see what what's going to happen with that.
Yeah. So I'm excited.
So it'll be interesting to see. Now we have some cool things that we can do. We have some. I mean, we've got some time for our next couple rounds here. Going into top 8. And top eight's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what we have coming up here because we didn't get to see everybody there. But top eight's gonna be really exciting to see. I have a feeling I know some of the people that are going to be in there because they've been top 8 at every one that we've done so far.
Yeah.
And they have been some great players. And some of them that you guys have seen on the channel here from the previous set champs. But now we get to kind of see what decks are going to come out in this time. Because there's been a lot of new players here. And seeing what they have brought going through. So, in fact, we might even be able to see what are some of their ideas of or thoughts going into top 8 here, which would be great to see here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna try and grab a player real quick. We have our last set champs winner, Adam. I think he's gonna try and come on stream real quick. If not, we'll be right back and we'll talk a little bit more about the event. Maybe try to get who our top 8 looks like and maybe put it up on the bracket screen for everybody. Stay tuned. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes and we'll get that set up for you guys. Thank you. Hey everybody, welcome back to the House Rules Gaming Set Champs here. We got a little bit of time to fill, so we figured we would grab Adam. He is our previous House Rules Set Champs winner, so I wanted to get him on. We haven't had a chance to get him on stream quite yet, so I wanted to ask his opinion, get his ideas of how the event went, that kind of thing. So,
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts so far?
Good. First off, okay, there you go. First off, so far the event's been run great. Our judges are solid, and just happy to come out and play here. It's always a good experience. The decks are a nice mix. Seeing a lot of different colors and a lot of different meta stuff, so it's been great so far.
Yeah, we saw Jeff earlier in the day. He's playing some kind of Maleficent tribal deck.
He got a Maleficent out on turn 3,
and he got a dragon. He got a dragon on turn 3
on stream. Let's go.
And we were popping off.
Okay, I love it.
We were waiting for him to hit the Elemental Terror takeoff, the 12/12.
Okay.
He hit it a couple times, but he never put the takeoff back in the deck, so we never got to play it for free.
Yeah.
But it was very funny. We had a good time watching Jeff's matches.
Nice.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about what you're playing today?
Sure, yeah. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm on Blurple. I've been on Blurple for, I guess, like 5 sets at this point. Started off kind of as I don't know, I just had fun with it. I like the idea of like Tipo just giving you like a little bonus ramp. But the more I've played the deck, I just really enjoy it, and I think it's relatively solid. So I've been on Blurple for a while now. I'm running a couple actually. You guys don't know yet.
You got a little spice for me?
I threw a little spice in
Okay,
this
okay.
morning. I saw a guy that had mentioned that he really liked throwing in just one copy of Radigan. And I was like, all right, I'm going to try it. I want to throw it in. I think it does a lot of good in a couple specific matchups where, basically, outside of B prep, when you put the legendary Radigan, the blue one with Ward, when you put them out, you're getting 4 guaranteed.
Yeah.
Blurple has a lot of ways between bounce, between Hades, between things like that to kind of guarantee that you might go 8 to 12. And I think if you do that, you just win the game.
Yeah, like breaking that 10 break point is always like scary
Yeah.
in this game. Like your opponent ever hits 10, you start to feel, oh wow, I'm getting behind if you don't hit 10 that same turn. Are you still playing? We were just watching Blurple on stream here.
Okay.
And they didn't happen to be playing any finders. Are you playing any?
Yeah,
Finders Keepers?
I'm running 3. I know we've kind of been over like talking about 4
Yeah.
and stuff, but I think for me, I've ran 4 for a while, but the problem I have with 4 is I think that you're going to see it in your open draw or your first 2 plays, first 2
So
draws
many,
pretty quick,
Yeah.
and it's just going to be ink. So in my mind, I'd rather that be any other card that can be a little bit more utility based,
Of course.
and then still be able to draw late. But I think the Finders Keepers are. I would love to see or play against someone who's not running them because I feel like they are insanely valuable. The
Yeah.
amount of card draw that you get off them, especially late when you're sitting on 12, 13, 14 ink, being able to play them and still go into a Hades or go into,
Yeah.
a Bell or an Elsa is just huge.
Let me ask you about 2 other cards that maybe you aren't on or are on. Are you still on the Monstro Whale?
No, so
No?
I
Okay.
when the set came out, I definitely thought Monstro had the most
Everybody
value.
was,
Yeah. Out of all the new cards, I thought Monstro had the most value. I still like Monstro, but the problem that I see with him, and if you run a 1 of, I think that's definitely okay. I think he's a tech at that point. If you're running a 2 of, you might be okay. But the problem I have with him is that in a perfect world, Blurple or anything purple's got a lot of cards in their hand. You're hoping to use Monstro to clear out 2, 3, 4 things. And more often than not, I just don't see Blurple having that lack of board. Like more often than not, and if you're up against something that goes wide early, like a Steel Song or the Diggy Hole or the Steel Song that's running Rhino right now,
Yeah.
it's too late. By the time you get to Monstro, it doesn't matter. And if you're playing against any of the other mid-rangey type stuff, at best they're going to have 1 or 2 things that you can deal with in a number of ways anyway.
Yeah.
I am running actually 2 copies of Let It Go right now.
Okay.
Just as a little bit extra, basically
course.
as extra
Protection,
Hades and
yeah.
yeah. So I like Monstro. I just think I think there's cards that do what he does better.
Yeah. So I know me and you have talked a little bit when the set dropped and the most controversial card that came out of this was Into the Unknown.
Yeah.
People were really jamming it in Blurple, and then
Mhm.
some people were like, no, I don't like it, and other people are like, it's fine, and others are like, yeah, full every time they play Blurple.
Yeah.
Where do you think you stand on Into the Unknown?
Yeah. So before the set came out, I like everyone else, I thought Into the Known had potential, but I was also a little nervous on it. I actually spoke with you that I thought it
Yeah.
might be a little bait, just because it solves an answer that Blurple doesn't currently have.
Yeah.
That earlier, like maybe turns 3, 4, and 5. Between the fact that we have things like Foxes, Peter Pan, Elsa's, Bells, all that kind of stuff, I don't know that I really am worried about having to use hard removal in the forms of Into the Unknown. Plus it takes away our ramp, and that ramp between the turns 2, 3, 4, 5 are pretty valuable.
Yeah.
Having said that, I do know I've heard some whisperings and some rumblings that it is an incredible option, specifically when you're up against Steel Song with Rhino, because ideally they play Rhino on 1, you play Popsicle Bell on 1, they shift Rhino on 2, you sing Into the Unknown, take the Rhino out, and you kind of just win the game.
Yeah.
Because that line is so strong for them that to give up their 1 and 2 and then try to like recover from what is essentially a 3, 4, 5 when now you're going into 4 and stuff like that. I think it's wildly strong in that matchup.
Yeah,
So
I
if I
think-
thought we were going against a ton of Steel Song, I'd probably remove my Let It Goes and put them in.
Yeah, I think very often Steel Song tends to give up its it's some of its mulliganing decisions in order to get its 1 and 2
Yeah.
like shift, or even just like Cindy plus Let the Storm
Its
Rage
curve
on.
is pretty dependent on those early cards.
Yeah, so like it gives up a lot of flexibility in its mulligan and says, I need to find these. And so if you can strangle their resources and, like you said, get rid of their Rhino really, really early before they can take off with it, you're in a pretty good position.
Yeah, and I mean Rhino, and I'm sure you guys know anyone who played against the deck. If you don't have an answer to it quick, which most decks don't because of the resist, he's going to get you 6 lore,
Yeah.
and 6, especially once we creep into 8, might be enough to just straight up win the game.
Yeah.
And you being able to just shut that down immediately, I think is a really, really, really
Awesome.
strong response to them. And I
What
also
a-
think there's going to be a lot of value in that card when we find out what's happening with set rotation.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'm super excited.
If
for set
if
rotation.
it ends up being one of our only like legitimate removal options, I still think it could be
Oh,
in
yeah.
there as a 2 of that you use later.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
You know, it's efficient, and that's what
Yeah.
matters.
Yep.
What have your matchups been like today?
Good so far. The first matchup, I was against Red Purple, and Red Purple, I don't think that's a very tough matchup for Blurple, but it goes long.
Yeah.
They're especially if they're running Maui Shark and they're hitting you with the Pirate Life,
Mhm.
it can go long. So fortunately, I did win that one 2-0, but it did go to time in the second game, so
Oh.
I had to hope that I could actually catch the win as opposed to taking what is essentially a draw. And to be fair, the Radigan, don't get me wrong, without time, I probably would have won the game anyway. But the Radigan helped because I
Yeah.
looked at the clock. I realized we
just
only had
push.
8 minutes.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I baited out the first B prep. I dropped Radigan, crossed my fingers, and was able to just keep questing with
Yeah.
it. So
Luckily, Pirate's Life doesn't affect Blurple too much. Like it matters, but also you're just like, I'm just also just gonna.
I'll just get it
keep
back,
like
yeah.
you'll grind them out for it.
Yeah. as we're
and you don't
crushing
care.
something like Churn
Yeah.
of Dogs or anything that's a little more aggro based, trying to get that
Yeah.
lore up and then runs out of gas.
Yeah.
Blurple has no shortage of gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And then I did round 3. I did go up against Catherine Cat. She was playing Steel Song, and games 2 and 3 were honest games. It was close.
Uh-huh.
She ended up pulling out the victory 2-1.
Oh wow.
But game 1 was just a massacre. I mean, she did exactly what she's supposed to do.
Yep.
Cindy into a song, Ursula into a song,
That's what
Ariel
Steel Song
into a
does to
song.
you. And I know
And, yeah.
you've said to me Blurple, like Steel Song against Blurple is just a nightmare sometimes.
Yeah, if they hit their perfect curve,
Yeah.
I think it's basically unwinnable. Because what ends up happening is you're passing 1 and 2 more often than not. Even if you end up with Bell, which I think I did, she was able to just strengthen the Raging Fire it away. So I lose my Bell, I lose my turn 2. Genie on I can't play Iago, so I end up playing Genie on 4. She Zeus's it. I think you just lose at that point. I've given up way too much momentum, and she hasn't really had to trade anything in that entire time. So yeah, but it was a great
So,
match. She did very, very well.
Yeah. So I guess I'll have one last question for you, just real quick. I want to get your opinion. You've been around the game for a really, really long time. What are your opinions, and what are you looking forward to come
Set rotation? Yeah. I'll tell you this from a game health standpoint, I just hope that we see, don't get me wrong, I'm one of those guys that, people can get upset about seeing certain colors and metas. Look, at the end of the day, it's up to us as players to try to find solutions to what's currently winning. There are solutions. You have to think
Yep.
outside the box. But so I'm not usually someone who calls for like bans and like stale and things like that. But I do think red blue needs to get shooken up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
It's been very, very strong for a very long time. I'm hoping in a perfect world that we see just a lot of new decks, more specifically new tech and new angles coming out of it. As far as what cards are going to get rotated or not, man, I'm just like you guys were waiting every day just to.
Yeah.
I heard
We're
someone
looking at our
mention
watch
Gen
going,
Con
is
is
it
when they
rotation
may
yet?
just drop
Is it
it. So,
yeah.
yeah. But I'm very excited for it. I'm very excited for it.
Okay. So what is your most wanted reprint?
Okay.
And what is your least wanted reprint?
All right. So for least wanted reprint, let's start there. I'm a huge believer that I think B prep has to exist.
Oh, of course.
I think B prep has to exist, so I don't want to take that away. We're already losing Whole New World. Probably Storm or Strength.
Okay.
Maybe Zeus, just because of the way that works. And as far as what I want to stay, probably Hades. I mean,
Okay.
I'm a little biased, obviously,
Yeah, Blurple.
but I think Hades is just a good card, and I think Blue needs a little bit like that. So
Of course. So.
Cool.
Alrighty. Well, we loved having you on. I
Thank you
really
so much.
appreciate it. Good luck. I do think you.
yeah,
did
we're going to top 8
Yeah,
right
so
now. So yeah,
You did. Good luck on
Perfect.
that, and hopefully we'll see you on stream
appreciate
soon.
it. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother.
You guys have a good one.
Thank you. Stick around. We will be back for top 8. We will be back with top 8 in just a little bit here. Welcome back, everybody, to the House Rules Gaming Set Championships reign of Jafar. We wanted to tune back in for just a little bit here. We are letting the players take a little bit of a break between Top Cut and Swiss here. But we wanted to talk about a little bit what we are going to expect for Top 8. We have the names of the players and what the bracket will look like, and we have the color pairings as well. So we'll go ahead and talk a little bit about that. We'll bring that up in just a second here. So right now, we have 8 players for our top 8. We have Sama, Jake, Marcus, Kat, George, Adam, Patrick, and Mike. I think we've seen most of these players. If you've paid attention to like our YouTube channel, we've seen most of these players on the channel at some point, and I think we saw 1 or 2 of them throughout the day today on stream. So I'll go ahead and start with the top left bracket. We've got Sama and Patrick. We've seen both of these players on stream. It is Ruby Sapphire and Emerald Amethyst. Pretty interesting like deck matchup here. I wonder, it's one of those decks that Amethyst Emerald is one of those decks that is pretty open to Ruby Sapphire, where it's like, oh, I could just get got by Sisus and Be Prepared and all these kinds of things. It's a very small deck, like I said earlier. It's very, very small. It's just doesn't have a lot of ways to fight back, but it's also fast. So he might just be able to get underneath of it, and he has the Ursulas to steal Be Prepared. So he might be able to like dodge half of the removal and only have to worry about Sisu.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've seen actually both of these players play today
Yeah.
in our stream, so which has been great. And both decks have performed very well, and Patrick's Amethyst Emerald is definitely going to be a very interesting a matchup here, because he does have a lot of those a lot of his characters do have that low strength. So he does want to kind of aggro out and try to get underneath Sama's deck here, because it can definitely be a little hard to get towards in that late game, and not really worried about challenging as much, but really trying to worry about questing at this point.
So for our next one, we have Jake and Marcus. You want to talk a little bit about that, bro?
Yeah, Jake and Marcus. So we've seen Marcus a couple times in the past. He's been playing around with a bunch of different decks. This is the first time I've seen him personally play Emerald Steel. So this has been an interesting one. And looking at it, he was playing with like the Pete, with the Space Pirate Pete, and kind of doing some fun things with that. And playing more of like the discard type version of the deck.
I've seen him play it once or twice. He's never super consistent on it. He plays a lot of Steel Song. That tends to be what he plays. So this deck isn't very far removed from Steel Song. It just takes a slightly different approach. And then we have Jake, who's on Amethyst Steel. I believe it is more aggressive version of Amethyst Steel. On docks and that kind of thing. Not so many of the mid-range tools. Looks to like win through mainly his on-play triggers, like we saw earlier.
Yeah, no, it's very similar to what we saw a little bit earlier today, but definitely having a lot more of the unenter triggers, gaining the lore from whichever means, if that's White Rose, Giant Cobra, or even the Fox, or not the Fox, but the Goat here. Those are some cards that he's going to be looking for and trying to get those quick, easy lore totals and lore grabs from that here. And he's also got the Shmees to kind of help him quest for more, the Genies, of course, and he's also playing, of course, the Library, so that he can get some passive lore at the beginning of every turn, just to kind of help him out and get some card draw as well.
Yeah. So then on the other side of the bracket, we have Kat and George kicking off that side. We've seen George a lot on the stream and on the channel. He's one of our resident red blue player or Ruby Sapphire players. Very much playing the same kind of deck that Sama is. I think he has some slight different deck choices. I think he's on a couple of hideaways now. Whereas I think if one of our recent videos you saw not being able to deal with like Maurice's workshops, and I think that really spoke to him. Like, hey, I need a way to deal with some items sometimes. So he definitely packed a little bit more of a toolbox for his deck to deal with a wide variety for set champs. And then we have Kat, who is on Steel Song. I think that's been her deck since forever. I don't think I've ever seen her on something different.
She played a couple things for like 2 weeks, and she didn't really like it. She goes, "I got to go
Yeah.
back to Steel Song."
Yeah,
and
that
that's
makes sense.
exactly
Once
what
you're on the-
when she went back to Steel Song, she's
Yeah.
like, "I love this so much better."
So
And I don't even know if it's actually Steel Song. I think she's playing with the docks in it. So
like
she might
Diggy?
be well, the mix between the two. So you know how
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
been Steel Song's been playing with docks a little bit lately. I
Huh.
think that's what she's been doing from
Okay.
what I
Well,
recall.
I'm excited to see what she does. Hopefully we'll see her a little bit. And then on the bottom part of our bracket we have Mike and Adam. We just saw Adam. He's in our past set champion winner, going for a run back here. And then we have Mike on very interesting Ruby Amethyst deck. I think it takes a little bit of both versions of it, where it's very evasive and also very it has like some of the flinger tools. Depends, like you kind of take whatever angle you need to like win the game. It's a very interesting deck list. We'll have to hopefully see it in action at some point.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. And I think what would be cool, if maybe we can like maybe put a poll and see what deck or what round they want to see first. Do you think we should do that?
Yeah, we can try.
Yeah. So I would say in the comments down below, put down which games you want to see, of which opponents do you want to fight or see against in the matchup here. So comment down below what names from these pairings that you want to see. And we will get that stream set up when we are back from their little break that they got going on.
I know that the players were told to be back at 3:45, so expect us to be back in just a little bit. We're gonna go ahead and go on a break and let everybody get food and water and take a bathroom break and do all that kind of stuff. So we'll be back in about 15-ish minutes. We'll bring it back.
Sounds great. So we will see you as we get into top 8.
Yep. Hello and welcome everybody to the Reign of Jafar set champs here at House Rules Gaming. We are getting ready for our top 8 match. We did our little poll. We're gonna go see Jake versus Marcus starting off. I have Byro be with me in just a minute here. He's finishing up with the stream setup and getting the players all set up on the stream cameras. I am super, super excited. This event has gone so well today. I couldn't ask for better. Even if the issues that we did run into, we fixed very, very fast thanks to our production man behind the chair, Brandon over there. We do really, really appreciate everything you're doing over there. Helps us out a lot. I'm super excited. I think our match right now, Jake versus Marcus. Marcus is on Emerald Steel, discard. We talked about a little bit out. This is a deck that he has been toying around with lately. He's typically a Steel Song player, but he hasn't always played Emerald Steel. So we'll have to see how he does in this first match. And if Brandon, can you do a reminder and remind me, what is Jake playing again? Is he the Amethyst Steel?
Jake is on Amethyst Steel.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought. Thank you for that. Yeah, Jake's on Amethyst Steel. So this is a relatively interesting matchup. Discard Amethyst Steel, having Amethyst as its color pairing does draw cards pretty well. But the one issue that Amethyst Steel can run into is running out of cards in their hand, running out of gas. Emerald Steel is looking to further push that advantage by making them do it a lot earlier than they would normally would. So I wonder how Jake is going to figure out how to navigate and get Marcus how is Jake going to navigate Marcus making him discard a bunch of cards? So we'll have to see how that goes. You can hop in anytime, bro. It's fine.
Yeah, we're hopping in back.
I think
I'm
our
back.
players are just about ready. I think we're getting ready in just a second here. I think we're all set. I think players are ready. We're gonna go ahead and switch over to the gameplay stuff. Yeah, they're just getting ready. I think they're just about to start doing altars and all that kind of stuff. Do you have any thoughts on this matchup here, Briar? It is Amethyst Steel versus Emerald Steel.
Ooh, Amethyst Steel versus Emerald Steel. Ooh, this is going to be actually a really interesting match. I kind of like this one. This sounds like it's going to be a fun one.
It'll be interesting. Yeah, like I said, I was just talking about how we've talked at length sometimes about how Amethyst Steel, depending on the version that you're playing, has issues with cards in its hand. Sometimes it just feels like you run out of gas and you don't actually have you're not able to keep up the pressure. And Emerald Steel is just going to accentuate that. And I wonder how Jake is going to deal with it and try to keep cards in his hand, keep gas coming, keep putting a pressure to Marcus.
Yeah, no, that's definitely going to be a thing to deal with and to look out for on how they're going to answer it. It's definitely a big thing to watch out for.
Yeah.
I mean, we have, I think it was like the discard version, if I'm correct, of Emerald Steel is more kind of focused on that. So yeah, it's the more discard heavy version. And then of course we have the Amethyst Steel, which is your typical like we were talking about, the ones that just keeps gaining lower pretty quickly and just by just playing your characters, which is great.
I think that's one of the things that Jake's gonna have to do is like he's going to have to aggress Marcus as quickly as he can and then just hope he can win the game through his triggers, because Marcus can't actually interact with lore at all. It's not like Pirate's Life or anything is going to come down and steal it from him. So he's hoping that he's just like, okay, I'm hoping to get to like 15 pretty fast and then just go, here's my White Rose and my Goat and all that kind of stuff. We're kicking off our first game here of top 8. I am super excited. We're seeing Diablo coming down on this first turn.
Yeah, Diablo coming down, pretty common card to be playing here on turn 1. I mean, it is going to be one of the most common ones. But now, of course, we see one Diablo. Now we see the other Diablo. And this Diablo is going to look at the hand, kind of just seeing what is he going to be going into. And Marcus is just trying to figure out, okay, maybe seeing what type of purple or Amethyst Steel that he is going to be playing and what what's going to be the best optimal play for the next turn.
Yeah. I think Jake has a Smee in his hand right now. I can't tell what that card is off the. He might be looking at a Calhoun.
The far left is going to be so Smee and a Dock is that he has in his hand.
I think he's got a Calhoun in his hand.
A Calhoun too,
Okay,
yeah.
that's the one. I like this play. Calhoun just always threatens, like Diablo into Calhoun always threatens, like, hey, you wanna attack my Diablo? I'll attack with my Calhoun, and I'll trade or do whatever. I'll gain lore for it. Makes like wanting to challenge this Diablo like real awkward. But Marcus could have the shift, and then he could take out this Diablo, and Calhoun can't do anything about it. But I don't think I think I see the. Oh no, he might have it. He might have the shift. I think he does. Gets the cove
Maybe.
down. Moves the bird. Yeah, I think he's got it. I think he just has to pitch.
Oh yeah, he's
I
got
think he's got to pitch
that.
Bruno for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think he has a. I don't think he has an action thing with it. So he might just challenge the Diablo.
He could, or he could just quest here and just kind of gain some lore. Because I mean, there's really no way for him to answer this Diablo at this moment because it is having evasive, and going forward, he can't really challenge anything invasive right yet. There's
Yeah.
nothing in the deck for Jake here that can answer a quick evasive stuff besides like maybe a Baboom. He might be able to play this Baboom that he has in the deck, but it doesn't look like he has any in his hand. So he can't really be doing that here right now.
Yeah, I would be if I were Marcus, I'd be a little bit worried about like Jake's reach in gaining lore. Like I would want to stop him from doing it as soon as possible at any avenue I can, and then obviously strangle his resources with all of my discard. Like I never want to let him get more than he. If Marcus can limit it, I would like to see Marcus limit it as much as possible because you never want to get blown out by like Amethyst still just going here's go. Yeah, I just let this Diablo sit around for too long and gain too much.
Yeah, no, that goats are going to be great. It's going to be tough to deal with, but good to have. But this Diablo is definitely going to be possibly sticking around for just a little bit longer here.
See what Marcus decides here. Thinking Tragic Beast, he does have a Sudden Chill in his hand and gets to play a Pete. Not the worst card to be playing into Amethyst Steel. They do have a ton of options to be playing removal. I believe Jake is only on Strength of a Raging Fire and Babooms. But it's never bad, especially against other steel decks, to drop Pete and say, hey, this turn you don't get to deal with my Diablo unless you have like your own evasive, and Jake is running thin on evasives. So
yeah, no, there's not a whole lot, and this beat can definitely kind of stop some of the things, and like I said, stops that Baboom, just a easy knockout, and this crab can't really sing anything either, so it's just going to be good, and just prevent Diablo from really just being challenged, or not really challenged, but targeted for any sort of action being played at this point.
notably too here, I believe Marcus missed a draw trigger from Diablo. I don't think he realized he got one because his opponent. Oh no, I'm sorry. That only is on their turn. I don't know what I'm thinking. It's been so long since I've played a Diablo that I'm like, yeah, you just get to draw cards anytime they draw cards. Right now, it's only on their turn. My fault.
Wow, you got a Pete.
Got another Pete.
We got a Pete here.
Yeah, it's Steel. They always play Pete.
Yeah,
I don't know if I've ever seen a Steel deck that doesn't play Pete.
You are not wrong. You are not wrong.
It's just kind of
actually, you know what? I think our round 5 didn't have
probably.
Pete's. I'm gonna say I don't think our round 5 had any Pete's. I may be wrong, but
Pete is just so strong that I kind of always expect if I see a Steel card get inked, I'm like, oh, I probably have to watch out for Pete's.
Oh yeah, Pete's are a great card to be playing against, especially when you have a. I'm not gonna say a heavy action format, but there is definitely a lot of action heavy decks out here right now with like Steel Song and Ruby Sapphire with the DKP version. Focusing with that half shark is definitely good ways to prevent that deck from really just taking a lot of control.
Marcus very trying to decide what he's doing this turn. This deck, Emerald Steel, like, its turns 1 through like 4 are so awkward sometimes, and he just gets to slam down the Space Pirate. This card is pretty incredible. It does so much. It's while it's exerted, opposing characters can't exert to sing songs, and pirate characters gain resist 1. I don't think there's many other pirate characters in here, but Pete gets that resist himself, and that's all that really matters. You're trying to make him just stick around enough. I guess prior showing he's got a Smee in there. That's his other pirate, which is relevant. Giving it resist 1 lets him ignore the end of turn trigger, which is nice. But Marcus is really just using it here as a big beater and not letting his opponents sing anything while it's exerted. It's disruptive. It's big. It sticks around. And Jake can't actually take it out unless he throws both characters into it right now. So he's got to decide if he wants to deal with this
He can't.
Pete or not.
I mean, well, it has resist 1. Never mind. I was thinking it's resist 2,
Yeah,
but yeah,
yeah,
no.
just
Then yeah, he's got to send both of them into it.
See what he decides here. Notably, he has a Strength of Raging Fire. And so if he can get enough characters down, he might be able to.
But he has to
push.
hardcast it.
No, because he has the Pete. He can sing it.
Oh well. No,
I
you can't
guess,
sing
yeah,
because you got
I just said it, right?
the space
He
pirates here.
can't sing
You
because
got
of
the space pirate here,
yeah.
yeah. That's like, nope. Space pirate says no. You can't sing those songs today.
Yeah.
You gotta pay the full cost for that. No free singing. And there it is. We have to pay that full cost. Taking care of that Diablo, which is definitely a problem right now. Just giving more cards into Marcus's hand here.
I think we're seeing
It's gonna be
the
good.
classic Emerald Steel problem here of always seeing 2 docks in your, or Amethyst Steel problem of always seeing 2 docks in your hand. Just happens every single time. You see 1 dock, you're bound to see another one soon.
Oh yes, and the nice thing is the cards he did draw were not bad. We have a genie and a goat in the hand, which is those are really good cards to have, especially. We are at that ink capability of doing that with 5 ink, and we can play it next turn to either play the genie to draw a card next turn, or play this goat to potentially gain a multiple lore throughout the game, which is really good.
Yeah. So he is going to take 2 things, take it out here. I do like this play. It still gains him 2 lore, pushes the lore a little bit, and clears Marcus's board. And we know, I think he's got a Sudden Chill and like a Storm and more Peats in his hand, which Jake doesn't care too much about these Peats. But this Sudden Chill could be pretty detrimental to Jake here with basically no resources and having it hit this Prince John, so he's going to be able to draw a card off of it. Pretty huge for Marcus. This is where, like, hopefully he starts to see more of his discard cards and really starts keeping Jake and say, hey, if you don't play what you draw, it's going away, and I'm going to keep drawing cards off of this John.
Yeah, no, this John's going to be definitely a nightmare to deal with if can't get exerted. But luckily enough, I mean, he is playing this Elsa, so it can't. Well, no, it has Ward, so you really can't do anything with it. So it's just going to sit there and do nothing. It's just going to let the opponent just discarding drawing cards. It's going to be a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah. Luckily for Jake, Marcus's hand is pretty unimpressive right now. He's got an Ursula, he's got a Pete. It's nothing too crazy. He does have a Storm, but it doesn't actually take anything out. And he can stop some of that with his own Pete that he's got in his hand. So like anything that Marcus does end up playing will probably get removed by this strength. Seeing another Prince John. I wonder if he tries to play it.
Yeah, could be an option, just to play this and kind of just let these cards just kind of sit down. And we do have the Ursula here to potentially get her song, and now we get to draw the cards, which is great.
Yeah, this is great for him. If he had to take a little bit of a gamble with this play, I guess what he could have done, because that would have taken the song out of his hand. I was gonna say maybe he could have played the Pete and seen if Jake had anything in his hand with the Ursula, but then he would have had to take it and only gotten 1 card instead of 2. So I do like the play Marcus made here.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a good play. And then we also now get to see another Space Pirate Pete in his hand. So this could be another good card to kind of play down here and make it so a little bit difficult to deal with for the pirate side of things. And it's also just a big body that can take care of a lot of the characters on Jake's board here.
Yeah. The only thing that's notable is can't deal with this Genie, and that Genie is going to cause might cause issues for Marcus because again he also doesn't have a ton of evasives to deal with it, and is basically has like it's basically just his removal that can deal with it, and seeing as Jake just played a Pete, it's gonna make it even harder for him to like remove it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely gonna be tough to deal with at this point. Because I mean, I don't even think there's any evasives in the deck besides the Diablo. I think it's the only card that really is gonna be able to deal with anything evasive.
Luckily, he is playing the muses, and he could keep bouncing it back with the muses, and even though that makes Jake draw cards, he's spending every turn paying 4 to get this genie out just for it to go back. Like at some point, hopefully Marcus is just doing that to try to win the game instead of. Right now, it's a little questionable, but once Marcus gets into a position where if he keeps doing that, it'll win him the game. Like that would be good if he finds a muses or something.
Yeah, no, muses could definitely help out here. 'Cause you really don't really care about them drawing cards because you're just gonna make them discarded anyway with this deck. So it
Hopefully.
really doesn't matter about if you're just gonna bounce a character to the back of the hand because you're just gonna make them lose it anyway. So at that point, it's almost like just banishing the character from the field, just a little extra steps.
Jake here, I think, is back in top deck mode. Something I was talking about with Amethyst Steel. You just the amount of times you end up in the amount of times it's funny that the Amethyst deck always ends up on top deck mode. You just aren't playing friends typically. You aren't playing like um the main draw cards, and so you just end up not keeping a very large hand on you. But also, I mean, Marcus is making him discard cards, which is not helping anything there.
Yeah, no, but no, Amethyst still just top decks anyway for the most part. Every once in a while, you'll see someone play it and they'll just have like 20 cards in your hand. You're like, how? How did you get this many cards in your hand? And you're only playing these options? It's quite interesting how some players can handle having no cards and some players handling 20 cards in their hand.
I think a lot of times if you see Amethyst Steel having a bunch of cards, they have a bunch of their 1-drops, and they have a library, and they just end up they spend like an entire turn moving a bunch and drawing a bunch of cards that way.
Now we just see questing out here with the genie and the Pete, gaining some more lore here, and going up to 11 to start getting in that double-digit range of, all right, I'm going to start questing. You're going to have to start answering it at some point. If not, it's going to get a little out of hand, and it will get me closer to 20 lore.
2 more. The scary thing is though, Jake is at 11, which is like I said, you really just want to get to 15 and then be like, okay, well the rest of the game, as long as you're not doing too much, I can just get a couple triggers and win the game, especially with like cobras or goats and stuff like that. But Marcus does have a pretty sizable hand. He's got enough cards in here to make Jake concerned, and I think he does have a storm for this Ursula.
Yeah, he has it there ready to go.
He's had it for a while. I just haven't popped off on it because it never really mattered at any point, and he didn't want to waste his removal on just dealing 2 for no reason.
Yeah, no, there really wasn't a reason to play it. There's no real targets for it. I mean, the genie was a possible target, but I think there was some better ways to get into the genie, which he did with we don't talk about Bruno. That was definitely probably the best way to deal with that. And then, of course, we do actually have this Ursula down that can double sing songs, which is great. So we can have something sing and it can sing again, but instead we're actually going to have these Prince Johns sing the song. Did he play the Ursula this turn? I missed that if he did.
The 3-drop one.
Okay,
Yep.
so yeah, so
He
did
played
play
it this
that.
turn, but
Okay.
I think he wants to. Like I said, he's realized that his opponent's at 11, and if he keeps letting him quest without doing anything, he is running the risk of getting got by like white roses and goats and all these things that just trigger on enter, and not something that Marcus can inherently deal with. There's nothing to like stop those triggers.
Yeah, and we're in top deck mode here for Jake. He's just going through, trying to figure out, or just top decking everything since he didn't really have a hand, and being just discarding his hand the whole entire time. So you wanting to look for like another dock, a genie, and if we are playing some rabbits, which he is not playing any rabbits, he's only playing the genies and the docks as his main draw engine of the deck.
Yeah, I mean he's got the followers and the library and the brims, so and Diablos. Like he has a bunch of ways to draw cards and replace themselves, but nothing to generate him actual card advantage, like friends. Really has to rely on like library in that situation.
Well, it looks like Marcus is now coming back with the lore total here of he was able to get rid of the dock with, we don't talk about Bruno, discarding it and then being able to draw 2 more cards because of the Prince John, and then questing out with everything and putting him now at 9 lore. He's definitely catching back up in the lore game and trying to see if we can even win this next couple turns.
Gonna be very tough for Jake here. I think he's got 2 turns here, and not even. If he can't win like next turn or find something to deal with this board, I think this first game will go to it'll go to Marcus. I think he's realized that he's got no outs to this space pirate and all these Johns, so he's gonna scoop it up for next game. Like I said earlier, something to realize is just like, hey, I can't win this game realistically, and I'm gonna save the brain power. You know, these guys have been playing for this is our 6th round they'll be on. Like it's a lot, and they need to save their energy for the rest of the day here still.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it's been getting along. I mean, we've been here since 10 o'clock this morning, and it is currently 4 o'clock. So we've been here for quite a while, and players are definitely getting to the time and ready to get some games over, and getting these games finished, and seeing who is the champion of Reign of Jafar here.
I will say it does not feel like it's 4 o'clock.
It does
I
not. No, it
do
really
not
doesn't.
feel like I've been sitting here since 10 a.m.
No,
or
it has not at all.
8:30 really for me since I've been in the building. Like does not feel like it, and that's always good.
It's like I just looked down at the clock and it's like 6 hours of elapsed time.
Yeah.
Like, what? Okay.
It's like a fugue state of like, oh really? Yeah, it's I'm glad because I know like some of these events can really wear on people, and I was a little worried today about my energy myself, but I feel great and ready to go. You know, we have 3 rounds left, so I'm super excited, super happy.
Yeah, no, this day's been really good. It's been going by, I'm gonna say fairly quickly. It felt like it's been going quick. It doesn't feel like it's been taking too long at all.
No,
And I mean, as we were setting up here, it still didn't even feel like it was the time that we woke up and got here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, it really didn't, and it feels like it's only been like 2 hours, if that, really.
yeah,
It doesn't feel like it's been long at all.
I don't feel like I've watched 5 matches.
No, oh yeah, no.
Like,
I mean now 6, but no, not at all.
yeah, no, it definitely doesn't. So we'll see Jake back on the play here again. I think his game plan is very simple and just end the game as fast as he can.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. He needs to end the game. Maybe look for a Baboom on turn 2 so that he can deal with a Diablo coming down. We know that's like what Marcus is going to be looking for on turn 2. But other than that, I think it's just simply go. Try not to fall underneath of Marcus's thumb again.
Yeah, no, I mean, you definitely want to try to get rid of some of these cards like the Diablos early on, because I think Diablo kind of helped get Marcus back for a little bit, and then finally closing it off with those Prince Johns is
Yeah.
really what closed the game out. Is as soon as those 2 cards stuck on the field and was able to get at least, I think he triggered like 3 times, I believe. Both of them triggered at least 3 times.
Yeah.
And that was 6 cards. 6 cards that was drawn.
Yeah,
That's
he drew upwards
crazy.
of like 8, even just
Um,
with the other drawn alone.
Oh yeah, no, it was some crazy draws, and that alone I think just helped him get back
No, for sure.
into that game, and where Amethyst Steel just doesn't quite have that later game card draw
Yeah.
advantage.
It doesn't want to grind out with its opponent. It can do it a little bit, but it doesn't want to do it a ton. A bird in Marcus's hand. He has the shift here that he can use. I think he's got another action for this bird too, so he's inking this Bruno. You know, one of the things at Emerald Steel, I try to play it, and I see every Bruno in turns like 1 through 3 when I can't play it, and then when I normally in the game, they're not there. It's very funny to me seeing Marcus do the same thing right now. He's got 2 in his 2 in his hand. Well, 1 he inked and 1.
Yeah, I know that feeling. I have my fair share of cards you're seeing multiples of, and opening hand, and not really wanting them, but you know,
they're
kind of
there.
stuck with it now.
Yep, unfortunately. It happens though. That's what card games are all about. I think we're gonna see Calhoun come down here from Jake. I wonder if he's gonna try and keep this library. I know he's debating it, and library is one of those cards that's actually very good against Emerald Steel. They just don't have great ways to deal with locations, especially early in the game. And I think it's a card that could help Jake. Like, oh, this is gonna sit here. It's gonna cause problems. Um, you're gonna have to deal with it at some point. And even if Marcus does deal with it like a space pirate, it's a turn that Marcus isn't doing anything else, and that's fine with Jake. He wants to protect his board by making Marcus look at other parts of the board state.
Yeah. And we of course see Calhoun coming down on turn 2. Kind of typical here. As Jake plays it, and then we see a Shmi on our Marcus's side here, and debating if we're going to shift, and we are going to shift into our good old friend Diablo, and questing for 1, and going to be drawing cards now. We are going to be drawing cards.
Diablo, such a strong turn too. I think Marcus missed his lore on the tracker. We'll get him to do it in a second here. Not too big of a deal. We'll get it, but it is 1-1 right now, pretty early in the game, so it'll be all right.
Yeah.
Now is when Jake has to decide what he's doing. This is the turn I would have liked to see library. Unfortunately, Smee makes library a little bit tough because oh well, now he's got an actual strength character. But I still think it's enough of hey, you still have to deal with my library, and if it takes you 3 turns to do it while you're not questing, that's fine by me, right? Totally okay with that.
Yeah, no, and the Shmi could definitely take out this Calhoun now, so which is going to be good. So if this Calhoun decides to ever exert to either challenge or quest, this Shmi can kind of just take it out. And I mean, it's a trade. It's not a trade you want, but it's a trade that's definitely really good to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's on Jake to take the Calhoun or take the Smee out with Calhoun, or even actually he can't. This is where Jake has to decide. Marcus has played this Ursula, quested with Diablo. I think he's trying to decide if he's going to quest with the Smee, and he doesn't. And this is where it gets interesting. Now Jake has to decide: am I questing with both of these things? Because he didn't quest with Smee, and that kind of signals to me, hey, he probably has some kind of removal that he's planning on singing with this Ursula. And do I need to quest and get the lore with them while I can?
Yeah.
Now it's funny enough that I know Marcus actually has Prince John and a Sudden Chill in his hand. So just kind of keeping this Smee back. Hey, I'm gonna try and bait you into either making so I can take out your Calhoun with my Smee, or making Jake make an awkward play around not doing something you would have expected him.
All right. And of course, we see the Ursula Deceiver of all singing Sudden Chill here. And since Prince John is on the field, guess what? We get to draw 2 cards.
This Prince John. Jake's got to find a way to deal with it, and unfortunately, he doesn't. Ward is just so troublesome for a lot of decks to deal with. We'll have to see if he can get away with this John. Maybe Marcus doesn't see nearly as many of his discard spell or discard actions or anything like that. And at least he can take out the Ursula with the Calhoun. So he can get rid of that menace and oh, I don't have to deal with more Sudden Chills or anything like that. But I also wonder if maybe Ursula's done its job and he actually needs to take out the Smee. I mean, he can do both next turn, right? He has the Pete and Calhoun.
Yeah, he has both ways to deal with it. I think that Calhoun going into the Ursula is probably the best option, and then taking out that Shmi with the Pete would probably be the better way to go. Just because that Calhoun gets to stick around a little bit longer if it challenges into Ursula, because she does have 2 strength, but Calhoun has to resist 1, so it kind of just sticks a little bit more.
Oh yeah, I mean you want to take as many things out with his Calhoun and not let it get banished. So yeah.
And we actually see Pete singing Strength of a Raging Fire, putting it down on the Shmi. And then we get to play Doc. And Doc actually gets to do some things. We actually get to see Doc discard and drawing 2 cards, past in the events. We have not seen this Doc do hardly anything. I think it only triggered twice in the games that we've seen it to play today.
I think so. We've seen a lot of docs played, not a lot of docs triggered. And notably, this doc didn't have a doc with it, which is also
Yeah.
pretty funny.
Now, I don't know what the 2 cards that he got.
Strength and Goat.
Okay, those are actually pretty good options.
They're
here.
not bad, yeah.
That can definitely take care of whatever character is going to be played next that doesn't have a ward, like Prince John. But we do get this Goat as well, and the Goat's going to be able to gain us some lore on enter and on leave, so which will be really nice.
In Marcus's hand here, he doesn't have a ton of like characters. He's got a bunch of actions in his hand. I think the other card in his hand that's a character is Pete, the referee. Other than that, he doesn't actually have a ton of characters, and that's might be where he starts to slip. Is like, yeah, he can, and he doesn't have a ton of ink. I think that's the other thing. Not having a ton of ink, not having characters in his hand. He can like deal with one thing at a time, but it's not quite enough. And we know that Jake has an answer to this Diablo.
Yeah, there's an answer to this Diablo. It's going to be pretty easy, and of course we see Goat coming down here, gaining lore, and we're probably going to see this Pete sing the song here,
Yeah.
just to take out this Diablo, and pretty much just sit here and go, all right, I'm going to quest
Yep.
and see if you can answer it, because I don't think you want to send that Prince John into it.
Nope. Now he could take out the Calhoun with this Hidden Cove if he really wants to. He does not do it. I don't blame him. He could have if he really wanted to. But I don't think it's the biggest thing on his mind. I think he wants to get rid of the Goat, so his opponent's not bouncing it a bunch, triggering it a bunch, and wants to draw the card off of a Prince John here.
Yeah, no, that Goat can definitely, if it doesn't get answered quickly, there's ways to bounce it back, and there's ways to just for letting that character quest and just take out a couple things as well, because it does have that 4 strength, which is really big in some of these matchups and can take care of a lot of things.
This is where Marcus might start to fall apart. Like I said, he can answer one thing a turn right now. He doesn't have the ink to play multiple cards, and he just doesn't have any characters. And this is where like sometimes Emerald Steel just draws the wrong half of the deck, and you draw birds all day long that don't do anything. They can't sing, they can quest, but they can't challenge very well. Like this is one of those moments where Emerald Steel just shows that sometimes your cards are just weenies, and then you got to deal with it.
Yeah. But now we get to see we don't talk about Bruno. Once again, drawing some cards with that Prince John, and then playing this Diablo to see what cards we have in our hand, but which I don't think there's any cards in the hand at this point.
No, there's not.
A whole lot of looking at nothing.
And like again, Marcus is at like Zeus and just a bunch of removal basically. Like nothing is doing one thing a turn, and that's not quite good enough when his opponent gets to keep questing for 4 every turn because he doesn't have anything that can actually challenge anything relevant.
Yeah, no, and we get to see this giant cobra come down, and we don't get to use its effect sadly because there is nothing else in our hand, but it's still a big threat being a 4/4 here.
Yeah.
Coming down, and it's just going to be hard to deal with. And it can quest for 1, which is good. It doesn't give you the 2 lore, but you know what? Let it gain its 2 lore by just actually questing.
I mean, he's at Jake's at 17. He doesn't actually like care about the Goat.
Oh
like, the
yeah, no,
giant.
overall no.
He honestly could have kept it in his hand for next turn, to like maybe try to get Marcus, but also he's playing against Emerald Steel. So, like, I think he also just realizes, hey, I'm not gonna actually probably keep this card in my hand, so I'm just gonna play it and hope you can't deal with it. And I don't realistically know how much Marcus can deal with this board. He could challenge Diablo with his Diablo. Jake could draw a card. Honestly, though, if I'm in Jake's position, I don't know that I do. You're playing against Emerald Steel with a bunch of cards in its hand. They might have a Sudden Chill or Hypnotize, and you don't need to play into giving them the exact answer they might need. Just say, yeah, I don't need that card.
Yeah, no, definitely getting some more cards at this point will be probably not the smartest idea, just because you are playing against that Emerald Steel, and you have a Prince John on the board. If a Prince John was on the board, it'd probably be like, oh, it's fine. But Prince John just
Oh, yeah.
takes too much control of, cool, you have one card in hand? All right, you don't anymore. You never had one card in your hand. What one card?
My one card now.
Exactly. He's the captain now.
Yep, gonna challenge. See if Jake takes that card off the top, and he doesn't. Pretty heads up, like I said. I think not taking it here, especially because we know that Marcus has a sudden chill, but the chance that that Emerald Steel has a sudden chill is pretty high. I think typically it's like, oh yeah, they just have sudden chill all the time. Why not? Like that's just what the deck wants to do. They have sudden chill, hypnotize, Brunos. They have a bunch of ways to like make you discard a card. I even think Marcus is on the chip, the 3/2 that makes them discard a card. So he has like a bunch of ways to make his opponent discard cards.
Oh, believe me, I noticed that there was a chip in this list.
Oh yeah, our Chippendale fanatic over here.
One day I'll have mine.
Hey, at least the chip is seeing play in like real decks.
Yeah, Chip is doing pretty good. I mean, it's not just a fun little theme deck that wasn't a theme deck the last time I saw it, but it's definitely a good card nonetheless.
Oh yeah, I'm poking fun at our production guy Brandon. He loves playing the yellow Chippendales, and every time I see him play, he gets stuck with the 2/8 uninkables and can't actually play the game, and I find it very funny.
It's quite funny just seeing him go.
You
But
got
also,
your,
he just can't.
you got your
He can't
Chippendales.
go,
What else do
exactly.
you want? You didn't say you wanted to play the game. You just said you wanted your Chippendales.
Exactly.
Correct. Hey, look, I got to look at them a little bit more than I would have otherwise, right?
That is true.
Now we are going into game 3. Pretty important that Marcus is on the play here, which is nice for him. This deck always wants to be on the play. Letting your opponent go first, start questing again. This deck is a very reactive deck, but the advantage you get from going first and being a reactive deck is pretty high. So he's hoping that he can see a bunch of removal. He just needs to see a couple more characters than he did last.
Yeah, no, definitely seeing some of these characters this game would be really nice. And now we're trying to see what Jake can do while he is on the draw here, and seeing if he can maybe find some of those other like good 1-cost cards, and being able to stick around a little bit and taking care of whatever Marcus puts down, because that's going to be what he needs here, is just to answer that board and stick around, take out those characters, control a little bit, and then use those characters that get any enter abilities right out to gain those lore and go from there.
I know Marcus had the Shift Bird and say Shift Diablo and the Strength in his hand, or he opened it. I'm not sure if he kept it. Probably did. I think he only shipped 2 back. We'll have to see what he ended up grabbing. I think Jake's got a bunch of White Roses and the cards we've been harping on. They're like, hey, enter gain lore, which actually we didn't see a ton of last game, which is kind of ironic. The deck that's chock full of just like, hey, enter gain lore. I think we saw Goat.
Yeah,
The only one that triggered.
We saw one that actually triggered was Goat. We didn't get
Yeah.
to see the Cobra, but didn't get to do anything. But however, Jake actually altered all 7 of his cards.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
He actually put back all 7. So
He was
didn't keep
deciding.
anything.
I think it worked out for him.
Yeah, I mean, these
This
are
hand
some
looks
great
a
cards.
lot better. It's like 3 Smees in his hand, a Baboom. Yeah, this looks way better.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a really good spot here. And
not seeing Diablo from Marcus, that's huge for Jake.
Yeah, no, not having this turn 1 is definitely going to hurt.
Especially not getting his shift that he wants. Especially now he's seeing his sudden chill. This is looking very very detrimental for Marcus here. I hope he has something. Okay, that's at least something here. He is going to see that his opponent has 3 Smees in his hand with nothing to take with this Ursula. That's heartbreaking for Marcus here.
Yeah, no, this is definitely one of those things like, man, I have to deal with this. These Shmees are going to come down. I need to find a way to answer these Shmees. And then having that Baboom on top of that he has to go, okay, I need something that's stronger than 2 willpower so it doesn't get knocked out as easy and banished from Baboom. And it's going to be, he's definitely in a rough spot there.
Yeah, he's looking at a rough hand right now. Hopefully he can draw out of it a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what characters Marcus has in his hand. He might have a bird, but no, he's got a Pete. Okay, he's got a Pete. I think he does have a bird in his hand, the shift bird, but he can't play it really because he knows his opponent has a baboom. I think this turn he's got broom plus me, and I think I'm doing both of those things. I think he can. I think he can reasonably ink the Pete and do Smee and broom, and then next turn, play something quest with broom, play something, and draw a card off of it, which would be nice for Jake. Let's see what he decides to do here.
Well, we decided to ink this Elsa here, which isn't. I don't think it's a bad spot because there's a couple characters that have wars, so it might be a little harder to deal with. And we get to see a game referee, which is nice. So there's no real actions that are going to be played in case if that ever does happen, because we do have this other game referee Pete that from the opposing side of Marcus can sing any 3-cost songs. So that might be something to keep an eye on, and that's what I probably was a little worried about, is playing like a strength of a raging fire, or cut and chill,
Oof.
a let the storm, all that type stuff.
Got a big old Pete.
Or you just do that. That's what works too.
Yeah, this Pete is a little difficult for Jake to deal with. It's not too bad though. He can like hopefully just get a couple characters down and deal with it with like a strength or something. I don't think he has one in his hand. He's just got the baboom. He can also probably take it down if he really wants to take it down next turn. He can like attack it or challenge it with Pete and play a baboom on it, and it's like not the worst. And then he can like play his Smee again, and he's not that mad about it. I don't hate that play. You don't care about this referee Pete anymore. It's done its job.
Exactly. Yeah, this peak doesn't really get to stick around too much longer. I mean, if you can bounce it and do some things, it's cool, but I don't know if that's really the right play. I mean, he does have another one in his hand for game referee, and which is all right. But now we're inking the Shmee, and we have a Shmee and a Turnabout followers left in hand with some other actions here, using the baboom to finish off the Space Pete here, challenging into stuff, and then playing our 1-drop characters here, and making sure everything adds up, and we're good.
I think he's getting these two down because he wants to draw a couple of cards for next turn. That's why I think he inked the Smee, realizes he has a bunch of Smees. He still has one in his hand, and then wants to just hopefully draw a couple of cards off of these. 1-drops that draw cards. Fortunately, he does not get to do it with one, but he did force Marcus to hard play this Let the Storm Rage on, and I think that is pretty good for Jake. You don't having him hard play instead of being able to sing it is like the best thing you could have hoped for on this turn. Doesn't even get to use all of his zing. Didn't sing it. Didn't really like progress the board state any. I think you're pretty happy with it if you're Jake at the moment.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, he's got some ways to draw some cards, and we're good. And we do get to see a Prince John in Marcus's hand, and seeing if we could get to play this down, which is going to be great. And we see Broom questing, Magic Broom doing questing things, and potentially playing another card to then pop this Broom to draw some more cards.
Yeah, I think Pete's a pretty good play here. You can do Pete into Diablo is the one I would think about doing. Seeing what you draw off of Pete or off of the Magic Broom trigger. Maybe get the Smee down as well if you feel like the card you play is not worth it.
Yeah.
Didn't get to see what he drew off of that Magic Broom. Does play the Pete though. I don't like that. I like this. He just protects his board a little bit. Not that he's got a smaller board, but that's okay. He wants to make sure that he's preventing Marcus from doing too much.
Now we get to see this Beast Tragic Hero coming down and potentially drawing some cards if there's no way to put some damage on it.
Yeah, that's the scary thing for Jake is like, okay, I need to be able to put damage on this somehow. I think he drew a library.
He did draw a library for turn, yes.
I honestly might just play library this turn. Jake can't, or Marcus can't deal with it. Like immediately. Can't take it out quite just yet. And if he does decide to take the characters out, then Jake is gonna draw a bunch of cards.
What's really nice is if it looks like he has 3 cards in his hand. He has a dock, a Shmi, and a library. He could play this library, ink the Shmi, and play a dock and refill his hand up a little
Yeah.
bit, and still have a decent board presence of a character and a location, which will be nice.
He could also just play library and move both characters there. But I was suggesting, like, there's a couple lines he has here, and I don't think he's mad about playing any of them, just to figure out what he wants to do.
Yeah.
What his personal preference is.
We see library being
Yep,
played. There's the
takes the
dock,
dock.
and then drawing the cards here. And we get to see a Baboom and a Genie from that. So that's not terrible. However, that Beast is definitely going to at least get 1 trigger off and getting him 1 extra card.
Yeah, but I think it's okay for a turn. It'll be. I don't think. I mean, Jake is like, I want to get rid of this thing as soon as possible, but Marcus might be under some amount of pressure to, like, oh, I need to challenge some things and get some things off the board before I start getting run over again, especially this library. If he doesn't, like, challenge it with the Beast, is he going to lose too much power?
Yeah, we don't. Might lose too much power if that happens, but this Beast is still going to be able to draw some cards at least for a little bit. I mean, we've got, is that 2 Storms in hand, and we also have a Diablo in hand. I can't tell if that's a Zeus. Is the other slong it looks like in his hand? I think it's a Zeus. Along came Zeus, and then a Genie, I believe. So he's, or not Genie. I'm sorry. That's not even a Genie close. I can't quite tell what some of those cards were.
Yeah, trying to do it, but I can't quite figure it out. All right, we'll see what
The
Marcus
Diablo,
wants to
Prince
do.
John. I think that's a Zeus and 2 Storms. That's what that is.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. A hard turn for Marcus here. He really has to decide, like, what he wants to focus on. So he's gonna start with just hard playing his Let the Storm Rage on. Again, not something you really want to be doing as Marcus. Like, hard playing your removal is just so bad for this deck. You really, really want to be singing it. If he tries to get, like, his Prince John down here, he does end up getting it down. Wants to start maybe drawing some cards off of it with the Hypnotize he drew and that kind of thing. And hopefully drown Jake into some amount of card advantage here. Deciding. All right, off to Jake here. Gets his library trigger, and that's the one thing I'd be worried about as Marcus is, like, is he ever going to be able to take this library out? Jake has the opportunity to. He almost has the opportunity to actually just take the Beast straight out with the strength in his hand. I don't think he will. Quite yet, but he's pretty close. And he's probably going to ink a card here and Baboom something to get damage on the Beast, so it's not drawing him cards, but he might leave it alone simply because he doesn't want him to take out the library.
Yeah, that could be an option there.
Nope, he stings. Okay, so he uses both Strength and Baboom. Goes ahead and takes out the Beast. Pretty smart from him, knowing that he had both of those things. Does sting to give up 2 of your best removal in this deck to do it, but when Marcus is looking at a pretty thin hand himself and not a lot of characters, I think it's okay on Jake's, especially because he has this library. Hoping that this library kind of gets him there in the end, and Marcus doesn't find a ton of healthy characters that can start to challenge this library.
Yeah, this library is going to probably stick around for a little bit longer here.
For sure. Even if Marcus doesn't take it out now, it's going to stick around for 2 more turns. Over the course of the next couple of turns, it'll gain him at least, like, 3. If he doesn't find, like... I mean, he has a Zeus in his hand, so he could use that to take it out, but then he's not using it for the characters, and that like having to split his resources is kind of what I was talking about earlier with this library. Like you really don't want to have to split your resources like this in Emerald Steel. You really want to just be able to nail down like the characters. So dealing with locations is just not what you were doing.
Yeah, no, dealing with locations is going to be I think one of the roughest things, unless if you do have that beast. But here we are, just going to move everything at the location because why not? And now we get the quest for 4, and the library gets to basically draw them cards if any of those characters are gone at this point.
Yeah, and Marcus here has Zeus, so he could take out the library, but then he still is staring down a genie and everything. This is a really tough spot for Marcus here.
Yeah, but we do get to see we don't talk about Bruno taking care of the genie, bouncing it to hand, then discarding it, and then Prince John being able to draw a card because there was a card discarded.
He might be able to. I think he has a Smee in his hand, and he could play it and then sing with Prince John to take out one of these other characters, as if he wants to, and keep Jake off of as much pressure as he has. But he is going to draw a card for it. Yeah, I didn't see it.
I didn't see what the draw was. No, I didn't see it.
I think he just quested here. Okay. Oh, it's a giant cobra. Oh, that's scary. So Jake's going up to 15 this turn, and 16 with the quest from the dock, and has another library. Holy!
Wow.
I think you just play both of these cards. You make it really tough for Marcus to deal with everything. I don't know that Marcus gets through two libraries with the board state he has.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a play field that's just going to be rough. I mean, 2 libraries and then this Cobra that can quest for that last one if needed. I mean, he has game here on board. He has to answer this dock some sort of fashion. But when he does, Jake gets to draw a card and just replaces it and potentially grabbing any of his other cards that get a on-enter gain lore effect, which can be very devastating here. And that's might be all he needs just to win the game here.
Yeah. He does. Okay, so he's able to take out 1 library, but it's just not. I don't know if it's quite enough. I don't know if does he have any other removal in his hand? Okay, does have a way to get rid of the vanish. I think it's still not quite enough. I think if Jake sees anything that can get him a trigger, he's in.
Well, I mean, he needs a goat to come down. If he can draw a goat and have these 2 things, have the location gain him a lore at the beginning of the turn, and then this dock quest that puts him at 18. And if we get to play a goat, that means that the goat's going to put him at 19. And if that goat leaves the field, game's over.
Yeah.
Goat would secure the win at this point.
I was just trying to do math on because you can't take this library out. Even next turn, he'd have to have another Zeus or something.
And we have a fox.
Oh, that's gonna be hurtful too. Be able to draw more cards with this.
Getting a fox and a goat.
And he got a goat.
There's
so
a goat. Not like that.
I mean, Marcus could
matter.
find discard to get it out of his hand.
I mean, but then he also has to answer the board.
Oh yeah,
and
it's a lot.
He's got
an uphill
too much
battle.
to do,
Yeah,
to answer right now.
100%. It's an uphill battle for Marcus. And he's just gonna throw this fox into something. Probably the John. Yeah, that makes
Sure, why not?
Take it out. Don't let him like find the out he needs with any kind of discard.
And then Marcus has got a Space Pirate Pete, and the card he drew was I can't quite see what the last card he drew.
It was a bird.
It was something, and there we are.
There
that is the
That's
game.
unfortunate for Marcus.
Man,
that's heartbreaking.
That was a very interesting game, I will have to say.
Yeah. I mean, listen, this was very well played by both players. Jake ended up just top decking just a little bit better towards the end of the game there, seeing both libraries, the fox to get the dock back. Like it was those last few turns were all just Jake ripping absolute gas off the top of the deck every time.
Oh yeah, and I mean those libraries, I would say almost kept the game perfectly where he needed it to be.
Yeah.
Just to have those out there, knowing that he can't really answer it all that well without like the Space Pirate Pete's,
Or Zeus.
and things like that was going to be a very rough position for him. So having those libraries that were going to be really, really good.
Alrighty, I think we're gonna move pretty fast into semifinals here. So just stay tuned. Oh, never mind. I am lying. We're just gonna move right into semifinals here. Or if
Oh,
you want to
fantastic.
go.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
we can get that to go check it out.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, we're gonna be right there.
Who is it? Oh, I guess. It doesn't really matter because we're not going to show the top 8 bracket again.
All built.
No, but I know. But if we're going to move right into the game, are we really going to have a chance to show the bracket? And welcome back to the Randy Jafar Set Champs here at House Rules Gaming. We're moving into semi-finals.
Semifinals, baby.
Next to last match we've got today, we're going to see Jake has stayed on stream for us, and we're bringing on Adam. We spoke with Adam just a little bit ago about his last set champs and all that kind of his tournament experience. I'm super excited to see him play again. He's a masterclass of playing Sapphire Amethyst, this Blurple deck that he's been on for probably months and sets and everything. He's literally been playing it since like the inception of Blurple.
Yeah, no, he's been on this for a very long time, and he's got a lot of experience with it. And seeing Jake here, I'm curious to see which Amethyst is going to take it on top now, because it is a Amethyst kind of matchup here. We've got Amethyst Steel and then Amethyst Sapphire here, so it's going to be a very nice match, and it looks like they are ready. So let's go ahead and check out what these games are going to be here.
Yeah, we're all ready. So yeah, like you said, this is like a Saph or an Amethyst like mirror. We just saw a steel deck mirror. Now we're gonna see an Amethyst deck mirror, and I think that's pretty ironic. Starting off with Jake playing the Magic Room. I believe Jake was actually our first seed moving into quarterfinals, which was pretty interesting. So he's gonna be able to take the play basically every match he takes for his top 8 journey here.
Yeah, and we forgot to talk a little bit about the top 8 here, of what are our semifinal matchups, a little bit. But there was some pretty cool matchups coming into it. Sadly, some of my favorite decks kind of didn't get to make it. I was rooting for one deck a little bit because I am a Amber Steel player at heart, and I love me some Amber Steel. But sadly, it didn't get to make it through the semifinals. But it was Jorge that beat that deck with the Ruby Sapphire deck, and we've seen his deck before in the past, and we know it's definitely a really good one against that deck. It's really gonna be a really tough match for that anyway.
Yeah, I believe the other side of the bracket is George and Patrick, and we saw Patrick earlier in the day on Emerald Amethyst. So we'll have to check in a little bit later and see how they're doing. Right now, starting off with the typical Blurple things, Adam getting this bell out for free. This is super strong for this deck, especially against something like Amethyst Steel, that like it does play a lot of like smaller characters, and you want to be able to trade. Like Adam has to take the role of kind of control deck here, where he needs to keep the board under some amount of control. Because Amethyst Steel against Blurple is one of those decks that can just like go underneath of it, and aggro out, and like Adam was saying earlier, he's not playing Monstro anymore, because he feels it's just a little too slow. That there's other cards that do the job better, but there's no denying that it does absolutely help against these aggro matchups. So hopefully he sees all of the cards he needs to deal with this aggro deck, and hopefully Jake sees what he needs.
Well, the nice thing is this isn't the Amethyst Steel is not super an aggro deck. I feel like it's more of a mid-rangey type of deck because it does have some cheap characters. It does have some ways to get some cheap lore pretty quickly, but it doesn't feel like it's as like aggressive as the Diggy version of Amber Steel and even like Chernadogs. It doesn't feel like it's that type of aggro, which is what really makes Blurple struggle a lot more, is how fast-paced. This is that a little bit slower version of aggro, and that's what I kind of think is kind of more of like that mid-rangey type vibe.
Kind of. It plays the role between both because it doesn't have the ability to grind like a typical mid-range deck, but it does have the speed to get underneath of what it needs to. So it tries to play the role of like this weird aggressive mid-range deck, or like some kind of like tempo deck, and really just push where it can. And it does have the removal to be like, okay, I do have the ability to take out threats when I need to.
Yeah, we see our some fun things. We got Genie on the field here, and we've got our snake here, Madam M Snake, and a crab on the field, just looking at each other here, figuring out how we want to do some things. We've got some lore gain already on Jake's side here, and being at 4 lore now, waiting, just kind of getting that early lore gain, setting up till about like that 15 mark that you were saying the last time. It was that 15 lore is that kind of like sweet spot number where you get to that point, you can start playing those characters that have the on-enter abilities that gain you lore, like White Rose, the Goat, and of course this giant Cobra as well.
Yeah. Adam is no stranger to having his opponent get to 18 lore and then like controlling the game from there. It's kind of like what he does. So Adam is not entirely worried about his opponent doing too much of it, but he, like I said, and like you just said, he does have to be a little more careful, especially against Amethyst Steel, where they can just sometimes go, "Oh, hey, wait, I win the game now," and you're like, "Oh, I thought I had another turn or two." Um, does take out the crab with both of these two characters. Now, the other thing is that Adam's deck has a ton of evasives. Um, so Jake in the last game was relying on his evasives to beat Emerald Steel a little bit. Genies were huge for him. Anything that like could dodge that had to be used with like hard removal. Adam has a bunch of answers to that, and so he can't just like throw his genies out the window without being like extremely careful that an Elsa's not going to come down right after it.
Yeah, no, these Elsas are going to be kind of crazy to deal with coming out and answering a lot of these characters that will come down. Can be tough to deal with.
It's kind of funny. The roles have like kind of switched where now Jake doesn't have a ton of evasive answers, and Adam has all of the evasives. Whereas last time Jake had like more evasives than the Emerald Steel deck, and I think it's a little role shift that we've seen between the two decks.
Yeah, the evasives are definitely a key thing to have on the field, and not being able to answer them is definitely tough.
Adam also just has like every card in it in his deck in his hand. Blurple, we said it earlier. We were surprised earlier when we saw that Blurple deck that like wasn't playing Finders Keepers and was like running out of cards in its hand. Because Blurple just usually draws so many cards. We were surprised. I do see in the chat this is Adam versus Jake. Just so people are aware.
Yes, Marcus is not supposed to be. It is supposed to be Adam.
Thank you for catching that, though. We appreciate it. Again, Adam just playing all of the evasives. Like I said, he's just going to play so many. So Jake did find a Baboom, so he can take out this other Genie if he really wants to. He can actually take out the Genie and the Elsa. He can actually take out both Genies.
He could. There is a chance to take out both of these at this point.
I think he has to. Actually, no. I don't think he has the ink for it. He'd have to hard play Baboom and play the Cobra. Or he plays the dock and doesn't get the dock trigger, but he kind of needs the dock trigger at the moment.
Yeah, he kind of needs that dock trigger to help trigger certain cards to go off. But we'll see what happens. I mean, we have the Turnabout here. He's going to quest with it, and then banishing it to draw a card. We do get a library here.
Okay.
Library's not bad. This can definitely help in the early game here against Blurple, because there's not really a lot of great answers against it. But we're going to see it ink anyway, so you know what? Who cares? We're not going to see it.
Blurple's one of those decks, though. It is a little bit better at taking out locations than like Emerald Steel. So I do like here he does get to play his Cobra if he wants, and then he can Baboom something, get something off the board like this damaged Genie or this Elsa. Probably looking at getting rid of the Genie. Just doesn't want to deal with the pressure that it exerts.
We're actually going to discard the Baboom.
Okay.
And gaining the lore from Cobra here.
Probably wants to play the dock this turn. I imagine he's gonna Sang and then play the dock.
Yeah, it seems like what's probably the option here. Now we're debating on which one we take out. We either take out this Genie that already has damage on it, or we take out this Elsa, which does have this Russian evasive, and it's a little bit more willpower in it. But we'll see exactly what he is going to take out and target here, because he can't knock out the Genie that doesn't have any damage, because he's only going to be able to do 3.
I think he takes out the Elsa simply because he doesn't want Adam to reset it with like a Fox or something and get more utility out of the Elsa. And like, okay, now I get to replay it. He wants to do it. Then he thinks he's already like winning the lore race. So he's like, okay, I'm going to take the utility card over the card he wants to use to win the game.
Yeah, that's definitely probably the smartest choice here is to take that out, just because it is that utility. It exerts anything that that Jake will play, and now I can challenge into it and either potentially take it out and banish it in a challenge, or make it so that some other characters can challenge into it when it just got played.
Yeah. Rush being super strong. This Elsa card has been a mainstay for so long, and I expect it to continue its reign even through set rotation here.
Yeah, no, and especially because it does get a new alt art of a card, because
Yeah.
it does get that purple kind of border that we've seen on some of these cards, because we've seen like Amber having the Lilo Escape Artist, we've seen Mickey, we have a giant Tink coming out, which is going to be really cool to see, and then of course now the Elsa as well. And there's been some other ones I've been seeing floating around that they'll be releasing here in the future, but this Elsa is going to be a really good one to get.
Finally see Hades and Adam special. He loves this card. I know he said earlier he really wanted to see Hades get like a reprint for set rotation, and I know I can't blame him. I love Hercules the movie and Hades as a villain, but this card is also just very good, and I know Adam wants to see it just specifically for.
Yeah, no, Hades is good here, and we see a genie being played by Jake, and what this genie can do. Just drawing some cards, replenishing some hand here. Now we do get to see a Shmi in hand, which we do get to see to play, and we also have a Diablo, and I don't know what the last card in Jake's hand is.
Yeah, I didn't see it quite yet.
It's like just barely flashing by, and I can't quite see, but it looks like we are going to have Pete quest and debating on if Doc is going to quest or not, because he has the potential of bouncing it back. So I wonder if he does have either a snake or fox in hand.
He might. That's why he's like wants to protect it. But I know Adam has a Let It Go and another Hades in it. I think this turn he's probably gonna like get rid of Smee and Genie this turn with the Hades and the Let It Go. But he could also target this Doc. Again, we just noted that like he might have a way to bounce it and might want to try to reuse the trigger. And Adam might catch that and say, "Hey, he didn't quest with that," and that's like a card you don't care about anymore. So I wonder if he's going to try and bounce it with a fox or something and get it back, and wants to get that so he doesn't keep drawing a bunch of cards.
Well, bad news. Jake doesn't have any of those cards. In fact, that card that we were wondering what it was, yeah, it's a game referee Pete. So he has a game referee Pete and a Diablo in hand.
Oh,
So
okay.
if he can draw one of those cards, either the fox or the snake here, he could bounce back that Doc and maybe just kind of refill some of those dead cards in his hand if he doesn't really want to play them. Potentially doing that and then challenging into this Hades. If he gets a fox, would be great. Fox would definitely be nice, but doesn't look like we're going to get too far with that, because we do get to see a Let It Go being played from Adam, selecting the genie, and then we get to see a Peter Pan come down.
Yeah, I think Adam's been on this Peter Pan Shadow Finder for quite a little bit here. I think he quite likes this card, especially mixed with like Iago's. He quite likes this card. Just to give those cards rush, because like I think that's what he's talking about when he's talking about like Monstro not being quite not there are other cards that do it better, right? I think he's talking about like Shadowfinder plus Iago. Just they're both good cards on their own, but do Monster's job just a little bit better.
And hey, I just want to say I called it. He drew the fox
Yeah,
for turn.
I saw that.
He totally did. I was like, wow, okay. And then we get to see this Doc being played now.
I think he has a Baboom
It's
and another
great.
Doc in his hand.
Did he get another Doc from Doc's ability? It's going to be
I think so.
fantastic. He did. He has a Doc and a Baboom. Okay. So we can put some damage down on this genie with this Baboom, and then this fox gets to take out and banish in a challenge against this Hades, which can be good.
Yeah.
And then you have to worry about bouncing it back. This Hades can be very, because I think Adam only has one Hades in the deck, I believe.
He's got
Is he? I think he only went down. Oh, he's got 4. Never mind. He
Yeah.
went to 4. Okay.
No, he's 100%. Didn't you just hear me? He wants that card reprinted. He's 100%
yeah.
slamming 4. No, this man always sees his Hades. Yeah, that's like his card, man.
Oh, it might have been the other
feels
list I
like he
saw.
has 5 often.
Yeah.
right? Like
Well, with the Fox, he usually does.
well,
Notably, Jake actually was everything was exerted that turn, so he actually couldn't push uh push more there. Like he couldn't take out the genie and stuff. Um, and Jake decided just not to. He just decided to hang out for a bit, not quest too much. Just quested with the Smee, realizing like, hey, I'm just gonna quest next turn maybe decide what like see what Adam's trying to do. He knows that like Adam's not playing any prepares obviously or anything that's like gonna board wipe him. Maybe he's a little bit worried about like a monstro coming down and just wiping the entire board. So wants to try to secure like a game win immediately rather than just quest with everything.
Well, just so you know, Adam has another Hades in his hand.
Oh yeah, he's had that for a
I
while.
was like, man, got Hades. There's those Hades. And I was thinking must have been the other Bullerpool deck that we saw earlier that was running only one Hades.
Yes, I think so.
I think it was only. I remember seeing somebody was playing only one Hades.
It was definitely lower on copies. I can't remember how many, but it was definitely not. I don't think it was 4.
No, I do remember that it was not 4.
This is the time where Adam starts to like, if he's gonna take control of a game, this is where he does it. Down by like 6 on turn like 15. That's just when he decides to, you know what, I'm gonna turn the tables now. And that's what he.
Oh yeah, no, I mean he comes back real quick from being 0 lore, and the opponent can be at like almost 20, sit at 19, and make him sit at 19 for like 4 turns and not be able to gain anything. And Adam just comes in and goes, "Cool, all right, I'll win in 2 turns."
Yeah, well, he loves to build like a really really wide board kind of quest to end a game.
So we get to play this crab here, giving Doc that extra strength, and then having this Baboom banishing the genie here. And we're going to see what happens. We get to see another Doc getting played, drawing 2 cards. We get to see a Shmee and a Magic Broom, and we're going to play this Magic Broom down.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong spot from Jake here. Just a bunch of characters. Goes to 15. Has the game on the board for the next turn. We know Adam does have the Hades. And I'm not sure if he has any other. He has another let it go. Does he have 2 Hades in his hand right now?
Right now, yeah, it looks like he has 2 in his hand.
That's pretty funny.
Wow.
He always does. The only unfortunate part is I don't think he has enough ink to play both of them in the same turn. So he's gonna have to either sing with this crab or challenge something with this crab, and I'm curious as to what he does with that. I think he can take out at least 2 things this, whether it's with Hades and let it go, or challenging with crab and let it go, or challenging with crab and Hades. He's got to make something happen.
Yeah, there's got to be some sort of answer to this board because it's going to get out of control really quickly. And I mean, he is at the sweet number 15.
Yeah.
This is that spot where he is looking for those cards that give him free lore pretty much. And I mean, if he doesn't get rid of anything now, he does the quest and he goes to 20 anyway, just by questing. So there has to be some sort of answering to the board. Oh, we get to see a Bell come down here and move the damage from Tamatoa over to the crab and banish the crab.
Yeah. It's pretty good. This crab, should have 1 damage marked on it. But he can heal it with the popsicle, which is also relevant. So Adam's in a not the. I mean, it's not dire, but it's not bad either. He does have if Jake decides to quest out next turn, does have decent answers to what is on the board. Though I think just saw Strength of a Raging Fire, so he might be able to take this crab out this turn. Draws another. There's a genie. Well, here maybe a library. I wouldn't be surprised if he inks this library.
Yeah, that could be an option here because it's not really useful right now. It's a little too late in the game, but we do see the strengths being played and banishing the Bell here, and just leaving this Tamato on the field.
Have a good feeling that Adam might be out of this one. We'll see what he can do. He's a miracle worker.
Yeah, I mean he is happy, just like Tamato is happy as a clam.
He can only take two things out, and unfortunately his opponent's at 18. I think he might be done. This might be game 1.
Yeah. I mean, this is definitely going to be interesting here. Because Adam's just thinking here. We got the 2 Hades. We got to let it go, and a friend here, trying to decide how do we want to answer this board. Because we do get to have this genie. We have the Shmi on the field, and 2 other characters. So there has to be a way to answer 3 characters at this point. Because it's the only way for him to kind of at least survive, and hopefully that he doesn't top deck into any of those lore gang characters. We play a friends, playing its cost of 3 ink, and hoping for the best here, seeing what we draw with the last 6, and going into 7 ink now, and deciding what card are we going to play.
Yep, skips it up. Okay,
All
that's what I
right.
was waiting for, to see if he realized he was. I think the turn that he really fell behind was when he didn't target that dock. I mean, we know Jake got it off the top of the deck, but even then, even if Jake didn't have it in his hand, Adam sees that he doesn't quest with it, and I wonder if you're always supposed to be like, hey, he didn't quest with it. I don't know what's in his hand, but he didn't quest with it, so he must have decided that it was important not to, and just take it from him anyway. See if that was like his only out to like having no cards in his hand. Because I think if Jake doesn't get that dock trigger again, he's in a rougher spot than he was.
Yeah,
sure.
no, I mean, he looked like even after with those dock draws, it didn't look like he was in a good position. It took him a little bit, but since he did get those free 2 cards, he was able to go through the deck a little bit quicker and get those cards he did need, and that was definitely key for him to get that.
Yeah, I do believe that we just heard from the other side of the bracket that it was Patrick versus George, and I do believe Patrick did take that on Emerald Amethyst.
Yeah, so he did take it. So that's we saw that match not too long ago. So that's really cool to see that deck come out here. I mean,
I think Patrick played it really well too.
yeah,
I'm excited to see him back on
and
the
the
stream.
funny thing is that he's played against 2 Ruby Sapphire decks. He's played against 2 Ruby Sapphire decks in this top 8 so
That's
far.
crazy. And
He's played against Sama and he's played against George.
interestingly enough, oh no,
The
I was gonna say
only-
I thought Patrick and Sama played earlier, but they didn't. That was a Ruby
No.
Sapphire Mirror. Yeah, he had to play against 2 Ruby Sapphire decks, and this deck.
In fact, I'm gonna throw it up on screen here. I'm gonna throw up the kind of the matches of the top 8, and you guys can see what we have here in the top 8, and see all of our standings so far as we're waiting for this last one to come through of which one we're going to see. And this match is gonna be really nice, but this top 8 is gonna be really fun. So far, it's
Yeah.
been looking great.
Yeah, I think the players are just about ready, moving, about ready to start. I think Adam will be on the play here, and being on the play for Blurple is pretty huge. He just needs to keep away. He needs to find a way to keep Jake off of drawing cards. I think one of his big things is he should be targeting down these docks. Like, he sees a dock come down, and like, you just need to get rid of it. He does not need his opponent bouncing them. He saw how strong it was last game. I think he just needs to be like, hey, I see a dock. I need to get rid of it.
Yeah, no, those stocks can definitely be scary, and I think you're right. You have to get rid of those. Because I mean, it was a prime example of what happened when you didn't get rid of them.
Yeah.
And potentially being able to bounce back that dock was going to be rough. So have to answer at this point.
Seeing the typical starts from both these decks, playing a 1-drop, and also seeing Stale from Adam. I know that's like one of his favorite cards to be playing. I think if he has a card he wants to be playing this other Hades, he wants to be playing the Sail into a single game. Loves Sail over Tipo typically, but the redundancy he gets from both of it. We didn't, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I just saw it off to the side here. He didn't actually get to see his Radigan last game. I
That's
know he's playing
right.
that one of.
Yeah, we didn't get to see it. I know he was talking about it in the interview earlier. He was talking about this Radigan, which is a very interesting card. Having Ward is really nice, not so it'd be targeted by anything, so like from Zeus or anything like that. And then if you didn't put anything in your inkwell, it does, however, get banished. That's the only thing about it, but it quests for 4. And it's a 6/7. It's a huge body of a card.
And Adam always has like cards in his hand to ink, so it's fine. It's just that I don't know if Radigan is like that useful in this matchup, simply because he has to like deal with Jake before he can actually win the game. Like he doesn't actually get to start playing the game and like start winning the game until he knows like, okay, hey, Jake is like running out of cards in his hand, running out of gas, running out of characters. Oh, okay, now I can start questing. Because even last game we didn't start him. He didn't quest once until like way later in the game. He really has to keep Jake under control and not let him go too crazy.
Yeah, and now we get to see a Fox coming down here. Just giving a decent body on here, being that 4 strength, potentially putting a threat on the field just to have this big strength power of a character. So nothing can get exerted next turn or anything comes in. He doesn't have to worry about it too much.
We do see a Finders Keepers in Adam's hand, though. Again, this is one of those cards like I'm not sure he's going to be able to play in this match. Jake might just be a little too fast, a little too aggressive. Jake has been taking a slightly slower approach this game. I think by this time last game he was at like 10 lore or something already, and we were just like, huh? What did you do? So definitely slightly slower, but this deck doesn't mind.
Yeah, it can definitely make a comeback pretty quickly anyway. You think it's like it's far behind, and all of a sudden you have gaining lore right real quick. And it can gain a bunch of lore. And we get to see 2 Shmis here, and this is an example of gaining lore quickly. These Shmis are definitely going to be questing at least once, if not twice, each, gaining a bunch of lore coming the next couple turns.
Notably too, Jake has an Elsa in his hand, so if um Adam decides that he does want to challenge one of these Smees, he does have the answer to crack back at this genie immediately, which is like super good for Jake.
Yeah, no, that is definitely a good thing. We got a strength too, which is nice. So this Fox can also sing strength if need to be. So we get to put down one other character, and Fox gets to sing this strength, knocking out this genie if we wanted to. But it looks like we get to see an Elsa coming down, exerting one of the Shmis, and then sending both Elsas into it.
Yeah, just trying to keep. He doesn't want Jake to get too, like I said, too out of hand. So he's using his Elsas to get him out of there. And if Jake does decide to play Zone Elsa or Sing Strength, I don't think he cares about these Elsas too much. They've kind of done their job. Honestly, Adam might hope that Jake plays this Elsa and sings Strength on his 2 Elsas so he can keep this genie.
Yeah, that's definitely probably what he's hoping for here. Because, I mean, there's not much of an answer otherwise, because we have this magic broom. We inked a fox, and the last card he had in his hand is a white rose. So this white rose can gain him lure later on, if he needed to play it and go from there.
Yeah, I wonder if so Jake doesn't actually have any docks or anything in his hand, so his card draw is a little bit small. So maybe he needs to find something here to like get him his resources back.
Hey, we see the play.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. Adam wants to keep his genie. That's okay. The only thing that he might have wanted to keep an Elsa for is one of these let it goes in his hand. But man, this is Blurple. They always have like 9,000, and he's got a Hades in his hand, of course. So like, always does. Never doesn't have it.
Yeah, Hades. Also got a fox and a Tamatoa, and I don't know what the other card is at the second to last one.
Finders Keepers, I
Is
believe.
it Finders Keepers?
I think it's still
Okay.
fine. Yeah, he's had that for
Okay.
a while.
And yeah, so he's sitting on these cards, thinking what he needs to do here, because he is at 6 ink, trying to figure out, okay, what do we want to do? What's the path that we need to do? We have this Elsa that's here that can challenge into this genie, and there is a potential that a crab comes down and giving that Elsa extra strength, and wondering if that's the route to take here. But we have the genie actually challenging the Shmi, and then we get to see him play down this Hades, targeting the Elsa, putting in the inkwell.
Yeah, he doesn't want the Elsa to, like I said earlier, like crack back on this genie. So he uses the genie protect, or the Elsa, or the genie to protect the genie, the Hades to protect the genie. A lot of characters, and but does get to take out the Smee with the genie, so he protects his threat that like can win him the game.
The nice thing, well, he does have this fox in his hand, so he can bounce back this genie next turn and heal it pretty much, and then getting to play it again to draw a card, which is going to be really nice.
I also know that Adam's a huge proponent of bouncing Hades a bunch. Like that's like the thing he wants to do. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him do that either.
That is true as well, yeah.
He always looks for when Brandon stepped in for a second, it seems like he always has 5 Hades. It's really like he has 8 because he just bounces all of his Hades all the time. It's just like what he likes to do.
I mean, we just call a judge on that.
Well, you know.
Even that wasn't enough because he had to add the let it goes.
Yeah. He's like, oh, I need Hades. Like earlier, he said he needed Hades like 5 and 6, and I was like, but you bounce all your Hades, so like, don't you have like an extra 8 copies? Like, come on, man. How many Hades do you need?
Not enough is what I'm hearing.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
not enough Hades.
I'm actually surprised he doesn't play like Into the Unknown. Just be like, yeah, well, I also have this one that's also like Hades. I think if every card in this deck could be Hades, he would play.
Yeah, that sounds about right. He probably would. That sounds exactly like what he would do. He just needs to throw that Stitch in there.
Oh.
I know, the Stitch is just a fun card. I just want to play Stitch. Stitch is great.
Hey, there's overall where the Stitch gets played. I've liked seeing. No, I think they were.
No,
just,
you're fine.
They were incredibly still for a second. I was very wow. That was. You're right, Brandon. That was jarring.
Both hands frozen in the same spot. I'm like, oh.
Jake is like a statue over there.
Yeah, he is. I mean, we thought Gargoyles was going to be coming, but that's
Yeah,
not till
right?
next year.
Crazy. Wow. Okay. Threw me for a loop. Woo.
Oh, all right. Well, we do actually get to see him bounce back the genie. He did bounce back the genie and not the Hades this time. So
Oh,
he
I'm not
did
surprised,
get to
yeah.
heal it, and then we're gonna get to play it probably next turn. But he did play the Let It Go, however, to put back the opposing genie in the Inkwell.
He does have 2 genies in his hand, and I think he has enough ink to play both of them next turn, so that's pretty good for him.
Oh yeah,
That's
no,
a lot of pressure.
he has at least 8, if not 9.
As I was saying earlier, that Stitch, I had thought about playing it in. I was playing Emerald Sapphire for a little while. Yes, people can call me a monster. That's okay. I actually really like that deck, and I was actually surprised when I didn't see that in there. I imagine if the deck manages to survive rotation, we could see it in there after rotation. But I had thought about trying it in that deck at some point instead of doing Hematoa. Just have like Stitch with the Hidden Inkcaster, so everything's inkable, and I could just always get these Stitches back.
Oh yeah, no, that would be great.
Yeah.
Because Stitch is a fun card to play around with, and it has a lot of potential. I think. Right now it's a little slower than what we would like to see, but that's fine. I think rotation is definitely going to help that card out quite a bit.
So I do think Jake has no cards in his hand right now. And Adam has
Shocker.
basically a book.
This is a shocker for me because I mean you have Adam who's always going to have cards because it's Blurple, and then Amethyst Steel just never has cards in his hand. Never has cards.
And I'm surprised because Jake has been really good at like finding his docks and being able to play them and like chain docks and stuff. So this is the first time real time I think we've seen Jake, other than against like Emerald Steel where that's what they're doing. I think this is the first time we've truly seen Jake have no cards in his hand, just due to not finding docks or anything of the such. Find Shadow Finder here, taking out the White Rose, and I think this puts Adam in a pretty prime position to start taking over this game. We know he has 2 genies in his hand. He still has his other Let It Go there, so anything that does come down is probably going away. That's even if he cares about this Calhoun that much.
I mean, it does knock out or banish the Hades here because it does have 4 damage on it. So this Calhoun can take every. Oh, we see the one of. We see it.
There's our Radigan, our biggest boy.
And we're just going to go ahead and go to the next
Jake
game.
realizes that, yeah, Adam has so many cards in his hand, and he cannot deal with this Radigan. So smart. Again, I think I want to highlight this again, even though I've done it a bunch. I think Jake's been really, really good at it. It's just like, hey, have I lost the game? Even though Adam was like at 0, I don't even think he had quested at all. Basically, he was like, I can't beat this route again with no hand, with no resources. I just can't do it, and I don't want to waste my brain power trying to when I could be focusing on game 3, especially because he'll be on the play. Like, again, super heads up, super smart. Gotta save your energy. Playing 8 rounds is a lot. It's not easy to do and stay awake and stay alert for entire day.
Yeah, no, 8 rounds is definitely a long one. I mean, you're almost getting into the DLC type of tournaments here of being
Yeah.
9 rounds. It's been definitely a long one, and we're slowly getting there. And this match has been good and it's been great. Both players have done a fantastic job of playing these decks and piloting them to this position that they are at. I mean, they are here for a reason, and both have done extremely well.
Yeah, they're definitely showcasing like, hey, I am. I'm not familiar with Jake too much. I don't know if he's around the store very often. But showing just like a masterclass of like, hey, I've clearly been playing this for a while, and I am a master of my deck, or like I'm very skilled at it and I know what I'm doing. Both players have done a fantastic job of just knowing when they can challenge, when they can trade, what they need in a matchup to win it. Every time it's been very nice to see. It's like it's incredible. These players are highly skilled.
It just doesn't get better than game 3 in top tables.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially semifinals. This is definitely a very nice match here.
Yeah. What Jake decides to keep here. I think Jake wants to like try to rely on his goats and stuff a little bit more. Goats, roses, like if he can, he was at 10 there, and if he played any amount of like a couple of cards that just triggered and gained him lore, like he's probably easily puts him at 15. That stuff adds up so fast.
Yeah, he can get right under the feet of Adam here if he gets to play a bunch of those cards. Gaining those lore. I think the location's good in the early game. Probably towards that late game that those locations probably are not going to do a whole lot.
Yeah.
Just because Adam will have so many ways to play a bunch of characters that have rush that are able to challenge into it. But in that early game, it's a little hard for Adam to deal with. I mean, so you might get like maybe 2 to 3 turns of lore gain, and that sometimes is just enough to get you to the end.
Yeah. I mean, and it's also worth mentioning, like, while that does, it picks up 2 or 3 lore, it distracts Adam, where like I said earlier with when Jake was playing against Emerald Steel, when you have to divide your resources to either deal with the location or deal with the characters, you're probably gaining double. Like, yeah, library is gaining you 2, but then these characters are also gaining you 2, and that library gains you more lore by just being a distraction for the characters. Like being kind of like a wall, being like a, hey, come, like focus on me, like look at me, and I have 8 willpower. You have to deal with me, kind of thing.
Oh yeah,
Especially
it's
when Adams like doesn't have a ton of character. I mean, he does, but they're like you said, like turns 5, 6, 7. Like is when he starts really seeing the characters with higher strength.
I gotta point out, shocker to no one, Adam does have a Hades in his hand.
I think he has 2. I think he does. I think that's as much as Adam loves to see Hades. I don't think 2 is what he wants to see in his opener.
yeah, he has 2 in his hand.
Now, to be fair, it is Blurple, and they do ramp, and they do have a ton of inkable cards and ways to ink uninkable cards. So I don't think it's too much of a detriment, as long as he does hit a couple of inkables in the next like 2 or 3 turns here.
I mean, he did get the sale though off the top from
Yeah,
Popsicle, which
that's
was
good.
nice. That he definitely needed that here.
He might have another one in his hand. I can't tell what's all the way in the left, but there is another blue card over there.
I couldn't tell if it was a TPO or if it was a sale.
I
Those
think
were
I think it's
the
just 2 sales.
okay, yeah, so
Okay.
2 sales.
He always had one, but this one being inkable was just, hey, this is free inkable, and I don't need it. He
Yeah.
does have a bell too in his hand, so he can Popsicle to play the bell for free, and he does have the shift target in his hand too.
He does have that. We do see the bell come down here, popping the Popsicle and playing the bell. Nothing really else after that.
I wonder if Adam's gonna try and shift this bell, or if he's just gonna sing Friends on the other side with it next turn.
Ooh, yeah, that could be an option that we see here. is this shift, because this bell does shift. That's the one thing a lot of people forget is the bell. This bell can shift on top of other bells for 3, which is not bad.
Yeah. It's weird for Adam because he wants to get these Smees off the table. He might have to shoot. What I'm thinking, he can't let these Smees just run entirely free, unfortunately. As
You know,
much as I think he wants to sing Friends, we'll have to see. He did get a Fox though, so maybe he can sing Friends.
we could do that. That's not that bad. But we're gonna ink the Fox here, and debating on how we want to handle the board, we are going to shift into the bell, challenging into a Shmi and banishing it. But this bell is now sitting with 3 damage on it, so this is prime target of any character basically challenging into it.
Yeah, but I think Adam feels pretty safe, especially because we see in Jake's hand he's got 2 Calhouns, a goat, and a snake, so he's actually not under. Like this bell could now also take out the Smee. It can take out the Smee, and it's now 2 for 1. His opponent, well, not exactly 2 for 1, but because he's got the bell underneath, he had to play. But effectively 2 for 1ing these Smees, getting them off the table, being like, hey, I got both of them down with relative safety and not having to worry about like having all of them like to deal with at the same time.
Figuring out.
Trying to see what they're trying to figure out here.
Thinking on damage and going from there and figuring out what's happening. And we see just, I think Adam's still kind of just thinking here on what we want to do. If there's anything else he needs to do here, or are we waiting on Jake here?
I think.
Can't tell whose turn it is quite yet. If we pass it yet, we're just communicating about this. And we're still talking about it, figuring out. Okay, I think Jake is
Yeah, looks like
deciding what we're going to do here. I think he's trying to
Okay,
decide
there
if
we
he
go.
wants to go with a
trying to figure out whose turn it
goat.
is.
Yeah, that's why I was like, nothing's really happening here. I think it's his turn.
Yeah.
All right, so we get to see Shmi getting played and
Just
go for
replaying
there.
this.
Yeah.
Trying to push as much lore as he possibly can before trying to protect that Smee from this bell that was played. Adam's got his work cut out for him. Oh, he could have moved the. Thank you. I didn't even see that. Yeah, Dan, he could have moved because Bell can move things from opposing characters to opposing characters. And so it's from any character
Oh.
to an opposing character. So he could have moved the 1 damage that Smee had over to that Diablo.
It is true. He could have. Yeah.
Unfortunately for Adam there. Hopefully it doesn't bite him too much. We'll have to see. Luckily he has another bell in his hand. Gets to get rid of the Smee and now takes out the Diablo. So gets there in the end anyway, taking out this Diablo just a little bit later than he would have liked.
Yeah.
This is looking okay now for Adam, though Jake does have a dock in his hand. So Adam does need to find a way to deal with these Calhouns without exposing himself too much. So, like you said, he has 2 Hades in his hands. So I mean, he's probably just gonna play Hades on these Calhouns if I'm real honest.
Yeah, and we're just gonna see an Elsa come down here, targeting one of these Calhouns and sending both these one bell into one and then the other into the snake here.
Yeah.
Kind of clearing the board. Now this does leave open for one of the bells to be challenged by this Calhoun, and taking it out, and then gaining the 2 lore on top of it. But they get to lose the Calhoun as well, so that is an option, and we get to see a dock now. Get to see this dock being played, drawing some more cards, which is another Elsa and a white rose. So this is definitely a big plus. Debating on if we're gonna be doing the magic broom.
Or Dylan. I think Jake is trying to decide if he wants.
The broom or not. Yeah, because he played the broom and
I
then
think he
played dock.
started to, but I think Adam might think he missed the trigger.
Maybe.
I didn't see the timing on it. We
We're-
can't
we're-
hear what they're
We're
saying.
we're not having a shark incident.
No.
This is we're
We
not
have
gonna
a
do that.
table judge. He's looking
The
at
judge
it right
is sitting
now.
right there. Yes, the judge is there watching this and making sure everything is going through. We can like faintly hear them in the background. I know you guys can't hear it, but we're like trying to hear exactly what's going on.
We're
They're like right in the other
ourselves.
room.
Being a little
So we're
nosy.
sorry if we're a little quiet here. We're trying to figure out okay what's exactly going on. They are. No, they're fine. It's just making. I don't know what the argument was. But yeah, he's playing it. And there we go. We got our playing a white rose here, gaining some lore, trying to get up there, going up to I believe, yeah, 9.
And then I don't think Adam really minds if this happens, this trade that we were talking about earlier. He doesn't really mind. Yeah, he gains 2 lore, but at least it's not the 4 he would have gained with Calhoun earlier. And he does have a Hades he has 2 Hades in his hand, so if he finds an inkable, he can hopefully target down this dock, is what I would say. He knows he's been burned by this dock before. Does not want Jake to find anything else. He does have another Elsa, so he could do it with the Elsa too. I think my vote would be for the dock, but I could see the argument for the right rose too. He doesn't want Jake to be bouncing that and gaining triggers either. Yeah, takes that out. Decides that his opponent's at 11. Doesn't want to get got too bad by like Fox plus another white rose trigger and all that kind of stuff.
I think that's the kind of decision that you always have like remorse on. If it's
Yeah.
the wrong one, you made the wrong one, but if you made the right one, you look great.
Yeah. Well, Jake has 1 card in hand, and Adam has to go. Is it a fox? Like seriously, like could it be a bounce? Like it's 1 card, and like what are the chances that that's the card he has for that, right? And bouncing either one is bad. It doesn't matter which one it is, right? So he just has to decide: do I care about him drawing cards? Or do I care about the triggers? And being at 12 probably cares a little bit more about the trigger.
Yeah, those triggers are definitely going to be what's key here is just getting those cards triggered there. But we get to see this Hades again taking care of the genie and putting it into the inkwell here.
Unfortunately, I think he wants to use both of these Elsas to take out this dock. Unfortunately, I don't think he wants to lose the bell that can exert some actual pressure and start like actually winning the game, because he does need to start pushing to end the game. Though we know he has another Hades in his hand. I think it's the only card in his hand. He hasn't actually seen a ton of his draw, which is unfortunate for Adam. But Jake's also not doing too much over there, so I think he's okay. Like, okay, I'm gonna just have to try and race what Jake is doing, though Goat's going to make that a little bit difficult.
Yeah, that's definitely something that might make things difficult here. And we see, of course, 2 Chernobyls and a goat coming down. But who cares? Because that Hades is being played, putting that card in the inkwell, and
Questing for a bunch.
not letting things stick.
Going to questing for 6 here, going to 8. Does have to really just like close this game before Jake can do too much. He's going to draw a bunch of cards with these Chernobyl followers. Has to be incredibly careful. Adam's skating a real thin line here.
Yeah, this
He's
is
a genie off the top.
This can be a rough spot for sure.
If I had how much money do I want to put that last card in Adam's hand is another genie or another Hades? I'd put good money on it.
You put good money on it? I don't know.
I didn't see it, but I'd pay good money.
If it was, it'd be funny. I'll give you that. I'll be like, if that's a Hades, that's good. You better start like like put the winning jackpot numbers.
Yeah, well, let's say it's Adam. Oh. Now Jake did see a fox and a dock, so he has to decide what he wants to do here. All right, so he's gonna just choose to use.
Maybe.
And he's got a white rose. So if Adam can't deal with this board state,
Yeah, he has some ways to get it.
go. What's the uninkable at the very least?
It is a Hades.
Another
It was a
Hades.
Hades. You were right. It was a
I
Hades.
need to go buy a lottery ticket.
Even if you were wrong, you were right, because the Let It Go is just the 5th Hades.
That's what he said.
Oh my word!
And
this
now
is
he's gonna
great.
quest for 4, 5,
He
6,
goes to
7.
16,
Goes
or
to
no,
six-
almost 60. Yes, 16, I think.
goes to
15.
15.
15.
And then he just has to hope that Jake doesn't get there. He's got a white rose in his hand. He's got this dock. So as long as he doesn't find,
He needs to find a giant cobra.
if he find
That's literally the answer.
or that goat, I think that goat does it too.
Well, he can't do too much. If he plays the cobra, if he gets a cobra, that's ideally what. Oh, he gets
No.
both. Okay,
Yeah,
so
'cause
never
he
mind,
goes to
gets both,
18.
never mind.
Yeah.
I was thinking both.
Just
but
got
yeah.
there, drew the goat off the top.
Wow.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
And that's it.
Yeah, that's
That's the game.
so we're going for Jake and Patrick on our finals.
That is right. We have Jake and Patrick for a final. That was a great match.
Yeah.
You know, that was a very great match of seeing these two decks and coming through here. It was really fun.
Yeah. I think we're gonna have Jake stay right where he is for a third time in a row here. He's doing real good on his top eight journey here.
Yeah.
We're just gonna bring Patrick in, so I don't
think
think we're
we're
gonna
ready for
go
that.
anywhere quite yet.
Yeah, no, I mean this has definitely been a fun top 8 seeing these decks here. And of course, I think Adam's been dethroned.
Yeah,
He's been
unfortunately.
dethroned. He's been winning set champs. I think this is 2 in a row that he won. The last 2 he won in a row. I believe. And then this would have been his 3rd if he got here. But
Trying to pull the hat trick.
sadly no, he didn't.
He was
Let's not
trying
forget,
to.
he won the first one.
Yeah,
He
that's
did
true.
win our first one.
'Cause
That
I
is
was
correct.
runner-up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did win the first one. I will say. He did do that.
Hey, listen, I got my one set champs win, and I retired. I retired champion.
Hey, I
I'm
still
good.
gotta get mine. I'm next. I'm next in the line at some point. Just not today. Cool.
Cool.
So let's
So-
go on ahead and show you guys what our top standings are going to look like here. And we have some fun things going on. We have, of course, I think it's Patrick versus Jake here, and this is going to be a really fun match.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one because Jake, as we've seen, being on steel, has decent options to deal with a lot of Patrick's characters. In that Patrick has very, very small willpower, very small strength characters, but we've seen him be able to aggro out people and just get right underneath them. And I wonder if he'll be able to do the same to Jake, or if he's gonna have to try and like grind him out a little bit more with like the kits and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what happens here, because this has definitely been a very fun match, as we've been going through, seeing these top 8s, and these are 2 people we haven't seen at our finals before, I don't believe. I don't think
No.
I've seen them anywhere in our quarterfinals or semifinals or even the finals here, so this is going to be really cool seeing these fresh faces here, at this final table here, and it's going
I'm
to be
not-
a lot great.
I'm not familiar with these 2 names either, so I'm not sure if they're locals or not. I think they're from out of store.
Now, I know I've met Jake before.
Okay,
At
alright.
multiple stores. I think if he's been here maybe once or twice, I've
Okay.
seen him at Set Champs here. He's
Okay.
been a couple times. But Patrick, I have not met before, so this is the first time I've seen Patrick. And lovely guy, lovely player,
Yeah, I'm
and
hoping they
very
come back
skilled.
for
Yeah,
more. Hope on
definitely.
Wednesdays they join our local league. I think one of the things that our store has is our local league is pretty big. We routinely get 30 players for a league night, just about, and it's actually astonishing how many players we get every single week. We're very fortunate to be to have such a great community. It allows us to do what we do here. We really want to do way more events, do way more streams.
Yeah.
I know not only myself, but some of the other people that are helping us with this event. I would love to see myself even do commentary for bigger events. Yeah, I am super excited. I'm so happy that this has gone so well. And hasn't had any hiccups.
Yeah, no, so far it's been pretty good. It's been smooth. It's been great. I'm excited to see where this goes and some fun things that we have planned. Even as an Ink Archive in general, there's a lot of really cool things that we're going to be doing for future videos, future live streams, because we have some really cool some like set champs. We've got some really cool things for coming up for set rotation coming in because we'll be doing that. And then there's also like the whole new world card that's coming out for the promo that they're doing that special event for. So we might be able to do some of that. So you might see some those events coming down. So keep an eye on those. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified of videos just like this one, and notified of those videos as well when they come out. And then go follow us on our social media. We have Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and go follow those and see what we've been up to because we travel around. Go do some judging because we do judge some events. So you might see us some at those DLCs because we've been at some last year. We were, I know I was at, I believe, 4 events last year. I was at 3 DLCs and the Nationals.
Yeah.
And I believe you were at 2 and the Nationals as
Yeah,
well.
I was one of the only judges that I did Atlanta and then I did Seattle with no other DLCs between, and it was interesting to see they had changed a lot of how the DLCs had worked. So we'll have to see how this next DLC season goes. I know it's been a little bit of a rocky start for DLC, but I'm hoping that as we get into the DLC season, that things start to shape up and people really what we have going, especially with them announcing the CCQs. I know that some people are a little not happy with how many events we have in NA, but um, I'm hoping that the CCQs can really take their place and say, hey, if you really want to compete, go to the CCQ. They're probably closer. There's way more of them.
Oh, yeah.
I'm hoping that people really stand out, come out for those.
The nice thing is we have some third-party events that are not ran exactly from Disney Lorcana, but they are going to be kind of like sponsored from it, which is going to be great to see.
Yeah.
As they branch out, because we know we didn't get a lot of DLC events coming down. But that's perfectly fine because we've got some more events across the U.S., across the world, which is great. So those are gonna be fun, and we'll try to take a look at those as well if we can.
I really like the community that is built, and I choose to stand by the community as a whole. That is what I love about this game. And no matter what happens to the organized play or anything, I choose to stand by. Hey, I think the community is strong enough to withstand some of this, and I know some people are like, "Oh, season 3." I choose to believe that this community can withstand until that's what it takes.
Oh yeah, I mean we've sucked so far already. I think we can keep sticking around
Yeah.
for another one. Just like we are going to be sticking around for this next game here. Our finals is up here. We have Patrick versus Jake, and they seem like they are getting ready for this game, and we are tuning in to see this. And they are already starting their altars. And I'm ready for this game. This is going to be a fantastic and fun game.
Yeah. So I know that commentators are supposed to be unbiased, but who are you rooting for?
Who am I rooting for? You know, I don't know. I really like Amethyst Steel. I really like the deck. It's my second favorite ink pairing that I've seen so far. So I kind of like that deck. Now, however, Amethyst Emerald is been a very cool deck to see today.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen Patrick play this from the beginning here, and it looked really fun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to admit. I mean, I don't know if I can root for just one, but man,
Oh
these decks
yeah,
are
don't
really
get me
great.
wrong. I'm rooting
I
for
love
both,
these.
but I really like the Emerald Amethyst deck. I used to play it a bunch in previous sets, and I'm excited to see it. So I think I'm leaning a little towards that deck if I had to pick. But I'm rooting for both. I think both of these
Yeah.
players are phenomenal, and both of these decks are very interesting and very strong.
Yeah, I'm excited for these decks. These decks are great. A lot of really fun things that can happen, and we see double Diablo at this point. I mean, double Diablo is gonna be great.
Yeah. Both the same Diablo too.
They
That's
are.
crazy. And Jake's got another one in his hand too. I think we're just gonna see a bunch of birds.
You know, bird is the word.
Guess so. Jake's got a lot of removal in his hand. I don't know if that's what he wants to see.
Yeah, the removal might not be the best spot right here. But it's definitely something that can happen and help keep control of the board here. But we get to see a go-go come down um and see what technically happens here with this go-go, because I mean it's not going to really do anything yet, but it will at least kind of just be a body on board, because I mean that's really all that we have right now.
I think Patrick just wants to um force Jake to deal with evasives. Like this deck, like we've just said with Adam, like Adam had a bunch of evasives, and Jake was able to fight through them pretty well. But Patrick has a ton more evasives. Like he has so many, and I think he can flood the board with them. And he goes, okay, either you have the removal for them or you don't. Like you're just going to deal with every single one. So he doesn't care too much about getting the most value out of this go-go. He just wants to make it difficult for Patrick to actually interact with him.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be kind of rough here. But go-go certificate could be really good in this late game, which I think would be really nice because we have these steal options coming down, like with this me that could be coming in later game, and we can move some damage around and then just play this go-go and go cool. All right, we get to gain a bunch of lore. Just how his goats and his cobras and the white rose. This go-go is going to be basically that for this game.
Yeah. Now, like I said, notably, Jake has a bunch of removal in his hand, and that's all he has left, which is not the worst thing in the world for him to have, but also running out of characters, like, again, we've talked about it before, if he runs out of steam, like, Patrick might just be able to, like, run him over. Say, hey, you don't have anything. I'm just going to try and run you over and keep you from, like, putting characters on the board, and just put all of my stuff and, like, essentially vomit my hand onto the board and go, here's all my stuff, deal with it. Like, you can't deal with all of it if I dump enough. Does see a fox, though. I'm just not sure if that's exactly what he wants to see here. I guess he could sing with the white rose and then put it back in his hand to get another trigger later.
That is an option. Yeah, we could possibly have this strength being sung here and kind of just knocking out a character or putting some damage on this go-go. But we don't see that. We actually see the fox coming down and bouncing back the Diablo and then playing the Diablo again. So we can get 3 characters so that the White Rose can actually sing the Strength of Raging Fire to banish the crab.
Yeah, pretty good. Crab is like one of those cards that's kind of annoying for Jake to have to deal with. Not too much, though. I think he just doesn't want the 3/3 to be there to challenge any of the stuff he does have on the board, because he knows he doesn't have a ton of cards, like ton of characters in his hand. Just leaving this strength right.
Yeah, the strength only being in hand is not a bad card, but it's definitely a card that you'll need a bunch of characters out on field, and getting a bunch now, he's got it. And there are some prime targets now. We have this Peter Pan Shadow Finder here. That is a good target to have. And now we get to play this library and getting to move some characters over to this so that we can get some draw triggers later on. And here we are, singing another one, not banishing this Peter Pan.
This is another Patrick's deck is another deck that like struggles with libraries quite a bit, especially without a grab. It just doesn't have the strength to be able to deal with the willpower of the library. So that might be some like Jake's saving grace in this matchup. And we do see Patrick with two genies in his hand, a pull the lever. He just played one of the genies. Inks his friends on the other side, decides that he doesn't really have the opportunity to play it too much. So decides he'd rather have the ink to be able to play the characters that he does have in his hand.
Yeah, we're gaining some lore here, slowly going up here, and we have this location that is going to be gaining us lore over time, and potentially drawing us some cards. And we get to see another library come down, and we're going to move now the White Rose to the other one. So now we get to see 2 libraries, one having a Diablo at it, and the other one having a White Rose. And then we are sitting at 12 lore at this point.
I think Jake is just the top deck king.
I mean, just about at this point, yeah. I mean,
think-
he's been sitting with no cards in his hand and pretty much almost top decking everything he needs.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. Though I don't think Patrick is inherently out of it. Even though I know Jake is at 12, um, Jake does have, or Patrick does have the opportunity to hopefully get back into this game with something like Crab or um wrong lever to hopefully like get rid of a fox or something. But these libraries are proving to be a little too tough.
Yeah, we're thinking on doing. I think we're paying 3 ink for a card, just depending on what we're gonna do, and we're gonna do the wrong lever actually.
Yeah,
Taking care of the white rose.
so put it on the bottom because he has to pull the lever, so it doesn't have to deal with the banish trigger from the library.
And we're gonna see Go-Go and Genie challenge into the location here that doesn't have any characters at it, just so we can start seeing that location starting to weaken down a little bit and get it knocked out kind of quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's gonna take too long. I think if he doesn't find like a crab or I think he's on some amount of crickies. I can't remember.
I
Or
think
he's
he has
on hypnotic strength too. No cricky, okay.
No cricky, no.
But he does have like hypnotic strength and stuff, so he does have a couple of options to pump the strength up of his characters a bit.
I mean, of course, he has those foxes as well, which
Yeah.
is nice, but that's really, strength-wise, that's really about it.
Jake and starting to see okay. There's a hypnotic strength, but I don't know if it's quite enough. He can take out this one location with his go-go with hypnotic strength. Yeah.
And then you can start, like, swinging into the other one if we need to, but looks like we're just going to ink card and then playing this Curse Merfolk here, kind of starting now to put these characters out on the board so he can start questing now.
I think he's got to put this damage on this library now, because if he doesn't, he can't take it out next turn.
Yeah, no, this is definitely something that might be kind of rough to do here, is wanting to go into these characters, but it looks like we're just going to have the Genie swing into the Diablo and then Diablo questing here, so that's no
He
going
does-
into location.
He does. I think he has a Peter Pan. Yeah, he has the Peter Pan, so he can, if nothing gets banished this turn, which both of these characters are evasive, he can take out the library immediately, which is probably what he's looking to do. He doesn't want to have to deal with it anymore, but I think Jake's got a white rose and a goat. That might just clean up this game.
Yeah, I mean, if he has a way to play them both, I mean, that literally gets the game here. I mean, we are currently at 18 lore, and seeing if we can play one of them here, we get it, but we get to play this goat, and then just getting to move the goat here, putting him at 19, so he has to answer the full board at this point, and even if he does, that goat still sticks around and gives it to him, and we're just going to go on ahead and move to game 2 at that
Patrick
point.
realizes that no matter what he does, if he ever interacts with this goat, he just loses the game. Unfortunately, goat being one of those cards that really, if somebody's playing goats in their, like Merlin goats in their deck, they are typically playing to 18, not 20, because as soon as they drop it on 18, they're like, oh, I can't ever actually interact with this goat, or I just lose the game. So you just aren't actually playing to 20 lore.
Yeah, no, you're really not at that point. It's just one of those things of that goat just takes care of too much lore. It does too many things. It does. As soon as you get to that point, you just see a goat and you're like, okay, yeah, no. I mean, there was points where do you have like the bounce goat, and that pretty much anybody says bounce goat, cool, yeah, no, that's pretty much it, and you just go to the next game at that point.
Yeah,
goats are way too strong with that lore gaining ability towards that late game.
we'll have to see what Patrick being on the play here, needs to win this game. Which, even if he does win this game, it does put him on the draw in game 3. He did start to stabilize there a little bit, and I think if Jake just hadn't seen one of those libraries, he could have maybe taken control and gotten back into that game. So I'd by no means think that Patrick is out of this set. Like, he wins this game, and even on the play, I think he has a decent shot. Especially if Jake sees a start like he did before, where it's a lot of removal. and not so many characters.
Yeah, and we see here, starting the altar, we see Jake with some decent 2-cost characters, but no 1-drops. We're not seeing a lot of 1-drop characters coming from Jake's side. We see Calhoun, a Doc, and a Baboom, but looks like we're going to be putting back a good portion of that, debating on if what we're going to be keeping here for the rest of them. I didn't get to see what
Patrick kept. I didn't
Patrick,
either.
yeah.
He was real fast about it, so gotta be a lot of 1-drops.
I think I saw a like I think Chris Murphy in his hand at least once. I don't know if he
Probably.
kept it or put it back.
I just imagine what he's got right now is a decent curve, and so he didn't have to change too much, which is like all he's really looking for.
Yeah.
Jake putting a decent amount of his hand back into the deck here.
Yeah, and Jake getting some cards here. It looked like he got a Diablo 1-drop and a couple other cards as well to kind of help him in that early game here. And it looks like he pulled a lot of good stuff here. And we can see Patrick, he had a kick in hand, so he can kind of take care of some of those cards here. We'll see if that actually happens and see what's going on here.
Yeah, we'll have to see what how Patrick decides to like tackle dealing with this deck. Like I said, having no willpower against Steel, so rough. So I'm hoping he's probably just hoping like, hey, I'm gonna get all these characters out, and your 1 removal doesn't matter when I have 8 characters on the board. On Kit's also not, like you just said, Kit's not a bad option in this deck in particular. If he can like kit back, any of the 1-drops that like draw him cards or anything like that, or even like deal with like the 1-drop Diablos and get them out of here. Hopefully bouncing like the evasive like Genies and Elsas, and while it does mean Jake gets the utility out of him again, I think the tempo losses is enough for Patrick to be like, okay, I can do this and gain some amount of tempo.
Yeah. And we get to see Goat Flynn and a couple other cards here. It looks like we have Crab in there as well, in Patrick's hand. Looks like we're just going to play the Finn and kind of just aggro out a little bit is what it looks like here. We're just going to be trying to quest as fast as we can and make it so our opponent just doesn't get to gain some lore and has to answer our board pretty quickly here. And that's where this deck is going to really shine. It's just going to try to tempo out and either aggro real quickly or control as much as we need to. But I think we might be the aggro option is what we're going to be looking at here since we are on the play first here.
Calhoun's pretty strong for Jake too, being able to deal with anything that Patrick plays, and gain 2 lore, which is like nice. Especially if like with this Flynn. Now he does have to discard a card. But I think he's okay with it. He's actually going to protect his Flynn, which is pretty huge. I think that's smart on Patrick. He knows, he sees this Calhoun. He says, "Oh, I don't want it to get challenged by Calhoun and have Jake keep tempo with me. I'm going to protect it and hold it back for a turn. Maybe he needs it for ink the next."
Yeah. No, that might be what he's doing here. We get to see 2 libraries in his hand. I'm seeing this now. There's 2 libraries in his hand, and these are some cards that might come down. I don't know if he'll play them right now, but I think there might be some cards that we might see later on here. But we get to see a Shmi first, and then getting to see a Magic Broom. Now he's going to try to start aggroing out a little bit here and deciding, okay, I need to start gaining some lore.
Yeah, I think Jake is very interested in getting both of these libraries down. I think I wouldn't be surprised if he plays one next turn and moves something there, like the Magic Broom. Maybe if he has like another character or something, eventually moving that over there to draw 2 cards instead of 1. And I think he saw how strong 2 libraries was last game. I would not be surprised to see if he's getting 2 libraries down as well.
Yeah, no, those 2 libraries can definitely get out of hand real quick. And we get to see a goat and of course a fox. So those 2 characters are really good on their own. That can help. And if you can set them up with those libraries, it's going to be even better.
It's just a little awkward because like he wants to ink something here to move something to a library, but he doesn't want to ink Fox or Goat. If I'm Jake, I might just say, you know what? I'm just gonna play either my Fox or just my library and not worry about moving something quite yet. Does look like he's gonna ink the Fox. Says, you know, I don't actually care about this Fox. It doesn't do me too much here. I'm probably gonna get this library or this Goat down.
Yeah, and we're going to move that Diablo over, I believe it's Diablo.
Just
Either
thinking about it.
Diablo, we got Shmi as an option as well, because he knows if he quests with the Shmi, it's going to get knocked out probably next turn, and we're going to see the Diablo and the Shmi quest here.
Yeah, I don't blame him. He knows that Shmi is like a pretty high value target for Patrick to want to deal with. So if Patrick does want to deal with it, he's gonna have to give him a card for it.
Yeah, and this Shmi, yep, there you go. I was going to say the Shmi should have 1 damage on it now, but we got it there.
Looks like Patrick does have a way to take out this library because he has the Elsa, and then everything else can actually challenge into it to take it out if he wants it.
And he also has this
Oh, he has
crab,
the crab.
really.
Yeah, okay. Use both of these to take out the library. Pretty smart. You can use this genie to take out Smee.
Yeah, take it out, survive
Nice.
a little bit, and then potentially bounce it back next turn.
And he still has the Elsa if he really wants to have to deal with the second library that comes down.
Yeah, he'll still have that, which is good. So he has a lot of really good answers here. Because what's really cool is if we get this Calhoun to challenge into a character, which I think the only one we can challenge into is going to be the Fox, though. Or not, yeah, the Fox. And it's going to knock out the Calhoun. But this crab could even give him some more strength to certain things. And now we see, of course, Calhoun moving to the library and challenging the Fox, gaining some lore and drawing a card is great.
Genie and Cobra. And he's still got this goat in his.
Not anymore. No more goat. He inked
Yeah,
a
no
goat.
more goat. But he's gonna move the magic room over here. Unfortunately, I think he's gonna lose this other library too. He has like just enough if he plays the Elsa.
Yeah, just enough.
Just enough. Yep.
Just
doing the math
barely.
in my head there. So if he really wants to, unless he had found anything else, he can take it out, and I think he's pretty incentivized to try and get rid of it right now. While he's got 2 characters that want to get banished to draw cards, and so I think he's like, okay, I just need to take it out, get rid of it now, not like actually deal with it. That's what he's just doing the math himself.
And
Yep.
taking out,
There it
yeah.
is.
And then questing for 2 with this Cursed Merfolk to keep him up there in lore is really good.
Yeah, I think this is a turning point for Patrick here. If he can keep this board state and like stay ahead, he's doing pretty good. Jake does have Cobra and a genie. I did not see what the other card
I
he
think it
drew
was 2 genies or a snake. I can't remember what it flashed by, but it might be. I know it looks inkable. Might be a
Okay.
snake.
If it's another genie, it's kind of a problem. If it's not, then I don't think Patrick
it's
is
a
too worried
cobra.
about it. He has 2 cobras. He's got 1 cobra.
No, it's a
Oh,
genie.
it's another
It's a
genie.
genie. It's
Okay,
another
it's another
genie.
genie.
Okay. That's what I was thinking it was.
Never seen turn box fall. We've seen every bird and everything that can cantrip and draw cards. I did see in the chat that Adam did message us, and I do really appreciate the kind words. Adam, thank you. You did awesome. Really showing us the masterclass of Blurple, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, Adam did great. Congratulations on being in the top 4 here. It was a great job seeing you play the deck here, and can't wait to see you play even more in the future and seeing what you can come up with Blurple, because Blurple is definitely your favorite deck. I know that for sure. And I'm curious to see what we got going on in the future with what you've learned here and what's coming up with the next sets.
Patrick's just really putting the pressure on with these Flins.
Yeah. Patrick is definitely got control of this board at this point. Being able to play these aggressive characters down and being able to keep them really and just questing out, going to 11. I mean, the lore is definitely really close. I mean, it's 10 to 11, but even with that, it seems like Patrick, if he can keep these characters on board, he's going to be taking it.
Yeah, I think right now Patrick actually has exactly 20 for next turn if Jake doesn't do anything to his characters. I don't expect that to happen, but he does have to interact with the board state. He can't just not do anything.
Funny thing is I don't think he can unless if he's going to be sending in the genies, the genie and the followers into the crab is the only thing that really can be knocked out
I
right
think
now.
he's got a strength in his hand.
He does have it looks like a strength, yeah.
He does have one bit of removal, but like you said, it's not a lot. He
I
can either
mean-
take down the Pegasus, or he can take down the genie with his own genie. And then he's got this strength in his hand, but
I mean,
not much more.
he could be playing this. He does have this broom. He could play the broom and puts more characters on board so that he can play this strength and even knock out the crab, knock out one of these flins, or even just put the 1 damage on the genie because the genie does have 3 damage on it. So that could be an option as well.
I think he would be pretty hard pressed to not choose one of these flins. With the strength, try to keep him off as much lore as possible. Even though like crab and stuff is scary, I think Flynn is a lot scarier in this.
Yeah, thinking through, making sure he's making this right play here, and if he makes a play, want to make sure it's right, and I think he is going to go on ahead and play a Pete actually,
Okay.
stopping any actions, coming down and then questing with this Diablo. Now this Pete, is it a good card? I don't know if he really knows in this matchup because I mean we do have the pull lever and wrong levers coming down, and then we also have the hypnotic strings. But those are the only actions we see in this deck. There's a total of 8. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot also the friends on the other side. I forgot that as well. So there are 12 actions in this deck. So that Pete might not do exactly what it's needing to, but it is going to be a 3/3 that
Yeah,
does
I think
quest
he's
for
more
1.
interested in the 3/3 body and like just keeping. Even if he does play something, it's like, okay, I don't want you to play pull lever or wrong lever, but I think he really just wants the 3/3. Putting up Patrick question for a bunch here. I think he's at 18 right now.
Yeah, it is 18 to 12, and I think we're just gonna go on ahead and go to the next game.
Jake realizing he's been stuck hard pressed at 12 for a long while here and just could not get out from underneath of Patrick's stuff. Unfortunately, just getting a little stranded there. So we're going to game 3.
Only thing better than a game 3 in the semifinals is game 3 for the final.
Yeah. I mean, we've had incredible matches. Like I said, these players are awesome. They're very, very good. They're very smart. They know what risks they need to take. They know how to minimize risks, which is huge when you play any kind of TCG, especially Lorcana. So I think these players have shown a really, really good job of like, hey, we know what we're doing. This is why we're at the top table. We're not here by chance.
Yeah, no, I mean these players definitely have shown off their skills with these decks, with these ink pairings, and these ink pairings have been a lot of fun to see. They've been very powerful, very strong, and these players definitely have shown how these inks are done. I mean, these decks have done very well, and they've made it to this point so far, so it's been great.
Even all day though, these are like pretty typical color pairings over the day, but they've all been like interesting takes on them, or like slightly different variations, like the Steel Song we saw earlier, or the Ruby Amethyst that we saw earlier. That was a bunch of Maleficents. Even these two decks now, they're the Amethyst Emerald like is kind of standard, but like not playing Diablos is super interesting. Like the Shift Diablo. I normally would see like a bunch of them on that Shift Diablo, and Patrick not being on any of them, deciding I don't need that card. I need just more threats. And Jake, this list is a little more like standard, but also it's just solid, and like just not a deck that always makes top cut, just because sometimes it just gets it, like we said, if it runs out of cards and it loses steam, and it does that one too many games and it doesn't make top cut. So really good on Jake to be mindful of like what he needs to stay in a game.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the biggest thing that's really different about this deck is the baboons. I mean, you've been seeing people play like 1, maybe 2 copies, but he is playing 3 copies of it, which is definitely a card that does favor in the aggro matches against like the Amber Steel, and even in the Emerald Amethyst deck has been one of those as well, because there's a lot of like those weaker characters that have low willpower, and making sure that they take care of those characters and knocking them out, they don't stick around too long.
Yeah, I think like a lot of it was he didn't want to deal with the evasive Diablo, and then also just concurrently, hey, I don't want to deal with any evasive that doesn't have more than um 2 willpower. That's not Genie. And which case I have my own Genie stuff, and I'll fight like the genie battle.
Yeah, those genie battles are gonna be easy, but oh man, we see 3 docks in his hand,
This
opening
man
hand here.
is like the master of the dock. Just
Wow.
always has so many. He either has none or all of them.
Yeah. I mean, we see 3 docks, a Calhoun and a Shmi and a Diablo here. That is a very interesting hand. I don't know what we can do. We have only 2 inkable cards here. Only 2 inkable. That's the
Yeah.
only problem. Do we just play this dock, or do we play dock next turn and hope for the best?
I think he's got to hold on to some of them for just a little bit. He might just play a couple of them and say, hey, I'm going to get a couple of these out, and then on the last one actually use the dock trigger so that he gets a couple bodies on the board. But he also just may say, I don't care that much. I'm just going to ink the Diablo next turn and dump the rest of it, because he knows these are all the same and they don't matter.
Yeah, I mean, we getting this Calhoun down, so it just makes Patrick go, okay, cool. I probably don't want to exert any characters for a little bit, and kind of just that thread of like, all right, big character, I can gain lore if you decide to exert your characters, and that's really it.
Yeah. Patrick's going to have to find his evasive characters to kind of dodge Calhoun here. Now, notably too, Patrick could decide to play a dock and use the broom trigger like he did earlier, and so he'll draw 3, so it won't be that bad. But he does have his white rose first that he can play, so he's done a pretty good job of, even though he has 3 docks in his hand, just being able to keep playing things on turns 1 through 3 here, which is pretty crucial for this game.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a spot that is really big here. I mean, this white rose is nice, so just having a 3/3 body is really good.
This is what I was saying. Patrick getting all of these evasives down, and Jake just can't do anything about them. So Patrick's really hoping that these stick around, that Jake doesn't find any of his like evasive characters on his own that can like start to whittle these evasives down. He does find strength, but I think even if he strengths one of these characters, I don't think Patrick is too mad about it. Seeing one of the docks come down, he's going to decide if he wants to utilize it. Does not. I do think he plans on playing another one and doing it now. Yep.
Oh, those docks.
Get a bunch of these docks down, drawing some cards. He's got a fox, so he can reuse a dock next turn if he wants to too. We know he likes reusing docks from the foxes, and next turn he can actually play a fox and replay the dock with the fox. So that's pretty cool. So he'll be able to do that next turn if he inks the Chernobog's followers. It's a genie, okay. Because he found a genie off the top of the deck there that I missed a little bit. Genie's super good at just being able to take care of Go-Go and Pegasus.
Yeah, we have some evasive characters, and these characters are
small.
We're going to small. Yeah, they're small as
They're
small
small.
as small as the is the correct answer. And wow, they are going to be small.
Genie just being able to take both of them if he really wants to, like pretty easily without having to like commit too much is really nice. Jake just has to be careful of this crab, like, oh, I don't want it to get bounced at my Genie with Pegasus or something.
Yeah, now we're seeing, of course, this Peter Pan and a Curse Merfolk here, kind of getting some more evasive characters. A little bit stronger. Not as much strong, but just a little bit extra willpower. And then this Curse Merfolk just gets a quest for a bunch. And hopefully gets to stick around a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'm hoping that I think Patrick is hoping that these other cards are a bit more threatening, and this Curse Merfolk can sit off to the side and quest for 2 a little bit and not have Jake deal with it quite immediately. I think Jake will be pretty heads up on when Curse Merfolk does quest, though. I think he'll want to take it out with this this Calhoun if it does. Patrick not having found any way to deal with this Calhoun. They've been kind of like under a stalemate with anything that doesn't have evasive because this Calhoun is around. So the only thing that Patrick feels comfortable questing with are his evasive characters, and even then, there's this Genie that he has to contend with.
Yeah, this Genie could definitely challenge into some of these characters, like any of your evasive characters. So you got this Go-Go, the Pegasus, and even this Robin, this Peter Pan. But the Peter Pan gets to survive a little bit. But challenging the Go-Go is definitely a good option, just in case it doesn't get bounced back, so that it gets to do the Go-Go things that can help him win.
Yeah, especially if it gets bounced. He doesn't want to get got by a bunch of Go-Go triggers or get Go-Go giving him like 10 lore in a turn or something. Jake's starting to really build his board wide here. 2 Calhouns is probably a really annoying for Patrick to have to deal with. He's got 2 friends on the other side. He's gonna have to expose his crab for one of them here. Just decides, hey, listen, I know you've got 2. I need to draw cards to find other answers or find more threats to put on the board. Force them to use them eventually.
Yeah, and we have a goat in hand, which is not a bad option here, but I know we also have friends. I don't know what the last card is in his hand. However, okay, it's actually the wrong lever.
Puts it back into his hand and uses it to challenge. Okay. Feels that he needs to get this Genie off the table. Everything else he doesn't care too much about, but he wants his crab back so his opponent doesn't get the Calhoun triggers. And he's just gonna throw this Curse Merfolk to the wind. Wants to get the lore out of it while he can.
Yeah.
Notably, we haven't actually seen Patrick have any Ursulas, which I know he has in the deck. And so he hasn't been able to like steal any of the songs that Jake would have, like that strength he had earlier or something like that. Maybe he's been inking them or throwing them back, thinking that like, I don't really need them that much because there's not that many songs. And yeah, we've seen the Fox plus Doc play.
Gosh, I mean, you literally play this Fox, then get to play the Doc because it's the only card left in the hand, and then refilling your hand with 2 cards, which is a Strength and an Elsa.
Yeah,
That's probably what you're going to be looking for the next card being played. As soon as Patrick plays a card, it's going to be banished immediately. There's no reason why it's going to be sticking around.
This is looking like more and more like an uphill battle here for Patrick. We'll have to see what he comes up with to deal with all these bodies.
Just wow. Now, wondering what Patrick can do here. I mean, this is going to be an interesting one. Seeing what characters he's got, because it's just shy where we can't see it. But, alright, I think we got a Flynn in hand, I believe is one of them. And there's a couple other cards as well.
I think he's got the friends on the other side. Flynn. Can't tell what the one. Oh, he's got the goat. I do remember him seeing the goat. And then we knew he had the crab. I think there's one unknown card in his hand that I didn't get to quite see. But we know that Jake's got this Elsa. He can very easily take out this Flynn if he wants to. He has the strength in his hand. He can sing it with the fox to get rid of it. He's got plenty of options here.
And we're just going to have Fox sing some songs and then challenging into this Flynn here with the Calhoun. And looks like we're just going to start questing, and looks like Jake's in this leading seat here.
Yeah, he's definitely in the driver's seat here. He definitely has full control. I'm not sure exactly what outs Patrick is looking at here. He's not a bad start, though.
And it looks like that's it.
Yeah, looks like it's it. Patrick realizes he doesn't have any outs. So our winner for the Reign of Jafar set champs here at House Rules Gaming will be Jake with Amethyst Steel.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, I don't think it's a color combination that has won this event yet.
No, I don't think I've seen that deck yet. It's been a great one. Seeing this deck come to here and actually winning the set champs. I mean, this has been one of my favorite decks, like I've been saying. It's the one I was looking forward to seeing, and he did it well. He pulled it off. He did a great job. And
okay, so
I'm
how
ready for it.
likely are you to copy that deck list for the next weekly?
I don't know if I'm gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I probably won't. I don't know if I like the Babooms, but the Babooms are really good. I just don't know if I like them.
Solid. I do quite like them, especially in this kind of event. Maybe like locals or whatever, but for this event, I definitely like.
Yeah.
Babooms.
Babooms are definitely great. So, I think we're gonna try to interview with the winner here. Is that what we're trying to do here? We're trying to get the winner over here.
Okay.
So
he's gonna be over in just a minute here.
yeah,
for
we're
us.
finishing cleaning up, making sure everything is good, and
right over in half a second, I think.
oh yeah, packing up his things. But no, that was definitely. This has been a really fun match here, and it has been a great thing going on.
Yeah.
Now, I think we have our winner here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step up, and we're gonna see exactly how this is.
Yeah.
So fantastic. Come on down, Jake.
How you doing?
Good, and you?
Pretty good. We have watched you for the last 3 matches, pretty much all day long. We were like, man, this guy has been on a tear with these docks. You have seen so many docks in this top 8.
Yes. The I will say the last game 3 of this final round, I did not expect myself to do well.
Yeah.
My mulliganing 5 and running into triple dock.
Oh, we
back to
saw
back.
that. Yeah, we
And
were
the
like, oh,
Calhoun,
this might be tough.
But yeah, I mean that's what the deck is centered around doing, is trying to dump your hand and kind of try and live off dock.
Yeah, we saw you really were a fan of like, hey, I got this fox. I'm going to fox dock, where I think a lot of other players would have been like, oh, I'll fox my white rose, or I'll fox my.
Right.
You really just liked getting value out of this dock as many times as you could.
Yep.
And even in the match in semifinals, I believe against Adam, you were thinking about questing with a dock at one point, and then said, you know what, I'm not going to quite yet because I might get a fox. And then immediately ripped the fox off the top of the deck, and I was like, ah. And Adam had to choose, do I Hades like the dock or something else? And he chose something else, and you were like able to like, oh, I'll take advantage of that and play that dock.
Yep.
How was the rest of your event today?
Good. Dropped a couple games here or there. Obviously, it's not a free game by any means.
No.
Played into, I would say, pretty good matchups for my deck. For the most part, it was I was trying to dodge a lot of the Steel Song mid range.
Of course, yeah.
That can be a little bit harder for me.
Of course.
Otherwise, no. It was a fun event. Definitely haven't come out to House Rules as much as I would like to, but
yeah,
it was a fun environment. Great people.
Yeah, we were great to have you. Do you want to show off the map to the stream a little bit? This thing looks phenomenal. I think it even has like a little bit of foiling and everything. It looks great. I'm a little jealous. If I didn't have so much fun casting the event, running the event as much as we did, I definitely would have loved to play in this event for just this, because this map looks awesome.
Yeah, this is something I've liked better than the previous couple.
Of course, yeah.
But next set, looking forward to that Mal Dragon.
Yeah, of course, everybody is.
Yeah.
We also, as the team running the event, are like, man, we really want to play in the event, but we want to do it for everybody too. So we're gonna try and figure out what we're gonna do with that. I have one last question for you for your deck here. We noticed you were running 3 of the babooms. What was the thought behind the babooms?
Diablo hate.
Okay, that's what I figured.
So usually, the Amethyst Emerald decks are a problem if they're running the Shift Diablo.
Yeah.
So once I gathered the knowledge, obviously watching him play his top cuts, watching him play it just in Swiss as well, knowing that he likely wasn't playing him or he wasn't ever seeing him, definitely helped out a little bit.
Yeah.
Played against the 1 Emerald Steel in top 8.
Yep.
And that's where it came up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The other side of it is a lot of people don't know that it also targets locations.
Yeah.
So hasn't come up today, but every once in a while, especially against like McDuck Manors,
Yeah.
it can be a pain trying to get 9 in. And
Oh, of course, if you just need that little bit of extra reach and you just don't have it and you don't want to commit a character to it,
Yep.
it's just like, oh, I have this baboon for me.
Yep.
And it being inkable is just such a nice utility card. It's like, oh, if I don't need it, I can ink it. It's not a
Yes.
huge deal.
yeah, and that's the other trade-off is people are usually on like Fire the Cannons.
Mhm.
I just don't like the uninkable.
Yeah, of course.
Um,
Especially when you're playing like docks and everything else, that it can just kind of strangle. Like even your game that you saw 3 docks and you're like, man, I'm really strangled for resources here if I can't draw a bunch of inkables in a row.
Yep.
So, well, it was great to have you on. I hope you can come out to House Rules a little bit more for the next one for locals. We would love to see you. Thanks for coming on. We
Thank
really
you.
really appreciate it.
appreciate
Nice
it.
meeting you.
Nice
Nice
seeing
meeting
you.
you. Thank you. Alrighty, everybody. Well, that was our Reign of Jafar set championships. Congratulations to Jake for taking it all with Amethyst Steel. I do believe that we'll have the deck list for our top 8 posted when we try and do the VOD and everything. We'll try and get that up at some point so everybody can see that. If you liked what you saw and want to see more later, please hit the like, the subscribe, hit the bell so you get notified when we go live or when we post new videos and all that. So, do you have anything else you want to say, Briar?
I'm gonna say that mat is pretty.
Yeah,
It-
it is.
I don't know if the camera can do it justice, but the mat shines just perfectly under a light that just gives
Yeah.
it a nice little glimmer, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
it is a gorgeous mat. I will have to say, I'm kind of jealous myself. I mean, it looks really good. I'm very pleased with what they done with this set champs mat.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a great day. I've been having a lot of fun. Hope you had a lot of fun.
I
Did
did
you
have
have
a lot of
fun?
fun. I had so much
Great.
fun.
All right, great. And then I guess we'll have to wait till the next one then.
Yeah, I guess this is us signing off at the Ink Archive. I've been Tyler.
I've been Briar.
We'll hope to see you next time. Thank you.